Morning, nice to have your company. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad it's Friday? Aren't we all glad it's Friday? Aren't you glad it's January the 20th? Yep. Aren't you glad it's me on the radio? Yep. Fantastic. We love it. We love it. We're with you till 7 o'clock this morning. And as usual, we shall probably get through about, we seem to be averaging about 50 stories a day from the papers. So if I add them up this morning, I think it's in fact more than 50 stories, because we end up with, in fact, actually we've got quite a number of pages of stories, so I didn't realise how many we've got. I'll add them up in a minute for you. Because people always say, oh, you only ever talk about Harry. And you go, no, obviously you're a bit deaf and a bit stupid. Because, no, we do lots of stories in the programme. In fact, just in the first section, there'll be about 25 different stories, but some people are thick. They can't help it. It's not their fault. They're a bit sort of missing in the brain department. And they are somewhat peculiar. And all they hear is Harry and Meghan and Jordan. Oh, and the Beckhams. Well, that's just a tiny bit. A tiny bit which we love to repeat because it winds people up. Why are the BBC ashamed of radio oldies? They don't seem to be having much luck, actually. People are sort of disappearing left, right and centre, and they're coming over to the commercial side, which, of course, is kind of a last resort because the commercial side's been there forever and a day, as LBC was the very first commercial radio station on the air. It's a bit late for some people to be sort of joining. Stephen Mulhern is to relaunch Noel's classic quiz show, Deal or No Deal, because Noel did it, and I thought it was a very good quiz. It relied on people's greed. And it's amazing how many greedy people they managed to find in the country. But if you can find bimbos to whip their tops off and start arguing on... There's a big punch-up nearly going on in Love Island. 2 girls fighting over 1 bloke. I mean, so you can imagine. This is without drink. You can imagine what it must be like in their hometown. They go, oh, that's those 2 alley cats fighting again. So Stephen Mulhern did a pilot. They liked it so much that I think they're going to commission 20 shows. This is where they have a box and the banker will buy it or not buy it or something else. And they go, well, you've got this. And the idea is you have to decide which box you end up with at the very end of the programme, and you open it and then you discover what you've won. And it's always a bit tense, and it was very good. Stephen's very good at those sort of things. He does it. He can do this sort of stuff with his eyes shut. You know why? Because I think he's been a red coat or a yellow coat or a blue coat or something like that. So he knows all about how to entertain people. You could give him a radio programme and say, OK, here is the radio programme. You've got no music and you've got a set of newspapers. Could you do it? He could do it with his eyes shut quite easily. It's not difficult. But listen, I've been managing it for 44 years, so not too difficult at all. I see we're now waiting on Mick Lynch again. As to whether they're going to accept the pay deal. They've got, I think it's 9%. And you know what he'll do? He'll reject it. You know why? Because he loves the publicity. Have you noticed he keeps buying new caps and all the rest of it, make himself look a bit smart? I'll be glad to see the back of him. We've seen the front of him enough times. Thank you very much indeed. I think his only raison d'etre is he doesn't like conservatism. And he wants to bring down the Conservative government, which is sort of... It's a load of old codswallop, it really is, because he's basically into himself. I don't think he's interested in these poor workers who are losing a small fortune. 9%, not bad. Not bad in the middle of a recession. But we'll wait and see what he says. He'll drag it out as long as he can. He'll be doing his interviews and all the rest of it. And then he'll go back to obscurity, and we won't need to worry about him ever again. Steve says, Josh, you ever considered taking on an apprentice? We have them. What do you mean? Oh, an apprentice to do the programme? Good God, no, they wouldn't risk it. They absolutely wouldn't risk anything like what somebody to train up to do it. Oh, no, you could never have that. You can have established presenters, but you couldn't train somebody up. The audience figures are too reliant on my skills, allegedly, of what I can bring to the table. You couldn't risk somebody else, because if people turned on and they didn't like what they heard, they would go elsewhere. And it's my job to make sure that people stay with LBC. And if they stay with me till 7, then they go to Nick and then they go to James. And so it goes. We are that nice little corner that works very well at the beginning of the day. Simple reason being, it's too competitive nowadays. When we started, there was only LBC, first commercial radio station. Broadcasting from Gough Square. And then a few days later, Capital Radio came on the air with their, jingles, and it was all bright and cheerful, and all sorts of different people who were doing shows and stuff like that. Michael Aspel and Gerald Harper with his Sunday Affair, and Graham Dean and all these other sort of legendary radio folk. And LBC just set its sights on doing the news agenda with hardly any phone-ins. I think we must have had We had Brian Hayes in the morning. Then there was a late afternoon programme, I think, with Jill Pyre. There might have been other people in between. And then Adrian Love used to do a very long phone-in overnights. And that was it. That was it. But you can't afford to risk it, because in the early days, nobody worried about audience figures. We really didn't. It didn't make this, because we didn't have any competition. So they didn't do the audience figures, and then they started doing the audience figures, and it was way down the line. I remember thinking at the time, oh, God, audience figures, because my friend Ian's in America working on radio over there, and they do audience figures weekly, which must be even more of a nightmare. So your job hangs by this little thread. But over here, we do them every few months. But it's all based on that. It's based on your work ethic and whether or not you can bring an audience to the table. But in the early days, as I say, nobody cared about it because we didn't have any competition. It was LBC, and we were doing all the we had a set of, there were reporters. The Falklands War was the turning point for LBC. We proved that as a commercial radio station, we could cover it and do an even better job than the BBC. We had Kim Sabido out there and loads of other people, and it was just amazing. More people were tuning into LBC to hear what was going on in the Falklands War, and they were deserting the BBC in droves. Nowadays, there's so many commercial radio stations, I don't think you know where to begin. Some stations, we were listening to a station coming in the car, and it was one of those stations which didn't have presenters. It just had a jingle for the station, and then it went into another record. So they're basically doing away with music presenters. Nothing to do with us, I hasten to add. But it's quite frightening that if you're a music presenter and you think, this is, that was, because they don't really want you to talk a lot. They don't sort of go for the talking bit because they go, no, the music does the talking. Whereas on LBC, of course, it's the speech that does the talking. It's very interesting the way it's turned around, but it's very much geared to audience numbers now, and numbers they're looking for, because the more numbers you get, the more advertising you get. The more advertising you get, the more successful the company is. And so, that's why I've heard people sort of say to me before, they've said, how big is your audience? And you go, big. It's big. That's all I need to tell you. It's big, because I'm lucky. I'm one of the fortunate people who start on what used to laughingly be called the graveyard shift, mainly for people who are waiting to die in bed. And then I get breakfast, because all the breakfast shows in this building, barring 2, start at 6 in the morning. Well, I'm on air at 6 in the morning. So I get an hour of breakfast. So I get 2 boosts of the programme, which is always very exciting as far as I'm concerned. So I get the 4 a.m. spike, which sort of shoots up through the roof, and then I get the 6 a.m. spike. And I wouldn't have it any other way, actually. And Dawn Neeson says, starting work before Steve Allen's show begins. And it's like a competition between me and Dawn over who actually starts first. And so she's got today. It's going to be a very long but rather good Friday. She's got her Woman's Own column. Then she's got a live telly, and then she's got a motivation weekend. She says it's very cold and dark. It's miserable, isn't it, really? Actually, the funny thing is, I said this the other day, even though we had such a boiling hot summer, and I began to hate it because it was too hot for me, and there was the water ban, and we've had so much water over the past God knows how many months. There shouldn't be a water ban for about the next 500 years, but you bet your bottom dollar there is. But they lifted the hosepipe ban, but it's too cold. My water butter's frozen. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but it's God knows, about 3 inches of ice on the top of the blooming thing. So we'll wait and see. But Dawn is up at the crowd. She's one of these people. She's like me. She thrives on getting up early in the morning and getting as much done, because when you get to a certain age, and I don't think she's reached it yet, it's a case of you want to cram as much as you can do into your day, because otherwise it can make you very lazy. I have been home in the past, and I do go home occasionally, and I'll have like half an hour cat nap or an hour cat nap. It's generally about half an hour, actually. And that's enough to set me up for the day. But today being Friday is good. Although I just discovered the other day, and luckily I checked, I've got a hospital appointment this morning. So I've got to skedaddle out of here as quick as possible, because it's an early hospital appointment. I've got no idea what it's for. But I tell you might better help me, because I couldn't find out what this was. And so, wait a minute, let me just find it. Wait a minute, hang on. Yeah, you've got an appointment today at the hospital. OPD. Is that outpatients department? by any chance? I only ask because I'm not too familiar with it, and I can't work out why I'm going to outpatients department. I don't know what I'm going for, actually. I don't know if I'm going for diabetes or I'm going for something else, or they're just sort of bringing me in just as a curiosity. So do let me know if OPD is outpatients department, operating department practitioner. Oh. So you'll work in the surgery team. Oh, I've got a job in hospital. Fantastic. Can't wait. But no, OPD must be outpatients department. But I don't know why I'm going there. I really don't know. Michelle says, did you get Jack sorted? We did. We sorted him out the other day, just in case people were worrying about it, because he didn't have any money. 73 pence. He doesn't get paid till next week, so he's having to walk from here. He'll be using food banks next. In fact, the producer, Freddie, said, we're not too sure whether he is using them, but he did say that if it wasn't for the food that I was bringing in, he wouldn't be eating at the moment. I mean, it gets a bit desperate. So we sorted outpatients department. Is part of hospital, people with health problems visit hospital diagnosis or treatment, but do not require a bed. That is true. I do not require a bed. And so there you go. Not all hospitals have separate outpatient departments. So that might be it. It might be the diabetes thing. I should check when I go. But it's all good, actually. You're very right, says Shane, about the commercial radio stations. I don't listen to the ABC radio stations or watch their TV stations, and they say it's your ABC. Oh, we're always told it's your BBC. Well, it's quite clearly not, because I've been writing for ages to take off the One Show, and they've taken no notice at all. I've never seen such a shoddy collection. Really? Yeah, it's outpatients department, says Chris. I thought so. I don't know what I'm going there for. I should have phoned up and said, you don't know what it's about, do you? Because I can't think of anything unless I've sort of put some appointment off and they're sort of bringing it back in again. So I don't know. Steve, I saw Rishi not wearing that seatbelt in the video. What was he thinking? Well, we don't know. They always do it, and of course they then get caught out, don't they? And they've always got an excuse. It's like, I wasn't bothered about wearing a seatbelt. I was worried about he took a flight from an RAF station to go to wherever it was. And you think, I'm sorry, have you heard of cars? You've got cars, there's trains. Oh, I didn't want to risk it on the train. No, I bet you didn't. Worried you might want to bump into old Michael Lynch. Apparently, Ian Dale's got a badge made saying, I am not Mick Lynch. Because he said a lot of people mistake him for Mick Lynch, which is ridiculous, because Mick Lynch isn't tall and statuesque and well-dressed, whereas Ian Dale is all of those things. Oh, lovely cup of tea in the morning. Do you know, where would we be without a cup of tea? Here. But because the other day I had to rush around the building to find milk, and I pinched it from another floor, because we have 7 floors in this building. And I'm not going to tell you which floor it is, actually, because they might get upset. But I opened their fridge, because we've got 13 kitchens in this building. 13 I mean, seriously, I've never seen anything the size of it. Every floor you go on to, there's 2 kitchens, one each side. And I opened the fridge. It's got a big double fridge. And there was the milk in there in the carton. So I took a whole sort of like sheath of these, 3 cartons of milk away from it, crept downstairs. And then I suddenly realised it's pointless creeping up and downstairs, because this place is honeycombed by cameras. And every time I go through a door and have to open it with my pass, it registers me on the computer downstairs, so they know who's been where. And they can sit there and follow me throughout the building. You went through this door, and then you did this, and then you did that. There was a bloke caught the other day, and he stole some jewellery. And the reason they caught him, he had a tracker on his vehicle, and they tracked him. He went to one of those shops where you trade stuff in, one of those pawn shops. And so they got him. Which is good news, isn't it? I'll tell you more about him a little bit later.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Cold. Do you know, I tell you, the best thing I've bought recently, it's just a throw. You know, you see them, and you buy them in garden centres, you can get them in department stores, all over the place, and they're not very expensive. And it's quite big. If you opened it all up, it's the size of a sort of a double duvet. And I think I paid about £6 for it. And I tell you, if you're on the settee, you put this thing, just drape it over your legs. And it can half work. It can half keep you warm. And then if you're really feeling snug as a bug in a rug, you pull it up under your chin and tuck your arms underneath. Works a treat. Best thing I ever bought. I think it's absolutely brilliant. So that's my new thing. Because I've got the fan heater. in the sitting room, which warms the whole place up. It's a tower heater, not very expensive to run. Seriously, not very expensive to run. Well, not for me, it's not very expensive. We certainly, even though every electricity bill has actually gone up in price, mine's doable. It's certainly not going. I remember one year I had 2 fan heaters on because the boiler broke, and I think the electric came in about £700-800. I remember thinking, blimey. But nowhere near it this time. Nowhere near. Steve, you are correct. OPD stands for Outpatients Department, says Naomi. Thank you very much indeed. And Marilyn says, you still taking the Manuka honey? You sound so fit and well. No, I only take it when I'm ill. And, touch wood, plastic, vinyl, whatever it is, in here, I haven't been ill. I haven't had any coughs. I've had no sneezing. I've had no nothing at all. So I do keep Manuka honey in. I go for the very best Manuka honey. It's really seriously expensive. I paid £100 for a pot of this Manuka honey. And literally a spoonful in hot water, if you feel a cold coming on or something like that, and a little bit of turmeric powder, like a quarter of a teaspoon, stirred in, and it's delicious. And it worked a treat, because if you lose your voice or you get a sore throat or something like that, it's a pain. And if I've really got a cold on, then I take Benylin day and night tablets. It's the only thing that's ever worked for me. And you take one in the morning, one at lunchtime, one in the afternoon, and then there's a different coloured tablet for nighttime, so at least you can sleep without being sort of bogged down with I can't breathe kind of thing. So I use Benylin day and night tablets. And then they changed the formula, but they still work for me, which is good. Chris says he's from Watton. It's pronounced Watton. I hadn't realised the way it's spelt does actually read the way you said it. I'm never wrong. Never wrong. OPD, Older People's Department, says Sue. Oh, that's not nice, is it? Mind you, you'll be quite... Listen, the only reason we're there is because we're ill. So I'm assuming being a long-suffering diabetic, it must be something to do with that, because that's a long-term illness which you keep with you. 60 stories we're going to do on the programme today. This is for the moaner. It's the same person who writes all the time. They're completely crackers. They need to go in and get medical treatment. They always go, I say, you're always talking about Meghan and Harry, and you think, no, they were just one little microcosm. They're of no importance to anybody at all, apart from the fact they make the newspapers. And if it makes the newspapers, I'm duty-bound under the terms of my contract and the agreement that I've signed to mention it. As I say, it'd be like sort of saying, oh, look, Mount Vesuvius has just erupted, but we're not going to mention it because somebody might get upset if they're a volcanologist. Michael Jackson's life story will be the subject of a new film. And poor old Rod Stewart selling a Lamborghini, which he's had for ages, apparently £1 million. £1 million. Even if I had £1 million, I'm not sure I'd be spending it on a Lamborghini. Plus Ed Sheeran taking days comforting the family of Jamal Edwards, who died some time ago, and the thugs who broke into a zoo, 2 of them, and they attacked a giraffe. The giraffe was so traumatised by it, it sort of backed into one of the doors. If you've been to London Zoo and seen the giraffe houses have got these huge doors because they're very tall. And these people, I think they were given a prison sentence, suspended. I'd have had them in prison straight away. People who break into a prison and attack animals, unfortunately, peasants. They had a couple on YouTube. It was a woman. They do it in America, and they think they've got sovereign rights. I don't know if you've ever encountered these people. They're all cracked upstairs. They have no brain cell at all. And they think that they're not driving in their car, they're travelling. And because they are travellers, you're not allowed to touch them. Well, this police officer proved them wrong. He broke the car windows. They were both dragged out, hauled off to prison. Turns out the woman, a nasty little thug, has domestic issues. She's up on 2 charges. She was breaking bail. She had no insurance on the car, and so they've sent her to prison. So that was a good result. I love the way she's sitting in the car going, we're not getting out of the car. I'm not getting out of the car. And I thought, we'll be. And so they did. Steve, did I hear you right? £100 for a jar of honey? Yeah, absolutely. Good Lord above. He says, my organic rose honey was the best part of a £5. Yeah, it's not the same as Manuka honey, I'm afraid. Manuka honey can only come from New Zealand. It only comes there. And that's why it's £100. I mean, they're not all £100. You can spend 40, 50 quid. But no, there's huge red. There's Dr. Manuka, as well, which is another range of honey. Oh, I'm quite an expert on Manuka. It's the best thing, actually. And so, yeah, £100 for a jar of honey. It's the only one I've ever spent £100 on. I don't think I've ever... No. Normally I spend about 50 quid. But that's a lot of honey. But it's Manuka. And you don't get any better at all. Somebody says, long live Steve Allen. Oh, I'm going for that one. Absolutely. Definitely long live Steve Allen. I've got to, today as well as going to the hospital, I've then got to come back and then go and change all my change up. Because, I keep a jug. And every day I take all my change out and I pour it. So whether it's pennies or 20 pences or pound coins or everything else. And generally speaking, I look at it and I go, that's about 300 quid. And so I do it every sort of few months. You sort of empty it all out into one of these Coinstar machines. And I go, ooh, £300. You had to pay commission for it. I could pay it into Metro, but I can't really be particularly bothered about doing things like that, even though I've got a Metro account. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. In Lidl, they do mini potato waffles. Pop them in the air fryer, and they're as good as McDonald's. The only problem is stopping yourself eating the whole bag. I went the other day to McDonald's, actually, and I bought chocolate milkshake. It was very nice, actually. It was very nice. Although she obviously misheard and brought me out a Coca-Cola. Or McDonald's Cola. Sorry, that's what it is, isn't it? And I said, no, it's supposed to be a chocolate milkshake. Oh, sorry. So she brought that. And then I thought, while I was there, I'll get some little chicken bites, chicken McNuggets or something. They were quite nice as well. And then I thought, while I was here, I might as well just get some fries. So I bought some fries and sat in the car, quite happy, actually. Sort of thing you can eat as you're driving along, which was very good. But no, chocolate milkshake was a bit... And I began to think, as I was attempting to drink it, one of these machines would be... If everyone won the lottery, please God soon, I thought I'd buy one of these machines that dispenses milkshakes, because I just live on milkshakes. Just live on milkshakes. Anything that sort of makes you feel, a little bit better about life. It's what I call a treat. I think it's what I call a treat. I love the idea that Zelensky, in one of the papers from the Ukraine, thinks that Putin could already be dead. He thinks that he's dead because he looks apparently as if he's on his last legs. They don't know. There's all these stories that are doing the rounds about Putin, that he's either got a terminal illness or he's got Alzheimer's or he's got something, because he now lives very much by himself and he keeps himself to himself. I don't think he trusts anybody, because I think somebody's going to poison him. And that's what I think they're worried about, or he's worried about. So he watches everything very, very carefully. They've just opened another one of those secret tombs on the banks of the Nile. And what did they find inside? 20 embalmed crocodiles. This tomb had not been broken into or touched beforehand. And they've unwrapped one of the crocodiles. You can see, I can't imagine why. Why, you'd want to take crocodiles with you into the afterworld, but they did in this particular case. And if you're a comic collector, Jonathan Ross collects comics, but even he couldn't afford this lot. A comic collection just come up for auction, and the price, £11 million. £11 million for a comic collection. That's what you call a super comic collection. And have you looked up in the night sky recently? The stars are vanishing. The stars, there's not as many stars as there used to be. And apparently they're just disappearing. Plus, we're still looking for this British actor, Julian Edwards. They've found a car in the mountains. I hope they find him. I really do. But, the longer it goes on when they're missing somebody, the more worried people become. So we keep our fingers crossed. And somebody says, you eat a lot of junk food. What, because I had some chicken nuggets yesterday? You are a prat, Adam, honestly, really. Goodness sake, honestly. He said, for somebody who criticises people who are overweight. I never do that, Adam. That's an absolute actionable statement. Absolute actionable. Have you ever heard of Mad Honey? No, definitely not. And another one here says, didn't certain radio station run without presenters? Yes, one presenter on a radio station who programmed the whole day on the actual station, which was very clever. So in other words, that you'd listen to the station, you didn't have to listen to a presenter going, this is, that was, here we go, and a quick time check. They didn't need to bother doing that. They let the music speak for itself, Bernie. That's how it worked. You could never do it on LBC, though. For the simple reason it's a speech radio station. You could never ever have sort of a robot doing it, or just not having anything and just have sort of other little bits and pieces. For old Adam, honestly. Never mind, I'm going to put you out of your misery, Adam. I've decided. I can't work out my mind, actually. 24 hours or forever.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So I'm watching television yesterday. I've been out. I've done my shopping. I bought my Satsumas. I bought my little bits and pieces, and I'm watching one of the shopping channels. It was QVC, and I become quite addictive to these things. And I sit there thinking, I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to buy it. Then I think, oh, perhaps I could buy it. And they had a woman on, and she was demonstrating foot cream. Now, if you're a diabetic, anybody will tell you that diabetics are the most common people to either lose toes, feet, legs, everything through diabetes. You know, once an infection sets in, then, you know, you're kind of on a loser. So we spend a lot of time having chiropody done. You know, I go once a month because it's not cheap to have it done. But you go and get it done, your feet look nice. Anyway, she was demonstrating this cream. And I remember thinking, this sounds like the miracle cream. She said, I promise you, she said, you will put it on and in the morning you'll wake up. She said, you get a little bit and you rub it in your hands to warm it up, and then you literally massage your feet in between your toes and in between your little pinkies and all the rest of it. And it sounded amazing. She said, you'll wake up in the morning, she said, and this stuff works overnight on your feet. And I remember thinking, I need this stuff. But I did have an account with QVC because I bought a Christmas tree some years ago, but I'm blowed if I can remember the passwords or anything else. So I thought, just literally a minute ago while the ads were on, I thought, I'll just have a quick check on Amazon to see if they sell it. Well, blow me down, they blooming well do. It's on Amazon. And it's a lady called Margaret Dabbs, I think, or something like that. Whatever it is, anyway. It does the job. So she says. So I thought I'll risk it. And it's on special offer at the moment. It's from £24 down to £17. I can't remember what those. It's Margaret Dabbs, and it's foot hygiene cream. And she said your feet will change it if you've got discoloured nails, which I don't have, or anything like that. But I do get very dry feet. So the idea is you've got to keep them moisturised. And so I'm delighted. I've just found it on Amazon. I can't believe how big are these warehouses they've got. They seem to have everything. I don't think I've ever been onto Amazon and not got what I wanted. They must sit there going, somebody's bought the foot cream. You know, and you think, can't believe it. You know, or somebody's just bought some more sweets. Oh, it'll be that Steve Allen. He buys them for people at work, the big bag of Walker's toffees and all the other bits and pieces. I do say to them now, actually, in the newsroom, if you don't want to eat the sweets and the Satsumas, please don't. You know, be strong, be strong. But anyway, so well done to Margaret Dabbs. I'll let you know how it goes, actually. I'll let you know how it goes, because she made it, and it's got no water in this cream. There's no water in, which I've seen, because sometimes they bulk out with water and stuff like that. So the moment I saw it, I thought, oh, I want some of that. And you rub it over your feet. And she said it's not greasy or anything like that, because some creams are very greasy, but I've tried all of them. I've tried everything. Steve, if you go down to Cornwall, you won't have seen so many stars before. I'm not sure stars are disappearing. Perhaps pollution. Well, no, it's not, actually. It's not pollution. It is just that they are disappearing. They just burn out after a while, because what you're looking at is something that was there hundreds of years ago. It's just that it takes that long for it to reach us. But in fact, the star might have burnt out a long time ago. Another one says, I've listened to LBC since it started. George Gale, poor old George Gale. Brian Hayes and Jeremy Beadle, poor old Jeremy. Yeah, I spoke to Jeremy, actually, literally only a few months before he died. I thought he was terribly clever. When I started at LBC, well, before I started, I was listening to him on the radio, and he did what I called an innovative radio programme. If people thought Kenny Everett was very innovative, then Jeremy Beadle was even more innovative. He was very clever. He would get the audience doing all sorts of things. I mean, people just choose. Sunday night on LBC with Jeremy Beadle was like, you know, the most amazing. That's where I learnt to read the news. I was booked to read the news, but I had to read it in his studio. And it wasn't just him sitting in the studio. He'd have an audience in there, and an audience in the corridor, and an audience in the control room. And they just wanted to sit there and hang on Beetlebum's every word. And it seemed to work, actually. Blimey, Andy Peters would know this. Look at that. Andy Peters has said, I've lost the blooming thing now. Margaret Dabbs has just opened a clinic in Richmond. I say, how exciting. I'm very excited by that. I think that's a brilliant idea. Thank you very much indeed, Andy. I'm very grateful for that. You see, honestly, I was watching him the other day doing something. I thought, we've not heard from him for a little while. It's like Phil Vickery, who has now got to turn out a meal for £1. I think on this morning they're going to do that meal for £1. Rich says, I swear by Margaret Dabbs' foot care. I'm diabetic too, and the stuff really does work. Well, I can't believe it. I can't believe it that people have actually heard of this thing. I was only watching it yesterday. And if Andy Peters says there's a clinic, then that's me sorted. God knows what it's going to cost. But to be honest with you, it's worth it, because if you are a diabetic, you do end up, when you have to go in, you get your feet done and all the rest of it. And then the nice thing is they actually cut your nails. And that's the most awful thing to have to do. So, Steve, Margaret Dabbs has clinics around the UK. I know she's got one in London, Liberty and John Lewis at Westfield. Wow. Look at that. Honestly, see, you've only got to mention something and immediately you spring into action. But if Andy Peters knows about it, although I can't imagine, Andy is almost too perfect. He doesn't seem to need anything doing. So I don't know what he's on. He must be taking something. There must be some sort of Manuka honey tablets or something that he takes to make himself look like that. Because it's amazing, isn't it? He just doesn't seem to age at all. So there you go. Margaret Dabbs. She's got one in Harrods. Richmond's on Hill Street. I think we might have. I know Hill Street very well. I think that's... the trouble is, there's nowhere to bloody well park in Hill Street. You have to sort of hunt around a little. She's got them all over the place. Well, anything to get some of this cream going. But as I say, I've ordered it now, 17 quid's worth, and I shall try it. And if I wake up in the morning and my feet are looking, woo! Because nobody ever bothers with their feet. Nobody ever bothers with their feet. You do everything else, don't you? Look after your hair, look after your skin, do your nails. You see all these women in the nail bars. And feet, nobody does anything. So I'm starting it. And in fact, Kate in the New Forest says, I have the Margaret Dabbs cream. It's fantastic. Could do with putting socks on to let it work. It's magic overnight. Only thing about buying on Amazon instead of QVC is you can't return after using it. Oh, believe you me, I'm a diabetic. I'd never return anything. I've got a bathroom full of creams. But 17 quid, I thought it's worth it. And then after I've tried that, I shall see how it works. And if necessary, I shall go to the clinic in Hill Street. There's something nice about somebody massaging your feet. I think that's very therapeutic. So when you come out, after I've had the manicure and the cutting of the toenails and all the rest of it, and they chat away to you. Of course, I'm quite happy to chat away all the way through it. Yeah, it tickles. Don't do it. No, stop it. I like stuff like that. And, if it actually works, Angela says you can get a diabetic medical foot pedicure. What's the only one I can have? You've got to be very careful that you don't cut the skin around the nail on the toe or anything like that, because A, being on blood thinners, and B, if an infection sets in, I knew... And I have known quite a number of people over the years who've had their toes amputated. There was a very famous rugby player who the infection set in, and by the time they got round to doing it, he had to have his leg amputated up to the knee. And then just to be on the safe side, they amputated the other side of the knee as well. So one minute you've got a leg, the next minute you don't have a leg. So it's amazing how many of you got this stuff. No, here's another one. Chris says, I use Margaret Dabbs' foot oil. It's very good. They also have a clinic in Liberty and the treatments are very nice. I bet they're not cheap. I pay £40 for this sort of the manicure and everything else, and I consider it well spent because I don't do it all the time, once every 2 or 3 months. If you log on to her account now, you get 15%. Look, I can't believe you lot, honestly. You must be as ill as I am. Everybody's got so many texts and emails from people saying, I've used Margaret Dabbs. I'd never even heard of it. And I thought I'd heard of most of the foot creams. Because if you're somebody who is prone to illness and you've got diabetes or you've got feet problems or all sorts of stuff, then, it's quite nice to share the problem. And 99.9%, in fact, I'd share at the moment 100% of you say that the cream is fantastic. And she said you put it on, massage between the toes, and then you go to bed, and in the morning, ta-da! which I think is fantastic. Listening from sunny Joburg. Love to go to Joburg, but I just don't have. I've got programmes to do. I've got a contract to fulfil. I can't go. It's as simple as that. But don't forget, if you're listening to this programme via Alexa, the smart speaker, you can send a message to me. You just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. How cool is that? And that means that you also come up on a different colour, which is quite nice. Yeah, you come up as orange, which is quite a favourable colour. Normally, you're sort of yellow or purple. But in fact, orange would be quite nice. If you want to send a message, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And that makes us all perfect. Still to come, the secret love between Frank Sinatra and Marilyn Monroe. And King Murray clinches victory at 4 a.m. Plus Alec Baldwin in all the papers today could face jail over the gun killing on the film set. And the 300 jobs at risk at the plant that makes ambrosia custard. I like ambrosia custard. I like that. Devon knows how they make it so tasty. You can imagine what vats full of this stuff look like, can't you? If you fell in, you'd drown instantly. And what was the other one that I quite liked? People feel healthier now, judging by this programme this morning, than they did a decade ago. And Selina Scott says, why would she celebrate 40 years of BBC Breakfast? She hated it, apparently. Didn't like Frank Boff, and she was made to kiss Jimmy Savile. And so she's done a 2-page spread in the paper. I would have thought just I didn't want to turn up would have been sufficient, but Selina Scott. And, of course, we all remember that infamous interview with Selina Scott and Prince Andrew on the television when she was sitting in for Wogan. It was so toe-curlingly embarrassing. I remember sitting there going, oh, my God, fathers. It was almost like public flirting. I've never seen anything like it. He was sort of known as sort of Randy Andy, and she was Selina Scott. She was like, it was all very sort of very emotional kind of thing. But watch it. You'll find it on YouTube. It's well worth watching, I say, for a lesson in toe-curlingly embarrassing interviewing, I think. Right, it's coming up to 4:45. We're racing through this morning, seriously, racing through. And we haven't even got around to steroids. And happy birthday to Buzz Aldrin.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Somebody says the worst thing to look at are people's poorly maintained feet. I use the best olive oil straight after a shower. Ooh. And Stella says, I'm sure I've seen Margaret Dabbs' products in TK Maxx. Well, you might have done. I don't think there's any restriction on where they sell them. It's whether or not people can afford to buy these things. But, foot lotion is really something. If you do have, problems with sort of dry feet and stuff like that, or you're a diabetic, you do want to find the simple, the holy grail. Because, I've tried everything. This one is the best one from New Zealand. This is this and this is that. And I was watching them selling it yesterday, and she sold it really well. I think they sold about 8,000 yesterday, and I thought that was particularly good. And so you would probably find all these things all over the place. Another one here. My husband Malcolm, says Sally, is driving to London, absolutely detests feet. I'm sure he's mortified by these comments. Well, is he diabetic? Does he look after his feet? If he doesn't look after his feet and he is diabetic, infection could set in. Highly dangerous. In fact, I remember them saying to me in the hospital once, he said, just remember, if ever you get, numbness in your feet, let us know. Because that means that I've had that problem before. My feet used to get really cold. But I'm looking forward to trying the cream. I reckon it'll arrive tomorrow. And I shall be a very happy little bunny. And then once I've done that, I shall be on the road to recover. Not that I think I've got bad feet at all, because I do look after them, which is very nice indeed. A boss is in the paper today. He shouted, go faster, to an employee who was struggling. He's been cleared of bullying. Senior architect Vivian Conway said her 2020 comment to Patrick Muembi were made in jest. So the architects investigated, including Miss Conway, said in a positive manner to help his career. Mr. Muyumbe resigned in 2022 and claimed his position was similar to someone in an abusive relationship. But they dismissed him. You get some of these people, somebody says to you, can you do this? They go, and you think, get out. Get out now, you're a waste of time and space. And so he then get money. And they go there and the tribunal goes, look, I'm sorry. They're doing it for your health and safety and to make you a better person. If you don't see it like that, well, sod off somewhere else. Go to another job. Nothing worse than people complaining about things like that. I started listening to you in January 2010, says Cheryl. My hubby was in hospital. Sadly, he didn't recover, but I've been listening ever since. I know that's how it works for a lot of people. Something will happen and somebody will go through the radio in the early hours of the morning. You happen on to something. That's how I found Jeremy Beadle years ago. Before I knew about LBC and before I knew about, different radio, I was flicking through the dial and I was listening to this bloke and he sounded mad as a fruitcake. I don't bring fruitcake in. And I remember thinking, what? And so you keep listening. And before you know where you are, you've listened to the whole programme. And then they go, I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. You go, well, I'm going to make sure that's where I am tomorrow morning. I don't want to miss out on this. It's like being a member of a very, very exclusive club, which is good. So I don't mind how you actually discover LBC or what you do for a living or whether you're getting up for work, whether you're retired, whether you're in hospital. It really doesn't matter. We don't differentiate between people unless you're particularly stupid. We have found one who is particularly stupid, and it turns out they use about 4 or 5 different names. So we just bar them. Shouldn't say that very loudly because they're a bit thick. We just bar them and they disappear and we don't have to put up with them anymore, which is great fun because they're really the sort of people who are, they sort of write to all sorts of people now, and a little bit worrying. McDonald's hot chocolate. Didn't know they did anything like that. Barry, I have no idea. Even I was in McDonald's yesterday having one of their super duper meals with the chocolate milkshake and the fries. First time I've had it, actually. And I don't think I've ever had the chicken nuggets. First time. Do you know you get 20 for under a £5? 20! They are the best. They are the best. Although they asked me what sort of sauce I wanted to dip in. And I always go, no, thank you. Thinking I'll be healthier if I don't have the sauce laden with sugar. Don't know why it would make any difference, but that's the way it is. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody else telling me about the treatments are very good at Margaret Dabbs's clinics. And Laura, trolley dolly from Narnia. We like our trolley dollies. We have quite a number, actually. Today, listening from sunny Joburg. I use Margaret Dabbs every day, much needed as I'm walking on air, so to speak. No more cracked heels. I've got lots of little machines for taking away dead skin off heels, if you ever get it. And they just charge up now. Before they used to work on a battery. Now you charge them up and they're very good. Feet, hate them, says Ash. Especially mine. I remember being sent to Bentall's in Kingston to have my feet chewed by hungry little fish. Or they used to put, you remember you'd go and they had these big baths with all these fish in and they ate dead skin. And you'd put your feet into the bath and they'd go, oh, look, food. And they'd be eating and all the rest of it. They didn't last very long. But he said, always pamper your feet. We'd be wobbly without them. Absolutely. You need your feet. You need your feet. Barry says, I'm diabetic and I always look after my feet. You should do. You really must do. I can't impress on people who are... Well, you know it. You've heard it a million times before that people who are diabetic have to look after their feet more than most other people. And watching this woman selling it to me the other day, sold it straight away. I'm just grateful that I was able to get it this morning. I put Vicks on my feet. If I have a cold, I put socks on after the cream before you go to bed. It works, says Tony. Yeah. I thought Andy Murray's match was astounding. What a comeback. Yeah, 4 a.m. in the morning. Who's up at 4 a.m? Wait a minute, we are. We're up at 4 a.m. in the morning, aren't we? That's what we do. I'm trying to find something which is... it was a very bizarre thing. I will find it, actually. The Apprentice's history geek, Gregory Ebbs, what a peculiar one he is. He was the one on the website with the Nazi memorabilia, you remember, even though it was a third party. He says it's been tough coping with the backlash after Nazi memorabilia was spotted on his online marketplace. You get these people out there, don't you? And they go, oh, I don't know what it's all about. The local councillor who runs an antique business was last night fired by Lord Sugar. Thank God for that. Let's get rid of the idiots. Off you go. Shoo. Go back to obscurity. He says, I've had some very interesting and unusual messages. I bet you have. And there's also a mum, this is the oddest one ever, who sent explicit images of her son's ex to the woman's dad. Linda Collier also sent him an X-rated clip of his daughter and said online it would give her drama like she loves. She told her son, Matthew Cooper Collier, 23, to give her the snaps after he and the woman split up. Alzheimer's carer Collier of Monkton, Deverell in Wiltshire, admitted revenge porn charges. Her son was found guilty at Winchester Crown Court. Both got suspended 6-month jail sentences. What a pervy family. What a pervy family. 6 months suspended. Should have gone to prison for 2 years. People like that are so stupid. So Linda Collier and her son Matthew Cooper Collier, making him sound interesting with a double-barrelled name. After the wrap for Ekin Sue's outfit, more rows over raunch. Amanda Holden was wearing a Julian McDonald dress, showing her boobies. 663 complaints. Christina Aguilera and Rihanna both put on a family show, being a bit raunchy. They got 4,250 complaints. J-Lo got 100 complaints. Nicole Scherzinger got 419. And yet Danny Dyer and Dermot O'Dreary got nothing at all. No complaints. That's the way that people look at it. Jonathan Ross looking older by the day. Really, some of these outfits, I feel a bit sorry for him, really. Also, ITV have confirmed your worst nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to make a Love Island for older people. Oh, God. You wait till this lot come out. You watch. There'll be somebody who's been in prison, somebody who's done all sorts of things. But it's going to be called The Romance Retreat. Oh, God. How ghastly. Annika Rice, being blonde and big name from the 90s, has its drawbacks. She thinks the workman in the house thought she was Michaela Strachan, which is a bit odd because Michaela Strachan lives in South Africa and then just comes back here and makes the television and then goes back to South Africa because you get a lot more out there, more bang for your bucks, as they say. Helen Skelton took over Kim Marsh's presenting role on Morning Live and went down a storm. Really? I thought she was boring in the extreme. A little bit too over-trying, for a only claim to fame, an ex-Blue Peter presenter. And then one fan wrote in, obviously her agent, saying, Helen and Geth, what an amazing team. Please let her be a regular. So they had 2 people who wrote in. So that was good, wasn't it? 2 people. But if you really want... Oh, Barney again. What's he doing? Driving? Travel man. Oh, no, that's somebody else doing something with Joe Lycett. That's Joe Lycett, who took money from the Qatari government, having criticised old Beckham, who, again, have you noticed, Beckham's gone very, very quiet. Nobody really bothers about Beckham anymore. It's a case of you took £10.5 million from a bunch of homophobes. Thank you very much indeed. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, officially marking my 30th year as a listener. Steve Allen from day one, along with Robbie Vincent and Mike Allen, and you'll always be the main man on the radio. So, what people say, people are nice. I've also found, thank you, Wayne, a first-time listener, which is, how on earth you could be a first-time listener? I'm in my 44th year. How can you be a first-time listener? What have you been doing? What have you been listening to? We used to have a presenter here at LBC, and every time somebody came on and said, I'm a new listener, and he would say, so what station did you used to listen to? And they would then tell him, and he'd go, that's good. So I might start doing the same thing. What did you used to listen to before you discovered me? Mary says, last week sent the passport for renewal via the post office. Check and send. Postman delivered it yesterday. See? Fast, isn't it? My passport has expired. I need to get it changed, actually. I must do that as quickly as possible. Well, I could still do it, and I look like the photo in it, but I think I'll probably have to provide another photo. Must get that sort of airbrushing kit out again. That'll be working very well. Good news, Michael Flatley has thanked fans for their support, saying he's now home from hospital after a cancer operation. The Riverdance creator, who's now 64, says, thank you for everybody around the world. I'm overwhelmed by your kindness. I've been released from hospital and I'm on the mend. The good news is that Michael has made millions out of Riverdance. He doesn't need to worry, about ever having to work or anything like that. He's just really phenomenally rich. 200 complaints against the PC racists armed police unit. There are more and more complaints coming in on a daily basis about bent policemen. I think something at the moment in the region of 800 complaints about police officers. What in God's name is going on in the police force? Really dreadful. Somebody says Katie Price selling signed used underwear. Yeah. She's booked in to do the Cambridge speech or something. They say author and model. She hasn't modelled. Nobody's asked her to model. You have to airbrush her within an inch of her life, and she's never written anything in her life either. I don't know if they put it down as an author. I've got no idea. This is the 3rd time. Perhaps she's desperate. But so she's now selling signed underwear. There's no evidence to suggest it's ever been worn. She might as well have just gone out and bought it for 25 quid, stuck it in a frame and charged you £3.50. Be interesting to see how much she sells.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 3 minutes past 5 is the time. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to January the 20th. Another cold weekend ahead of us, but at least it's not raining. Well, no, it might be in certain parts of the country. And at least we've not got snow in London, which is good news. But anyway, it's nice to have your company. I hope you're looking forward to the weekend. I've got a busy weekend. I'm still trying to work out what I'm going to the hospital for. I've got no idea. I wish they would tell you on the thing, say, oh, you're coming in because we're doing this or we're doing that. But so far, I haven't heard anything. So I'll let you know on Monday, as you can well imagine. Pussycat Dolls, Ashley Roberts told a court a fan left her looking over her shoulder by repeatedly waiting outside her place of work and blowing her kisses. And this bloke has been banned from going within 50 metres of her. His name's Lewis Langley. He was handed a restraining order. He was staring, smiling and giggling at her. She came and went from her place of work. I mean, you get these peculiars out there. You know, you do get them. And he was known for his habit of doing exercise routines in Leicester Square. I mean, really, quite bizarre. You know what people are like nowadays. They do their exercise. I mean, I come in the studio, first thing I do is my exercise routines. I do sort of squats and sort of jumping up. Not really. I wish I could lie to you, actually, and tell you that, yes, I do exercise. I mean, some people do. Before they come into work, they'll go and swim, or they'll go for a run round a park, or they do their... No, God, no, not for us. Not for us, thank you very much indeed. There is a picture of 2 of the thugs in the paper today who broke into a zoo where they attacked a giraffe and then posted the footage on Snapchat. Why? Because they're simpletons, because they're stupid people, and they must be incarcerated. Bradley Green, 24, mental playing age about 12, I should imagine, and Nathan Daniels, 21, probably a 7-year-old, I should imagine, drove to Marwell Zoo in Hants during lockdown in February 21, where they cut a hole in the fence. They're that stupid. Green... This is Bradley Green, then threw something that hit the giraffe in the neck, whilst another suffered gashes to its leg trying to escape in distress. He admitted causing unnecessary suffering to a protected animal and criminal damage. Daniels, Nathan Daniels, pleaded guilty to causing damage to parts of the zoo. The judge called the fair and pair deplorable, gave them a year's community order, 120 hours of unpaid work, and told them to pay £750 compensation each. Not enough. Not enough. Where is the short, sharp shock treatment? These 2 thugs won't realise that. They couldn't care less. They've got a total... they break into a zoo and throw things. A total disregard of the law. They should have been sent to prison. Send them in there 5 years. Teach them a lesson. Just ridiculous. You know, all these people come out, they start a life of crime. And you think to yourself, and you harm animals at the same time. No, I'm sorry. If I was a judge, I'd tell you, I'd be hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. I'm as bad as that. Absolutely. Was it the Isle of Man that had the cat o' nine tails? They used to literally flog people. You know, and it's sort of, years ago in London, we would have had in Leicester Square the stocks. And the stocks would be there with your hands in and your head through, and people would have rotten fruit to throw at you and all sorts of disgusting manners of items, and you were made to suffer. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only way you teach these people. And Steve, how much has Jack got in his pocket today? He's not with us today. He's gone home to see his parents. Is it more than 73p? Oh, yes, much more than 73p now, yes. after we sorted him out yesterday. Yes, he has. I mean, he could afford to, go and buy apples and breakfast and stuff like that. I think we get paid next Wednesday. And because what he's been doing until he started on my programme, he was only doing 2 days a week. And 2 days a week living in London, let me tell you, you can't do it. You can't do it if you've got to get backwards and forwards to where you live, if you've got to eat. I mean, luckily he doesn't smoke. And as far as I know, he doesn't have a drink problem. Although after yesterday's little debacle, he might have. But no, so this will be the first time, I think, that he'll have had a month's worth. I don't know if he's been on the programme a month now. I can't remember. He might not have been on a month. But whatever it is, he'll certainly end up with more than 2 days' money. And so that's good, because he's now got a permanent job with us. And he will be getting it. But I said to him yesterday, you should have asked me. Just ask. Goodness sake, honestly. It doesn't cost anything. I can remember another friend of mine asking me for money years ago. And sort of saying, I'll pay you back. I said, don't worry about it. It's not worth worrying. If you have to ask somebody to borrow money, it takes a lot of guts to do that in the first place. But if you then have to say, I'll pay it back, knowing you don't have any system or where with all to actually pay it back, I always say, don't bother. It's not. Why would you add to somebody's problems? Kevin the Milkman says, you asked the question, what were you listening to before you discovered the Steve Allen Show? He said, I discovered you 18 years ago. I was listening to Radio 2, but I got bored of the presenter's style, far too happy for 5 a.m, and you've had a very happy listener ever since. Thank you. I'm going to sneeze. That's all I need. That's all I need. A cold. So that was it. So people discover the radio, in different ways. So we're delighted to have you, Kevin, as you know, and all the other regular people who sort of come and join us every single morning. In fact, people come and join us every morning, even if they're on holiday. They don't like to sort of miss out on anything. And now we've got this fantastic system of downloading all the podcasts, and I've got so many podcasts, 8,000 podcasts, increasing, and you get to download them, and you've got them for the rest of your life. So if ever you feel in one of those sort of down moods where you think, oh, God, life is so boring, isn't it? Can't do this, can't do that. Listen to one of the podcasts, and it will change your life forever, which is lovely. There you go. The Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, says Putin could be dead. I mean, fresh claims about the tyrant's dwindling health. Jim, I'm not observing this. I know I don't know anything about his health or anything like that. But I look at pictures of him. He doesn't look as though he's dwindling. He's able to walk and talk and do all his usual bits and pieces. Zelensky says, I don't understand that he's still alive, or it's him particularly making decisions. They think he's either suffering from cancer, Parkinson's disease, or both. Well, I haven't noticed anything, so I don't know. I'm sort of always curious perhaps he'll just be one of these people who 1 minute is there and then the next minute he's not, and then we start worrying. Dartmoor National Park have now allowed wild camping. Areas where camping can be pre-booked will be shown on an interactive map, because they didn't want people to just turn up in the park and just camp, and so they sort of changed it. And a petition is calling on police to prosecute an OAP. What has he done? He has a little scooter, by the look of it, one of these little mobility scooters, and he ran over a pigeon. And not only did he run over a pigeon, he then crushed it to death with his walking stick. Well, it must be the dumbest pigeon in living memory, because to be honest with you, if you drive round Trafalgar Square, which I do on a regular basis in London, pigeons are there in the road, peck, 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 peck. You close your eyes, you go over them, look in the mirror, they're still peck, 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 peck. It's impossible to kill pigeons. Impossible. Anyway, this petition has been signed by 50,000 people. I mean, it's not like a few hundred people. Anyway, one particular animal activist, Gemma Barnes, said she was disgusted by the police decision to take no action against Melville Shalders, who ran over the pigeon with his mobility scooter. He claims he loves animals, that the pigeon was in pain, he put it out of its misery. How would you know if a pigeon was in pain, apart from it going, ow, ow? I mean, yes, you could be right. You could be right there. But did you know that there is a vegan shop in Norfolk called Touloufe, and the owner, Jenny, runs the Facebook page Peck Savers, which helps rescue pigeons. I think we should give them things to stop them having sex. I think that would be easier, because otherwise, they just keep multiplying. I mean, London, there's no shortage of pigeons, Yeah, exactly. They eat everything, as you've noticed. Literally, they will eat anything. Even things you get, they're not going to eat. Oh, God, they are eating. It's terrible. A Norfolk Constabulary spokesman said they had no future plans to take action. So basically, they've told 50,000 people, do one, because we're not doing anything about it. Because as far as I know, pigeons are not protected in any way, shape or form. You might get people... there was some balmy old woman who lived out in... Where was it? Near Croydon. And she'd been prosecuted so many times. She was feeding pigeons. The roof of her house was covered in pigeons, and she would feed them every day, even though people were saying, stop feeding the blooming pigeons. We used to have a few old bags around Twickenham. She's dead now. And she would bring a trolley, one of those trolleys on wheels, and it would be full of bread and nuts, and she would just throw it everywhere. The only people eating it were the rats. Our pigeons in Twickenham were so fat, they couldn't fly. They waddled. They used to walk. They would hop on buses, hop off. But they had no interest in flying whatsoever. And I can remember a friend of mine said, "Stop feeding the pigeons," and she let fly with a torrent of 4-letter abuse that he sort of decided it was against his sort of better judgment to tell her off in future. But anyway, now she's passed on, actually. Steve, I discovered you a week ago getting into a colleague's lorry, and it was pre-programmed. Oh. I'm pre-programmed. Well, that's good, actually. Robert says, he says, you own the airwaves. Well, I do when I'm on, yes. I do when I'm on, it has to be said. I mean, it's not like I'm fighting against competition. He said, you brighten up millions of lives. Me and Natasha listening religiously. And he says, you're making our lives that much better. Oh, well, that's good. As long as you think that, that's very good, actually. We like that. When are yellow courgettes available? I'm waiting for Paul Cooper to get white strawberries. The ones I told you about in Marks and Spencer's, white strawberries. They're delicious. Really, really nice. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Phil says, you had a guy in the studio eating baked tarantulas. No, what we had was we went to Fortnum & Mason's, and they did a lot of... tarantulas and things like that covered in chocolate and chocolate-covered ants. And we brought in for Alan Dodgen to eat all these different things. And there was a tarantula, which for all intents and purposes looked like a tarantula, but it was just covered in chocolate, and it was dead, obviously. And then you just sort of bit into it. But they do lollipops with scorpions in and stuff like that. And so we got Alan to eat all this stuff. And also civet coffee. The civet cats would eat these berries and then pass them through their bodies, and they would turn them into coffee. Interesting, isn't it? Steve says, Terry, I started listening to you in 2012 when I delivered sandwiches from Luton to Wimbledon tennis courts, and previously listened to Radio 2, which has its name because it now only has 2 good presenters. There's none left, are there, Terry, I'm afraid. They've lost thousands to another radio station. I'm not mentioning it because we don't own it. We own most of the radio stations in the country, but if we don't actually physically own it and they come into this building... I'm surrounded by talent in here, seriously. I mean, they always say hello to me. Somebody just said to me a minute ago, "Hi, Steve, happy Friday." Well, you can imagine what I let fly with, can't you? Torrent of abuse. Torrent of abuse.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, sometimes you read a story in the newspaper and you think to yourself, what a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. And there is a little piece here today in one of the papers. It's the first pocket-sized alien detector. This mini marvel fits in the palm of a hand, but it's set to transform the search for ETs. It can instantly analyse samples from faraway planets to determine if they've come from aliens. Evidence collected by robot rovers would normally take years to return to Earth, but this one is perfect for space expeditions. When you look at it, you'll be going, yeah, right. This looks like somebody having a laugh. And they say the ET Hunter, that's what they've decided to call it, could even work out whether alien life had once existed and had died out. The device will feature on upcoming missions to Mars and on future trips to planets including Venus and Jupiter. In other words, it's a load of old hooey, and it won't actually account for anything at all. Waj says, locked into the cold spike. I first listened when LBC came to DAB Manchester. Thank you. And then Patricia says, why don't you run for mayor? Oh, no. I remember Nick Ferrari did years ago. He was going to, and then he worked out the salary was better here. He said, well, why would I want to take a decrease in salary? And I'm with him on that one. But Patricia says you could deal with the wrong uns and shower the needy with money. You're back to Jack again, aren't you? Showering him with money. I just want to make sure he's eating. That's all it was. It was, always say something to somebody. Don't sort of suffer in silence. Definitely not. Steve, ever been to Preston? No. I'm too old for these sort of things now. Somebody says, "Oh, go to sort of Preston, and you've got a great night out there." No, my idea of a good night out is a cup of cocoa, a plate of biscuits or something like that, some chocky biscuits or something, or a pear or an apple or a satsuma, and watching the television with a side order of prosecco, and that keeps me quite happy. I'm quite happy with things like that. I'm not sort of particularly needy when it comes to going out doing things. I'm loving my tea this morning. I'm on about 4 cups of tea. It's ridiculous. And, excuse me, Roger says it intrigues me how us listeners latch onto certain presenters and not others. I don't know how that works. I really don't. I mean, it depends what you listen to on the radio and how somebody comes over. That's what I'm assuming it is. But I've never analysed it. But you're right. You do get people. We used to have a thing years and years ago at LBC, and it was they were presenters' cards. And it was a photo card. They were made by a company called Walker Prints. And the company used to have, excuse me, a cupboard full of them. Every single presenter had these photo cards. And it was a photo of you, and it would just say underneath, Steve Allen. And then people would say, "Oh, can you send me a photo card?" We don't have them anymore, obviously. And you'd sign it, and you would take them out. And for me, this was all these years ago, they would have to order twice as many, because people would write in and ask for, can I have one of your photo cards? And you'd go, yes. And then we had Steve Allen badges as well, which were made for us. And we had loads of different little bits and pieces. But it was the photo cards that were more interesting, because every presenter had them. And yet some presenter, their photo cards didn't change from year to year. I can remember our religious affairs correspondent, nobody ever asked for one of his photo cards. Whereas me, I could get through in the first week 100. Easy peasy. So they'd have to order more in. I think that's why they stopped the things. It started getting a little bit expensive. But, that was the way it used to go, actually. And Simon is in Reading. Oh, dear, poor old you. Poor old you. He says, you create memorable and an amazing radio, but I'm always happy to share my morning, but I'm glad you're not running the country. Oh, I'd have a field day. Whew, running the country. Oh, blimey. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not pinning my hopes on Starmer getting in. I don't know why. I've watched him performing in the House of Commons. He doesn't come over as strong enough to me. And I know that there are all these people going, Starmer's the one for us. I'm thinking, no, I don't think so. It'll be very interesting. Yeah, I spoke to loads of people, even people within the Labour Party. I've got friends of mine who've been Labour councillors, and they're also not totally convinced that Keir Starmer is the one to... Who it is, I've got no idea. But I just don't... Trust you to say that. They'd have to make you grow up. They'd have to make you look a bit older, wouldn't they? They'd have to sort of, I don't know what we could do to you to make you look a bit older. We'd have to dye your hair white or something like that. Do you remember those stretching tables? I know. They used to put people on. It was part of a torture that they used to operate in this country. They would put you on a table, and they would wind the handle at the end, and it would literally stretch until your arms popped out of their sockets. But better than hanging on a wall. That was another very popular one. Or failing that, the ducking stool. Well, you were hanging on a wall, hanging up there, and of course eventually you couldn't breathe because you were holding yourself up. Well, you weren't. You were in rings. And it was a bit like another public execution. I was looking at a thing the other day. They had a thing in the paper in Iran where they do lots of public executions, and they give the condemned person 15 minutes after the end of their trial to come up with some argument, and then they just go and execute them. Their human rights record is absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. Kathy says, I've just had my Christmas dinner. These slow cookers are rubbish. We were talking about pressure cookers earlier on. I was trying to explain to Freddie the pressure cooker and how it worked. You put a cheap cut of meat in, and it made it sort of taste better because it was steamed, and it would sort of put steam in. My mother used to use it all the time, to do they had a woman. It was a program. It was one of these, entertain 4 other people for dinner. This woman, her food was so plain, it was unbelievable. Rice with prawns, And she was an old woman as well. She won the competition. And then for Maine, she did mashed potato, a little side order of vegetables, and some braised beef. And then what did she do for pudding? She did Eton mess. She put 2 meringues on a plate, squirty cream, and then put some fruit on it. It was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen in my entire life. How she ever won, I've got no idea. Dreadful. Have you been watching Vienna Blood? I haven't actually, no. A little bit like sort of Sherlock Holmes, but set in the 1900s. A little bit gory. I don't do gory. I don't like gory things. I'm not very happy with anything like that. It's like if ever you see somebody walking down a corridor and it's dark and the floorboards, I don't like that. Creaking floorboards are bad news. I said to Daniel Radcliffe, hold on, another name I've dropped. I remember saying to him, he made this film, The Woman in Black. It was a very successful stage play. And at one point he's in this house. There's no lights and he's got to walk down a corridor. And just as he gets down there, the door slams shut. And you think, I would turn around and go home. I wouldn't even be thinking about it. It's like, let's go down into the cellar. No, let's not. There's going to be people's heads hanging from the ceiling. Don't go into the cellar. It's far too dangerous. And Steve, did you get through more of those presenter cards than Dave O'Brien? Well, Dave O'Brien wasn't here at the time. Dave O'Brien hadn't been born, I don't think. And no, he didn't have anything like that. This was way back. Steve, says Martin from East Ham, I visit Preston often for work. You're not missing out. I would add it to a list of places to avoid. It makes where I live in East London look posh. Oh, God, it must be bad. Must be bad. Steve, make sure you leave goodies tonight, says Hal for Nick Abbott. We never leave anything for Nick Abbott. I told you. Why would I? Never, ever, 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 ever. He gets in far too late. And also, there's nothing for him. Nothing for him at all. Have you seen the size of him? Good Lord above. I mean, honestly, that would just be ridiculous. If he hasn't got any willpower. But no, it's all gone by the time he gets in. I think when I came in this morning, there was one Satsuma left out of all the Satsumas and Nardicots that I brought in yesterday. But no, absolutely nothing for him. No, he can afford to buy it. He does 2 shows a week, doesn't he? He can afford to go and buy things for himself. One of the columnists was saying today, it's ridiculous. People on £32,000 a year are using food banks. How does that work? The answer is, I don't know. I wouldn't even know where food banks were. I mean, is there a list of food banks that are sort of around the place? I don't know, actually. I've never even thought about it. Mainly because it doesn't cross my... I wonder how many people are genuine when it comes to food banks. They're actually admitting... I mean, I don't know if you have to show anything. That would be it. So Gregory Ebbs, they say in Hot TV with Ed Gleave, has become an unlikely sex symbol. That really is very unlikely. He's a failure. He's just been kicked out of The Apprentice. He's had plenty of flirty messages, all from men, I should imagine. And this morning's team of chefs are set to help Brits save cash by showing you how to make dinner for £1. £1. Phil Vickery, John Turode, Nisha Katona, Clodagh McKenna and Suzanne Mulholland will be making the budget recipes live on the show. Everybody's feeling the pinch at the moment, and these delicious meal ideas will certainly help and prove you don't have to splash the cash. What sort of food are you going to get for £1? Unless you buy, like a big piece of mince and you cut it up into portions or something like that. But, I mean, I don't know what sort of food you can make for £1 nowadays. You see, tinned tomatoes are very popular, aren't they? I like tinned tomatoes, though. I do like tinned tomatoes. Given the choice, tinned tomatoes or... No, just tinned tomatoes. I could eat those. We used to have those on toast when we were little. Chopped tomatoes. Napa, yeah. That was called a meal for us. We thought we'd arrived because we didn't have anything to compare it to. We didn't have loads of restaurants to go to. When I was younger, to go to a restaurant was quite a big deal. You had to dress up for it. It was all posh. And somebody says, have you visited Leicester? Yes, I've been to Leicester. It's full of students, isn't it? Full of students. I used to call it the city easy to pull in. Really not difficult at all. And Graham says, your programme sets me up for the rest of the day. If the rest of my day was rubbish. Sorry, just made that last bit up. And somebody says, did you ever change your picture on your photo card, or did you keep the original sepia photo? Thank you. No, we did change them, actually. We did change them. I think I had in total about 11 or 12 different pictures. Some were in black and white and some were in colour. I don't know what I was thinking, actually. Some of them were full length and some of them were just head and shoulders shot. And I can't work out which ones I think. You'll find me on YouTube. If you type in Steve Allen's photos, LBC, you'll see there's a whole range of them. And believe it or not, people actually requested them. I couldn't believe it either. And somebody says, I've been listening to you every day for years. Great start to the day, says Dean. Thank you very much indeed. And I love the spike, says Roger. I discovered it in 2009. You see, I don't think you find, I mean, it's very rare to find somebody who's a new listener to LBC. Very rare. You know, you do get people who've been listening for a long time.
This is it.
Level 23.
Level 24. 25.
Final.
Let's go.
Let's go. Almost.
Help.
Guys.
I need
more
power.
Turbocharge your gaming and reduce lag with EE Game Mode.
Oh, yes.
Whoa. Yes.
And boost your broadband, even when everyone's online. Search EE Game.
EE Game Mode requires EE Smart Hub Plus.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 27 minutes to 6 is the time. Steve, I started listening 30 years ago when I used to deliver dust mats to shops in my little van. Now I drive a 44-ton Arctic, picking up and delivering milk all over the country. Wow. Steve, was it Tuesday night at the Battery End Hall, or is my memory wrong? No, it was the Tuesday night club, so hence Tuesday, I think. Grey squirrels, like pigeons, are a menace and eat tree bark, bird food and disease, which killed off, well, basically, the grey squirrels killed off the red squirrels, but they're making a comeback, red squirrels. They made a big introduction with them, so they're bringing red squirrels back again. It's like all these other things that you see in rivers, otters and stuff like that, which sort of died out. Now you're seeing them introduced in different parts of the country, which I don't mind. I used to feed squirrels. They'll eat anything. Custard creams were their particular favourite. Anything that's sort of got sweet written all over it. But what you don't want is squirrels in your chimney. Because what they do is they build nests, and if you've actually got a fire going on underneath, it's an absolute nightmare. And the worst thing we had a house years ago in Yorkshire, and the fireplace was bricked up, and we had a bird fall into the chimney, and so we had to literally open up the fireplace to get the bloody bird out because it was in there. And when it sort of saw the opening, it flew around the room, but covered in soot and everything else. The mess you can imagine. My mother went spare. Steve says, Connie, I enjoyed the fish treatment for my feet. I put my feet in warm water and the fishes came along and were nibbling at the feet. How wonderful. They stopped it because somebody said it was cruel to the fish. They were kept in these baths, and you'd go in. I remember going to the Ideal Home exhibition at Earl's Court years and years ago, and they had lots of them. People were sitting there and they paid 10 quid to have, these little fish nibbling at your feet because they thrived on dead skin. I don't think they knew it was dead skin. They just thought it was food. Mind you, there was another fish, wasn't there? A dreadful fish, which if you had a wee in the sea, this fish would leap up into your willy. And it had barbs on it, so you couldn't get it back out again, which was a problem. You had to go to hospital. Luckily, we didn't have any of that around here. I still got, says Davis, a headshot of Mike Dickin from when I visited the LBC stand at the Ideal Home exhibition 40 years ago. Yes. Is it really 40 years ago? It's quite frightening. I used to get volunteered. They'd say, we're doing the Ideal Home exhibition, Steve. You're doing your shows from down there. And so you'd be sitting in what was most of the time a conservatory, because it was glass and people could look in. And people would stand outside looking at you. But the trouble is, on a speech radio programme, there really isn't anything to watch apart from somebody talking, which isn't the most exciting thing I've ever done, actually. And Steve, I've been listening to you, says Paul, since LBC's 40th birthday, 10 years ago. My friend Dave Fletcher is a new listener, though, and Logie in Newcastle has been with you about a year. See? All these sort of people who've been around a long time for LBC. I think what happens is you get addicted to it. I think generally it starts with parents, and then the kids happen to sort of pick up on something, and there was always something for somebody. Kay, Jeff and Elaine, looking forward to seeing you on the 26th of February. We wondered what the date was. We couldn't remember. Freddie thought it was the 26th, and we booked Joe Allen's for lunch, wondering what you recommend from the menu. Oh, everything. They've got a new chef at Joe's, and you'll be fine with all of it. Seriously. The only thing they don't do now is the duck with watermelon, because the new chef came in and decided to sort of change that as a starter. So I think you get a giant fish finger and chips I think as a starter, it's a big sort of chunky fish finger on a chip, I think, or it might be on 2 chips. I can't remember. I did have it. I can't remember. It's all fine. It's all good. Listen, if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for anybody. Or if you want to be a little bit nearer, you can go to Little Italy in Frith Street in Soho. You literally come out of there, go across the road, and then you're practically at the front door of the Leicester Square Theatre. So we're very much looking forward to that. Should be very nice indeed on the 26th of February. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. John Oldman, EastEnders legend, reckons his mum's funeral was too short. He turned in to see Walford residents bid farewell to Dot Cotton, and he said he was disappointed there wasn't more old footage. He went along to the Cirque du Soleil's Curios, and he said it seemed to be quite quick. They should have done an hour-long episode to pay homage to her. Yes, we liked... She was 95 when she died. 95. He said it was quite bizarre. I went to her real funeral, and then I watched the one on TV. I was quite moved by it. I found it very emotional. They worked for 20 years. 20 years. He said Dot was just such a wonderful character. Oh, I don't know, Pauline. You know, I thought she was a great character as well. Absolutely fantastic character. She was lovely. Very good interview. Very nice interview. Very, very good fun. Very human sort of person, which I liked, actually. She had a wicked sense of humour. And I do like a wicked sense of humour. Best for homes now. They're looking at all these... prices around the country. I'm amazed how much it varies around the country. You can go to certain parts of the country and pick up houses for like threepence. And then, you know, you go to other parts of the country like London and the prices are just unreal. I mean, it must be foreign money. It can't be British people, can it? Is that any chance? Steve, on this day in 1649, the trial of Charles I began. It was one of the most momentous events to have taken place in Westminster Hall. I remember it very well indeed. I remember it because I've seen the recreations of it. Kings have been deposed and murdered, but never had one been tried and condemned to death while he was still king. And they made him walk through St James's Park, as you all will remember, because we've talked about it endlessly on the programme. And he asked for a woolen shirt to be put on to stop the crowd seeing that he looked as though he was frightened and he was shaking. And so he put it on to keep warm. And believe it or not, they still have that shirt. It's in the Museum of London. It's packed away in a drawer, and it's got... The reason they know it's his, or they think it's his, they're practically certain it's his, is because it's got these brown stains all around the top of the shirt. And that would have been, you know, as they took his head off, as he climbed out of the window of the banqueting house, which you can go to. It's just that they don't know which window he climbed out of. They built the scaffold the other side, and the crowds were hanging off lampposts. They put black sheeting all the way round so people didn't see the actual execution. And they only knew it had happened when the executioner, you know, severed the head from the body and then held it up going, "Behold the head of a traitor." And people then paid to put their handkerchiefs in his blood and everything else on the scaffold, because it was all, they didn't have sort of a vacuum cleaner going on. They just had sawdust on the floor. So that's what people did. But it was when the trial started. He must have known at the beginning of the trial that he's on a hiding to nothing. On a hiding to nothing. And I told you before that they found his body. He's in St George's Chapel in Windsor, underneath. He's in the crypt. And they knew because they opened the coffin, which had a royal cipher on it. They didn't know whose it was, and they discovered it was his because the head was next to the body in the coffin, and it had the little beard still on it. Bizarre, isn't it? The stuff that they keep. And that's, of course, where Her Majesty the Queen is, and Prince Philip as well, and quite a number of other people. A lost Van Dyke. And this is St Jerome. It was found covered in bird droppings. They think it's going to fetch 2.5 million when it comes up for auction. They've cleaned it, I have to tell you, which is quite good. And this was discovered. It's an old man seated nude with his beard tumbling on his chest, discovered in a tiny town founded by Dutch settlers. Albert Roberts, a civil servant and part-time collector, suspected it was a Dutch work of some vintage and bought it for $600, adding it to his orphanage for abandoned art. And it rested for years against a wall in his house before he decided to investigate the origins. And then they discovered it was completed between 1618 and 1620. They can tell, due to the age of the paint and the framing and everything else. So it's a lost Van Dyke, 2.5 million, which means because it's rare, it'll probably go for, I think it'll probably go for nearly twice that. You know, there are people who love collecting art nowadays, and they will pay to get something that is so unique. The Beano cartoonist David Sutherland has died. He started the Bash Street Kids in 1962. He drew it every week for 60 years, as well as more than 1,000 episodes of Dennis the Menace. He got an OBE, and he died aged 89. 89. But as I say, I wish I could draw. I can't draw for toffee. It's so annoying. It really is. Modern streetlights put the stars in the shade. We were talking about the streetlights disappearing. Sorry, not streetlights, the stars disappearing. And it could be due to streetlights. Because I think the lights in London are really dim. It's not like bright. You know, you walk out of here and some of the lights that you've got down opposite the Garrick Theatre, these big ornate things, they're Victorian. And they're gas. You'd never know they were gas. You look at them and you think, I wonder what that is. And you look at it closer, you go, blimey, it's gas. And they don't give a proper light. You can walk through Trafalgar Square. I mean, it's practically pitch black, even though it's got lights on. I don't like walking through dark places. I'm not very good. There's some nice places around here to go and visit when it's light, but certainly not when it's dark. The cast of Strictly Come Dancing's live show preparing for the tour. It opened in Birmingham. Do you know, I would no more buy a ticket for that than fly. I can't think of anything worse. It's another reality show. That's all it is. It's a reality show. It's just that they've got people on there going, oh, I'm so excited to learn how to dance. Then their relationship splits up. Then they have an affair with the person they're dancing with. And then they sell their story to Hello Magazine. And they pretend to move in. And then they split up again. It's great life. And they go to Love Island. I know. Would you like to go to Love Island? No, I don't think that. It's not you, is it? Running around in a little pair of Speedos. That would look ridiculous. I mean, honestly, I ask you. But they're doing an older person's version, but you couldn't go anyway. You just look like one of their children. That would be ridiculous. Poor old Aaron, honestly. I think the ideas and the spirit is willing, but basically the body's not interested in the slightest. You have to walk around and you think to yourself, what is the point of this programme? They've started arguing already. As I say, two of the girls, it's nearly come to fisticuffs. And you think to yourself, who are these people? They're the drunks from your local pub on a Saturday night who've sobered up. That's who they are. I don't know. Steve, one of the most interesting things about Charles I is he was 1.5 metres tall at the start of the reign, considerably shorter at the end. I'll get my coat. Yes, off you do. You get your coat. Get your coat and your bard. OK? Poor old Charles I. Can you imagine, though? I mean, in those days, there was no giving you a drug to calm you down before you were executed. In Saudi, when they behead people, you can tell when they bring them out of the vehicles for these public executions that they've been drugged. They've been given something to make them, not be as frightened as you would think you would be. And, and you look at, and they, for some reason, the executioner keeps the sword hidden behind his back. Well, like, big surprise there. Big surprise there. Goodness sake, honestly.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 11 minutes to 6. I trust we find you well this morning and looking forward to the weekend, in which case it means you don't work at the weekend. But if you do work at the weekend, in fact, Ian was talking about it last night. And people were saying about, the train drivers want this deal, but they don't want to work Sunday or something. And I thought, what's the difference between Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Who cares? Weekends are great. Weekends are fantastic. I worked weekends for years. Ian's worked weekend for years. Loads of the boys have worked at the weekend. It doesn't make any difference. I just think it's going to be less crowded in London. I mean, you come to London, we are open Monday through Friday, half day Wednesday. And you go out there and it's just heaving. I did come to London on a Saturday once, actually, biggest mistake of my life. It was so busy, I had to walk in the road because the pavements were chock-a-block. People from up north. Seriously, there were loads of them. I could tell it. Hey, by gum, look at that all shut. It was all like that. It was people with pushchairs and prams and bags of shopping and all. And I'm thinking, go away. This is my city. This is where I live and work. Kat says, Steve, I'm on a nostalgia trip now. I remember Bob Holness and Douglas Cameron, the lovely morning music, and Therese Birch and Jellybone on a Saturday morning. Yes. Well, Bob left us quite a few years ago. Douglas Cameron's still around. He doesn't change. He doesn't look any different at all. He really doesn't. Rory Bremner's being interviewed in the Times Arts magazine today. He's playing Chris Tarrant on stage because Rory Bremner does a really good impression of Chris Tarrant. Mind you, Rory Bremner does very good impressions. I remember interviewing him once and he started speaking in this peculiar voice. And the producer's laughing through the glass. I said, what are you laughing at? He said he's doing an impression of you. I went, is he? Because, you know, when you hear somebody coming back, my friend Ant thinks he does well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, you know, and all that, as if that sounded like me at all. Didn't sound at all like me. He thinks it's hilarious. People doing impressions of you. But, I mean, would you ever recognise, you know, unless you had a peculiarity in your voice, which obviously I do, because it's amazing the amount of people, especially taxi drivers, they're the worst ones. You sit in a taxi and he goes, oh, busy today, and I stupidly fall into the trap of going, yeah, it's been quite busy. And you could see him looking in the mirror and the eyes make contact and you think, oh, God. And he'll then go, I know your voice, don't I? But, of course, they don't know what I look like. Now they do. Ever since the blooming internet arrived, all of a sudden people know what you look like. You know, you can be walking down the street or standing at the bus stop picking your nose, and somebody would go, morning, Steve. And you go, morning. And you think, you try and look casual, you know, as if this is sort of an everyday. People are always quite surprised to see me getting on a bus. I don't know why. Very popular mode of transport. So what else we got in the papers today? Oh, it's Celebrity Watch. Unfortunately, it's Harry. Do you know, we've been quite lucky. We haven't mentioned Harry for quite a while, mainly because he hasn't done anything of any interest. And Katie Price's boobs, she's sort of had them done again, much against her mother's wishes. Her mother said, don't go and get more surgery. But she thinks she knows best. She's about, I think she's still bankrupt and she still owes money. I think she's got a court case coming up, I'm pretty certain. I think there was something, because she seems to be taking all these holidays. And they sort of laughingly call it, it's like this fake hair that they put on these people, you know, which looks so dreadful. It looks like fake hair. It's just not good. Kerry Katona had it done. They go, oh, it's a turning point for Kerry Katona. I thought, yeah, of course it is, actually. I see that Wagner's opera is at the Colosseum, this Ride of the Valkyries. It was one of the first pieces of classical music, one of the first pieces that I used to listen to years and years ago. Dun da da dun 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 da da dun 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 da da dun dun. The Rolling Stones have joined TikTok. See, I don't know what TikTok is. I think it's where you take a little video and it lasts for a few seconds and then it vanishes. What is the point? It's terrible, isn't it? So you take a video of something and then you send it to somebody? I'm assuming you send it to somebody. Or you send it onto your page. Right, other people can see it. Then they view it. And then it goes viral, and does it stay up there on your page? Oh, right. Oh, I thought they disappeared. Oh, that's Snapchat. God, honestly, I'm so behind the times, really. You'd be telling me next that the Titanic could sink if it cried across the Atlantic. And, no, I don't want a page. No, absolutely not. I'm quite happy with Twitter, actually. I don't want anything else. I don't want anything that's too complicated. Anything that sort of people write and send pictures in and stuff. No, thank you. Anyway, Mick Jagger has also launched a profile on the social media site. I mean, for God's sake, he's as ancient as the hills. And so to celebrate this, it's hashtag the Rolling Stones is fully trending. I mean, how old are they? You don't want anything like that, do you? What can they possibly do on there that would attract an audience? Because I should imagine most of the audience who go to see the Rolling Stones are as old as they are. So they're not... You haven't been to the Rolling Stones, have you? You... Mid-40s. Yeah, but they don't understand how things work. They could barely work out telephones. They just don't know that. It took me ages. Seriously, I don't understand how this telephone works. There's no cable on it. There's no aerial, nothing, look, like that, nothing at all. And I can speak to somebody in China, I can speak to somebody in America, and there's no cable. I don't have to pull an aerial out, or sort of go, shh, look, like that, there's nothing attached to it. You'd never believe it, would you? Modern technology moves on apace, really does. Most children are now born outside marriage. I know, they've mainly been on Love Island. Oh, look, I'm pregnant. Good Lord, how did that happen? Oh, don't know. Went on Love Island and came back pregnant. Steve, I love your discussions on food. Oh, it's surprising, actually. I always get one person complains about it. But Nick says, after last night's mashed potato, fish fingers and tinned tomatoes. Oh, you're joking. Not tinned tomatoes, mashed potato and fish fingers. That is completely the wrong thing to eat. No, I'm sorry. No, I might have to bar you for that one. You don't put... No, that's not good at all. Fish fingers and tinned tomato. No, chopped tomatoes. Chopped tomatoes, different from those big things. You know, chopped tomatoes have been sort of done in a machine. But he said, I've come to the conclusion that red potatoes make the best mash. What's your view? I don't know. I buy it from Marks & Spencer's ready-made. I can't make mashed potatoes. Why would you bother peeling the potatoes, putting them in the water, boiling them, draining the water off, mash it? Oh, God, no. You just go buy it from Marks & Spencer's, or failing that, Iceland, and you just put it in the saucepan with whatever you've got, whatever bit of meat you've got in there. You just put, bits of mashed potato in. I've done it with sort of curries and everything else like that. Making mashed potato, God knows. I'm for the simple life. Seriously, I'm very much for sort of having stuff done for you. I mean, at one time they used to sell peeled apples. In Waitrose, it was actually a peeled apple. And I believe you can get peeled oranges as well. You get chopped garlic. Yeah, but I think that's okay with chopped garlic because you don't have to touch it, because once you've got it on your hands, you can't get rid of it. So I agree with you. I mean, I've actually had garlic salt before now, which means you just sprinkle it on, and that's quite nice. I love the smell of garlic, but and I like the taste of it, but it's a bit antisocial, isn't it? Mind you, it depends, how much of a time you get for snogging at work. I always think if you stand a good chance of snogging somebody at work, do not eat garlic the night before. That's because it's just, for some people who maybe don't eat garlic, but no, always buy it so it's ready done. The little pearls. I mean, I've seen people on television squashing it with their knives and doing everything else, and it does look nice. So here we go. Model and author, hilarious, she's neither, Katie Price, to give an address to the Cambridge University students. She'll speak to the world's oldest debating society on February the 18th. She's been in three debates there. And the guests will also include Sir Bradley Wiggins, Jeremy Vine and John Bercow. Oh, she's going to be completely outclassed. Completely outclassed. Well, it doesn't say what it's on. It doesn't say. She'll be speaking probably about herself. She doesn't know anything. She's got no idea what goes on in the rest of the world. Perhaps she can talk about children with loads of different men and how she manages to get loads of holidays. And why she keeps having all this cosmetic surgery. When, look in the mirror. That will tell you do not need to have cosmetic surgery. But because she's got nothing in her life, she's bored. Somebody says, Steve, Love Island. I'd rather watch paint dry. Well, it depends what colour paint. I mean, I wouldn't like to sort of do a sweeping ban on paint drying. Steve, did you know, says Roger, the spike is addictive. TikTok is addictive, particularly amongst teenage girls, according to my niece Danny. Is it? I still don't want to use it. It just doesn't, it's not my sort of thing. I look on that as sort of I don't know what I'm looking at it as. I just think it's maybe something I don't need. Don't you dare. Don't you dare take a picture of me and put it on TikTok. You are heading basically for the nearest hospital. I'm telling you now. You could be eating liquidized food for the next few months. You could be surrounded by chrome, okay? Start taking pictures, sneaky pictures. Somebody said they had that on the tube once. It was a celebrity I was talking to. They said they were sitting on the tube and they sort of looked up and the person opposite had their phone and they were filming them on their phone. And I thought, well, I don't know if it's illegal. I don't know whether or not, if somebody's sitting on a public train, whether or not somebody taking pictures of you. I mean, what are you going to do? Calls a scene and go, what are you doing? I'm just taking a picture of you. Why? I don't know. What? It could be an ex or paparazzi, or it could be somebody who's doing revenge porn or something like that. I never quite understand revenge. That definitely is illegal. Yes, definitely. You go to court for that one straight away. Snow closes Manchester Airport the other day after the coldest night. They had ice, blizzards and everything else. And it's going to last for a long, long time. Flights were cancelled. 65 schools were closed in Mid Wales and the South Wales Valley. In Rhondda, loads of shops were shut for the day. 16 in Flintshire and 9 in the Neath Port Talbot area. Also closures in Caerphilly, Carmarthenshire, Conway, Denbighshire and Wrexham. Though the Gritters couldn't even clear all the roads of ice. Oh, God, we don't live there. Can you imagine what a nightmare that must be, waking up going, where's the car gone? Oh, it's covered in snow and ice. You have to clear that off before you can actually get out there. Not so good. Still to come, the stalker who blew kisses at the Pussycat Doll claimed she was his girlfriend. Oh, dear.
On your radio, on Global Player, And
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Friday, welcome to the start of the weekend, welcome to... Could we have a little bit of sunshine? I don't want loads. Just a little bit, so you sort of arrive in and you don't look as though you've been half frozen. But actually, talking of half frozen, Jane's got the right idea. My mum used to do it, and it's called using your freezer. And Jane uses frozen chopped onions, frozen chopped garlic, and frozen red chilies. Because poor Aaron had a little bit of a mistake with chilies. You have to watch them. You have to, don't touch certain parts of your anatomy, thinking, oh, nothing will happen. Let me tell you, life changes very, very quickly. Life changes very quickly. It's quite dangerous. People sort of don't realise. People just go, oh, it's garlic, isn't it? You go, no, chilies are really bad, really bad. You can be on fire, quite literally on fire. And somebody says, I've checked TikTok. You're all over it if you search your name. Oh, why would I be all over TikTok? How bizarre. Oh, people record it. Oh, right. Oh, I see. People recording little bits and pieces. Good God, I'm obviously more famous than I thought. I'm all over TikTok. Is that a good thing or bad thing? Oh, it's good for promo. Oh, right, well, there you go. Go away with it. Go away with it. Just enjoy it. And is TikTok just YouTube? No, it's not. No. YouTube is long-term and 15 seconds on TikTok, so not very long, but very sweet. I buy goodies for my office, usually crab sticks, says Sidcup Julie. Oh, no, not crab sticks. Not crab sticks. I haven't eaten crab sticks before. I don't like the look. And they're those things which look as though they're reformed out of things. I've had crab paste before, but that's probably not the same thing at all. And I quite liked it. They were talking, there was a television programme the other day, Shipham's used to do crab paste. And it was a little tiny jar, but it sort of go a long way. But they do smell a little bit, crab paste. And it wasn't sort of absolutely brilliant. Call us to HM Revenue and Customs who have a routine question, can have it answered by text. Good Lord above. Throughout January, HMRC experts expect around 170,000 calls. You know why? All the self-employed people are going to be paying their tax. They've got a question about this and that. Thankfully, I don't fit into that category anymore. And I have just had a rebate from HMRC. Yes, exactly. I haven't had one since I was about 5. So to actually get anything at all is lovely. And a beloved local institution and one of Britain's oldest department stores is closing. Even Ranshaw has failed to recover from COVID and the pressure of rising costs. They've operated from the same location since opening their doors in the historic market town of Louth. Is it Louth or Leith or I don't Louth? I think Louth in 1781. So they failed to... Oh, what a shame. The company's been run by the same family for the last 3 generations, so they're going to have to close. It will close on March the 4th, with the online operation closing at the end of this month. Oh, it's outlived House of Fraser and Debenhams, which were much bigger companies. There's so many of these places. We used to have one in Newbury called Benyon's, and that closed donkeys years ago, and there was one in Windsor. I can't remember what that was called, but I went into there. They also closed. But this one, 242 years. And I think it's sad. It's part of an institution. It's part of a way of life for people. You go in there, and it was... Are You Being Served? It was like Mrs. Slocum and everybody else in there. You'd see these great characters who worked in all these places. And to lose that is such a shame. Such a shame. I mean, I really do mean that. Because, the The shop that I used to work in Newbury is still there. They've extended it out the back, mainly because it's Newbury, and people were starved of a good, decent shop that sold things, and it was the old-fashioned service. Good morning. We were always taught to say, "Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. Can I help you?" You know, nowadays you'd be very lucky if you can actually attract somebody's attention. Hello? Hello? Anybody serving? Anybody serving here? Kapow! A collection of more than 1,000 vintage comics and posters are sold for £11 million. Spider-Man, Superman, Batman and X-Men. Some date back to the 1930s. There are first issues, including a near-pristine copy of the Amazing Fantasy 15 Marvel comic released in 1962, which sold for more than 650,000. First appearance of Spider-Man. A rare Superman #1 comic published by DC Comics in 1939, sold for just over $500,000. Whilst there was a huge print run, the comics had a back cover that fans were meant to remove and pin on a wall. Very few intact versions exist today, which is why such a high price. £11 million. I mean, we never got into my mother wouldn't allow us to have comics. She thought they were common. We didn't have comics in our family. So if ever I went to some cousins of mine, my Auntie Ivy's boys, they had all the American comics. That was the only time I ever read them, and I didn't really follow them that well. I only used to read them for all the adverts of X-ray specs and things like that you could get in there, and Bazooka Joe and Bubblegum and all sorts of great things. But the actual story, I never did. You know, I did used to watch Batman on the television, Kapow and this and Superman and stuff like that, but I never really sort of bothered about it too much. Models were in safe hands the other day. If they took a tumble, they've been covered in bubble wrap. I always worry a bit about models. You know, you can dress up people. They're really good looking. That's why they're models. And then you make them into turnips. They look like completely stupid. But, of course, it's a gig, isn't it, for them? They go, "What did you wear today?" "I wore bubble wrap." Oh, God, how embarrassing. How embarrassing. Winter sale's still on, believe it or not. And they've got loads of things, but they all seem to have the same kind of stuff in there. There's a track and car set from John Lewis. It's a bit like sort of a Scale Electric. I don't think it's electric, but it's £10. It used to be £20, now it's £10. You can get Baby Einstein Seafloor Explorers. That's £20, down from 35. Outrageous Millennial Girls present surprise fashion doll, Miss Glam. £32.99, £16.49. Girls love the dolls. They love the dolls. You can get a Vax pet and car cordless vacuum. It was £300, now it's £200. And you can get a 2-pod coffee machine from Argos. Was £100, now it's £35. But it's only just a hot water machine, so I mean, really, £35 is about average for one of those sort of things anyway. Why you don't want to pay more, I can't imagine. And Paul Carrick, you know Paul Carrick? He has a new album out, and it's called Don't Wait Too Long. The Rolling Stones in mono. This is an album from 63 to 69, plus 24 extras. It's very nostalgic, but it will cost you just under £400. Just under £400. The Angelic Upstarts, the singles, 78 to 85, is out. And the Maytals, the late Toots Hibbert, with his soul-infused vocals, was one of the pioneers of reggae, and his Maytals were arguably Jamaica's finest ska and rock-steady vocal trio. No moshing to this lot, let me tell you. Only Aaron does moshing. You'll give it a go, will you? You're still throwing yourself on other people. Is that what it is? Do you have to ask them beforehand? Like, excuse me, I'm just about to jump on you. How do you feel? People run in a circle, and then sometimes they run into each other. Well, I should imagine they're probably a bit dizzy, aren't they, if you're running around in a circle? I mean, would that not be the sort of thing? You run around, you go, "Oh, blimey, I feel a bit wizzy." Circle bit, that's quite fun. Uh-huh. Do you make friends doing this? I'm curious. Short-term friends, yes, exactly. Oh, well, in your case, I should imagine if you were knocked down, they'd have to pick you up. You never managed to do it by yourself, would you? Right. I wonder why it's called moshing. If you're over 40, you won't understand this at all. This is what they do at gigs. That's an event where there's a beat combo on stage, and, they probably do it at discotheques as well, I should imagine. But they do this moshing thing, and I've only just discovered recently that 2 members of my team do it. And I'm slightly disturbed. I'm feeling a little bit ancient, I'm afraid. But he seems to be... He hasn't got any bruises, as far as we know so far. No. So that's okay. I'm having a look here. So the history, it came in the 1980s in Washington, D.C. It was frequently spelled MASH in fanzines and record liner notes. Oh, there you go. To mash it was to go wild with the frenzy of the music. And then it turned into mosh. And then it appeared in print in the 1980s. Criff Benante of Anthrax and Stormtroopers of Death. Stormtroopers of Death. What's going on in the world? It's another world, isn't it? We'll have to get Bradley Walsh on. I'm sure he'll know all about that. Stormtroopers of Death. Good Lord. Mind you, the one programme I do like on the television, mainly because I think she's very, very human presenter. She's a bit like Alan Titchmarsh. Well, she's not at all like Alan Titchmarsh. He's a man and she's a woman. And she's Jane McDonald. And she's doing her travel, visiting the birthplace of the goddess Aphrodite. So she's in Cyprus, of course. And she goes fish-filled swimming in a blue lagoon, and she goes to some... She's very human when she goes. I like her. I like her a lot, actually. Always liked her. Always very nice. And a talking atomic watch. If you struggle to read the time on your watch, you can try the talking one. I used to have one as well. You push the button on the side, it would go, it's 10:23. But I used to think, why don't I just look at the time? Why have to push it? I mean, it's a novelty. It's only 60-odd quid, 63.98. It was £84, and you just push it at the touch of a button and it will tell you the time. I would think if your life's that shallow, don't go outside, stay in. Start looking at funeral brochures. Make it so much easier for yourself. Otherwise, you're going to be in a dreadful mess, aren't you, really? Loads of pictures in all the papers, and there have been for all this week. It's almost as if the royal family have had a concerted effort to outpour all of the good things that they're doing at the moment. And so, although Charles III faces the guest list nightmare at his coronation, they're going to have to really check people. And then there was a rumour that Harry and Meghan might turn up. Well, not if they're barred. Not if they're barred. Not if somebody says, I'm sorry, there's no place for you. Where do you think you're going to sit? You know, there are no seats for you. We don't want you there. So I don't know whether he will attempt to turn up. I would think he'd be very unwise to. Definitely. We don't want somebody like that there. Thank you. Argos were going to close all of their stores in the Republic of Ireland by this summer. They were bought by Sainsbury's. They employ 580 people in 34 Irish stores. Argos said it's made the decision following a period of careful consideration and a thorough review of its business and operations in the country. So they're pulling out. Pulling out, which is not so good for people who work for Argos. I quite liked Argos. It was a good thing to look through for Christmas, the Argos catalogue. You spend ages looking for things. It was just so big, and you'd sort of pick it up on the way out of the store and then stagger out holding the Argos catalogue. And you'd go through it, and there'd be sort of, electrical items, and you'd think, blimey, and you'd write down all the numbers. 643/42. And then you push the button in the store and it would tell you if it was in stock and how many they had left. And then as you were standing there looking at it, it would vanish before your very eyes because some other person at the counter had just bought the blasted thing. That's what it was like. That's what it was like in the early days.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Consider your groovy gang are into rock music and moshing. Getting them to check out my cousin's group from the 80s, Steve. Called Blast Furnace, and the Heat Wave, and my cousin, the harmonica player in the group, who was known as, yes, they're on the music apps and YouTube. Blast Furnace. See, there's all these different groups around. I've never even heard of them. But moshing expert. So there they go. Blast Furnace. Oh, they were a short-lived group. They don't even exist anymore. They finished. Gone. Packed up. Gone down, disappeared. Oh, dear, that's bad news, isn't it? Very good. And another one says, why have all your podcasts pre-April 22 disappeared from the Global app? I wasn't aware that they had. I should get the boys to check. They will know. They can't disappear. There's 8,000 up there. So I think highly unlikely. We will have a check for you. Somebody says Apple Watches, so Shelley would tell you the time in a Mickey Mouse voice. Why would you want to be told the voice? But be told the time. If it's a good one. Yeah, if it was me doing the voice. Do you know, at one point, all the presenters in LBC were going to do sat-navs. We were offered a huge amount of money to be the voice of a sat-nav, so you could phone up and you could buy us doing... I mean, it didn't happen, actually. You could buy us doing the sat-navs voice, turn left in 300 yards. Turn left. You could have great fun with it, couldn't you? You could sort of push people in the in the right direction, I think, which would be lovely. And somebody says you did pronounce Louth correctly. I live there, and it's a shame that Eve and Ranshaw are going to close. Yeah, very soon. Plenty of bargain houses in this area, getting quite an influx of southerners. Must be shocking for them with buses every hour to the nearest town. The nearest railway station, 40 minutes away. Oh, what of it? 15th of April. Oh. So it goes back to the 15th of April. Oh, we will check it, actually. We will find out. And find out. Look what your money gets you for £650,000, Steve. I know. I mean, I find it quite frightening. I mean, in my neck of the woods, 700,000 gets you a two-bedroom flat, not including service charge, not including all these other little bits and pieces, which, if you live in a flat, you've got to pay for this stuff, and it goes up yearly. Dreadful. It's very vain to take a video. Oh, is that somebody sent that to Anne? Oh, sorry, Anne sent it, but I think it was going to James O'Brien. We've got a problem, Freddie. We're missing some of the podcasts. In fact, we're missing... Can you check it? We're missing quite a few, actually. Yeah, we'll check it out for you. We will check it out. Do you have an Alexa? No, I don't. I don't think I do. No, I don't have an Alexa. Steve, some people just want to embarrass celebs when they spot them. Why? I don't understand what would be the purpose of that. For somebody to embarrass us. Mind you, if a celebrity does go on public transport or something like that, then I could probably understand it, because you're so surprised to see them. I remember years ago there was a picture of Sarah Ferguson sitting on the tube. So somebody took a picture of it, went to the papers. I mean, I'm assuming she's got no money and she doesn't get an official car, so that's why she was on the tube. Because she had a bag on and there was a photograph embossed on the side of one of the daughters. And I remember thinking, it's a little bit attention-seeking. A little bit. Another one says, Steve, or Gary Baldy biscuits. Says Sidcup Juliet. This is one who does the crab sticks for the office. Oh, no, I don't think I do crab sticks. Today it's Sweeties and it's Satsumas. Satsumas, which are very nice, actually. In fact, I even had some myself. Sula says, I'd love you to be my sat-nav. You could slurp your tea when you're telling me to turn right. I could do that. I could go in 400 yards, take the third turning on the left. Third. That could be I think that's quite a good idea, actually. Sean says, if you watch the programme The Joy of Painting, I saw it the other day, actually. It's very, very good. And talking watches are a godsend if you're visually impaired. Well, you can get them so you touch them. I've seen the visually impaired watches. It's not an excuse. I don't know if you've heard, but Stacey Dooley and Kevin Clifton have had a baby girl. Riveting. Woman gets pregnant. If you have unprotected sex, there is that danger, I think, nowadays. And the King, Charles, facing the guest list nightmare as he prepares for the coronation. The pared-down ceremony will be in a lot of disappointed VIPs. Last time, for the Queen's coronation, 8,000. They reckon for this one, 3,000. 3,000. So it's going to be much, much pared down. So no more. They say perhaps as low as 2,000. Could be going to this, because lots of people around the world will want to go, but they had to put up scaffolding and all sorts of little bits and pieces. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what happens. Prince William's popularity has taken a hit. Can't imagine why. He's been in the papers every day doing good deeds. His ratings have fallen 8% against the book's release. This is this brother's memoir, Spare. And Prince Harry's dropped by 7, according to Ipsos Mori. The Princess of Wales has dropped 7 points and the Duchess of Sussex 5 points. In his book, the Duke of Sussex calls William his arch nemesis. He calls him Willie. That's what, his name's William. Can't think of what else you'd call him, I suppose. That would be quite appropriate, wouldn't it? It's what a lot of people would do. Imagine if you go to school. Willie! I don't know. Perhaps they'd call him Sir if he was in school. Hate to be called Richard. Really? Is Richard not good? Oh, I know. Yes, you're right, yes. Oh, I don't know. I could cope with things like that. Did they abbreviate your name at school? No. Didn't dare. He might mosh. Don't want to risk it. Diane Buswell and Tyler West get set for the Strictly Come Dancing live tour. You know, I'm a bit bored with this, but it's a good thing that the BBC are doing it because it's the only income they appear to have at the moment. And they've discovered a new colony of emperor penguins. How you just discover them, I've got no idea. They'll probably go, oh, look, what the dickens is that? It's a colony, 500. There are 66 known emperor penguin breeding sites. The site identified by Staines from Penguin Guano is at Valaga Point in West Antarctica. And there's around 500 birds there. Apparently the smell goes for about, so many miles. What else did I quite like, actually? I quite like a few crumbs from the king, unlikely to win over the public. He's offering a lot of money out of the wind farms so that we can put it to good use, because they're certainly working at it. So, that seems quite good. Is that good value? 2 pizzas, 2 sides from M&S, 12 quid. See, I think a pizza, well, we know how much it costs to make a pizza, about £1. About £1. If you buy a pizza in one of these pizza delivery places, they can make an 18-inch for around about £1.30. Because they're buying, it's not cheese anyway, it's this sort of synthetic rubbery stuff, and they worked it out per portion. That's why they can offer so many things. And 2 sides, and the sides would be sort of dough balls, peanut. Must be a huge amount of price in this. But yeah, they did a whole thing on how much the ingredients cost and how much of the ingredient goes on the actual pizza. So there's a lot of things. Yeah, pizza slices for $1. They do it here, not $1. Just up from here. If you come here on a Friday night or a Saturday night, in fact, any night, there's a shop right next to Burger King, and they just serve slices of pizza. There used to be one that did Chinese food. It was particularly... I remember sitting there one evening eating Chinese sweet and sour chicken out of one of these metal containers. But no, the pizza shops do one slice pizza. How much it is, I've got no idea, but you bet your bottom dollar it's a nice, easy little market. Because people stagger out of a club, something to eat. Should we get a kebab? Ooh, kebab. Slice of pizza, yeah, slice of pizza. And they make I think there were about 4 or 5 people working in it. I've never seen so many people working so hard to sell pizza.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7 is the time, Friday, and very nice it is too to be here at the weekend. So, Alec Baldwin, charged with manslaughter, could face 5 years jail for gun killing on the Western set. This is over the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on a film set after the prosecutor said he would be charged with manslaughter. He's not happy about it. I shouldn't imagine her family are particularly thrilled either. A criminal disregard for safety, because, believe it or not, he was using a prop gun with real bullets. I mean, who in God's name ever thought a prop gun would have real bullets in it? The film's director was wounded in the incident at a ranch near Santa Fe in New Mexico. And yesterday, Mary Carmack Altwies, a district attorney in New Mexico, announced her decision to charge both Baldwin and the film's armourer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. They say there is sufficient evidence to file criminal charges against Alec Baldwin. And somebody, in fact, she said, I think, on my watch, nobody is above the law and everybody deserves justice. Well, I mean, I agree with that as well. Doesn't matter who you are. We've seen top film directors accused of sexual misconduct and things like that. They're not above the law. Absolutely not. But the charges will be formally filed by the end of the month. I see in April the film's producers were fined $105,000 over just safety violations on set. They say he's insisted he was pointing the gun at Mrs. Hutchins at her instruction. An FBI forensic report concluded that the weapon could not have fired unless the trigger was pulled. But with a live bullet. Who on earth puts a live bullet in what they call a prop gun? Slightly frightening, but no, I mean, that's what they've said he's charged with, and he could go to bed only for 5 years, which seems a bit ridiculous to me. If he's found guilty, somebody died. Somebody died. It's ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. 5 years ago, Steve, says Roger, I was on the district line from Richmond to Turnham Green, and sitting opposite me was Michael Gambon. You see, I would also be looking. But I remember being on the train once coming into Waterloo, and Prunella Scales and Timothy West were on the train, and they got off at Waterloo. I remember thinking, I wonder how many people know who they are. And I thought because they did so many good programmes, and she, of course, infamous, but their theatre record is absolutely huge, absolutely huge. And I remember sitting there looking at it and thinking, gosh, that's Prunella Scales. I worked with her. And I thought perhaps I should go over and say something. I thought, no, you don't do things like that. If somebody's, it's like people who sit in restaurants, celebrities. The restaurant would always discourage other diners from going up to a celebrity's table and going, can I have a picture taken with you? Because you just don't do that. It's private. It's like somebody knocking on your door going, can I have a picture of you and the kids? Yeah. No, of course you can't. Don't be ridiculous. Steve says, Phil, I've been on the same journey as Kevin the Milkman. I could only get you if I was in range of 97.3. And then came the internet. Do you know the internet changed everything? The internet changed absolutely everything to do with radio and pictures and how we got news. And I mean, I was amazed because when we started at LBC, we didn't have computers. We didn't have mobile phones. There was anything like that. If you wanted to make a phone call, you had to find a phone box and put a phone card in, which had either 5 or 10 units on, and you put them in and you watch them ticking away. Oh, my God, I got to go. I'll call you later. Bye. Well, that was it. Now you pick up your mobile phone and you just, you pay your bill every month. I don't know how much I know how much my bill is every month. I think it's a tenner, because I'm with a company, can't remember who I'm with, actually. I think it's Smarty or something like that. A friend of mine recommended I change to Smarty. I think you can either pay 10 quid or 20 quid all in for everything, and it's cheap. It's cheap. That's all I cared about, because I remember at one time I'd got this deal done, and I remember they were saying, oh, you need this and you must have that. And some of my, if you went over, you were charged at a huge rate. And I think one month I got a bill in for like 160 quid. And I thought, I'm not paying that ever again. So I didn't. So much easier. Steve, did you see the Seiko watch used in Bond? You can find them on eBay. Looks like a vintage treat you might like. No, I only go for big names, I'm afraid. It's so much easier. Years ago when I had an Android phone, I managed to get a voice that sounded like the Queen. I can remember years ago when people were talking about all the different phones and somebody said it's got polyphonic tunes on it. And I remember going, well, I want that. Polyphonic tunes, what were they? And it sounded like sort of a little electronic organ. It was, when you look at how the phones have changed now, then, polyphonic tones don't really seem to be that exciting, I'm afraid. Coffee snobs may not be terribly impressed, but it seems a cup of instant is the most environmentally friendly way to enjoy the drink. So they think instant coffee could be stirring for a comeback. Now, I've got loads of coffee sachets in the kitchen in a jar, and so you rip it off and you pour it in the cup, and I used to start the day with a cup of coffee, mainly because I thought now I haven't drunk coffee for years. I mean, I've had it out in a restaurant or something like that. I might have a cappuccino or double espresso, but normally it would be a cup of tea. I like a cup of tea. I seem to get as much energy boosting out of a cup of tea as just about anything else. What have we got? What have we got here? This is the father of an aristocrat who's on the run with a rapist and their baby yesterday, begged her to come home and said she needed protection. Yeah, the sex offender is somebody called Mark Gordon, and the plea is from Napier Martin, who told of fears for his daughter Constance. Oh dear. I have a feeling that one might not end as we hope it might. And the BAFTA front runner, Netflix anti-war epic, leads the nominations, all thanks to the British former athlete's obsession. Also, Labour plan to ban new investment in North Sea oil and gas fields in a major change from current government policy. And that's another reason why he won't get in. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Just ridiculous. I'm looking at BAFTA. I don't know anything about it. I just know that there's all sorts of people up for all sorts of award, including Emma Thompson, Cate Blanchett, Viola Davis. Leading actors could be Austin Butler for Elvis, Colin Farrell, Brendan Fraser, Daryl McCormack, Bill Nighy and Paul Mescal. And sometimes it drags on a bit, doesn't it? BAFTA. Mind you, not as bad as the Oscars. The Oscars just go on forever and a day. You could sit there, people die during the Oscar ceremony. It just takes forever and a day. But I like the seat sitters who you'll see kneeling in the aisles of the Oscar ceremony. So if the celebrity in the row wants to go to the toilet, they go to the toilet, and the seat sitter will nip in and sit in their seat till they get back, so it doesn't look as though they haven't sold out. And they've had them for years. It's fascinating to watch. It's like people scurrying about all over the place, trying to fill the seats. Leo McKinstry, writing in the Mail today, says, do public sector workers earning $32,000 really have to rely on food banks? Well, they can't do, can they? 32,000? I mean, why would you have to rely on a food bank? This is the claim shroud-waving union leaders keep making to justify the strikes. So we've got to wait for today. He'll drag it out for as long as he possibly can. And this is Mick Lynch. 9% they've been offered. You know, I bet he turns it down. You know, he just wants his last vestige of fame, because otherwise he just disappeared. Steve, the department store in Windsor that closed, was it Cayley's? I think it was, actually. I think it was. Steve, the pizza deal at M&S is great. You can choose 2 sides of chicken poppers and you get plenty. The range of pizzas are impressive too. Yeah, but it's £12. And now you know a pizza can be made for £1. You know, it should be cheaper. Tenner, I would think, should be better. And I got out of the tube at Richmond, and the wonderful David Attenborough let me get out before him. Made my day, says Anne. Well, that's quite nice. I used to see Vince Cable every day at Twickenham. He would be sort of on and off the train. And my friend, the lovely Professor Jonathan Shallett, says, it's been a while. Oh, I know where your loyalties have been, young Jonathan. And he says, the Alex Baldwin story gets more extraordinary. He said, a member of the crew has died. Criminal charges are being made for manslaughter resulting from complete incompetence and disregard to safety, seemingly from a collection of people who are happy to take the glory and the money, but not the responsibility. And now the producers are focusing on scheduling the film to resume production later this year. To me, he says, there's only one decent way forward. Cancel the film. Well, I would have thought so just out of a sense of honour and duty. Somebody died. You know, they go, oh, well, I'll tell you what, we'll just do this, and then we'll just carry on where we were. No, cancel it. Cancel it completely. So, in total agreement on that one. Total agreement. Another one says, I haven't taken my insulin pen for 2 days, but I've taken my medication. My blood sugar is 8 this morning. You should it doesn't make any difference, actually. You should still take your insulin. You shouldn't leave it for 2 days. Because, you just shouldn't, OK? It doesn't make any difference whether your blood reading is 8 or whatever it happens to be, because all of a sudden it can drop dramatically. So definitely take your insulin. Travelled in on the train from Sunningdale once with Brian Blessed. Oh, he's fabulous. Isn't he great? I love Brian Blessed. His voice alone, he could do the voice of a sat-nav. I thought, actually, I would... when my sat-nav arrived, I bought a little sat-nav before I had one in the car, but... in the moment it's built in, and I thought I'd have it, and you could pick the language. And so I thought, if I had it in Polish, I could learn to speak Polish. And I thought, that just seems so ridiculous. But I thought, why not? Why not? Trying to learn something else. Somebody else says, travelling with all sorts of famous people on the trains, which I quite like, actually. I don't see that many famous people, but I do see... fairly often there'll be somebody either walking through Waterloo Station, it'll be some minor reality star or something. I saw Bobby Cole Norris trolling through there on one occasion. I remember thinking, oh God, nobody took a blind bit of notice of him. Nobody took a blind bit of notice. Birthday today. Don't seem to have any birthdays. Ephraim Hardcastle talking about Prince Harry's memoirs, confirming that Archie was conceived at the Castle of May. See, that's too much information. I don't think we need to know that. It was right when Harry started talking about his circumcision and his brother Willie's circumcision. And we don't want to know about that. Goodness sake. But, of course, people are buying the book. I think they sold 500,000, 400 and something thousand, which is OK. But they paid God knows how much for him. How much? Jan Moyer talking very quickly why the BBC is ashamed of its radio golden oldies, however loved they are. They just don't care. Of course they don't care, even though it's our BBC.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, forgot to do the birthdays. Completely forgot to do the birthdays today. Kirsty Gallagher, The Edinburgh-born ex-Sky Sport presenter quit her job after being diagnosed with a small benign tumour in her ear, which caused tinnitus. She's the daughter of the former Ryder Cup captain Bernard Gallagher. She's 47. 47. Bit young, isn't it? What are you eating? What are you eating? Is it a sweetie or something? Is it a fruit pastilles? Very bad for you, Very bad for you. Are they sugar-free? Oh, right. I don't do sugar-free. I mean, I do eat sugar. I must do. You can't get away from it. It's in everything. Sugar's in everything. Even a tin of baked beans have got sugar in it and things like that. Even fruit smoothies, totally forbidden for me because it's just sugar. It's just different form of sugar, but sugar nevertheless. No, it's a nice offer, thank you. I shall ponder on it. I'll think about it for later. And also, the US Apollo 11 astronaut, Buzz Aldrin, first name is really Edwin, the only surviving member of the mission's three-man crew. He's frustrated at being introduced at talks as the second man on the moon. Is it really necessary to point out to the crowd that somebody else was first when we all went through the same training, we all landed at the same time and all contributed? By the way, the space jacket that he wore made $2.3 million at auction last year. 2.3 million. But, I mean, it's been to the moon, for goodness sake. But he is quite right, actually. Also, Christopher Martin Jenkins died on this day in 2013. The Peterborough-born BBC Test Match special Stalwart was described by the producer, Martin Mountford, as one of the voices of the English summer. So I never watched cricket. I know you had to have the right voice to do it. And I did interview... Who was that man who was famous for doing all the cricket commentary? Was it Henry Blofeld? Henry Blofeld. And he was lovely. He called everybody my old darling and all this kind of stuff. It was all very nice. It was very sweet. And I thought he was great fun. Christopher Martin Jenkins. 1971, Eric Morecambe was crowned Pipe Man of the Year. They used to have these competitions and he was... given an award for smoking a pipe. Not now, actually. And in 2002, the ex-Beatle George Harrison was at number one for the second time, posthumously, with My Sweet Lord. Also, January the 20th, 1994, Labour MP George Galloway was yesterday accused of grovelling before the cruel tyrant Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television during a visit to Baghdad. The member for Glasgow Hillhead told Saddam, "Sir, allow me to salute your courage, power and indefatigability. I would like you to know that we're with you until victory," as we hanged him. I mean, honestly. Poor old George Galloway, who also then appeared on Celebrity Big Brother. Started playing Pussycats and all the rest of it. It was all most peculiar. Jeremy says, do you enjoy a lion at the weekend? You're joking, of course. Never. Absolutely never. Not in a million years. Even years and years ago, I never relied on a lion. What a waste of a weekend. As far as I'm concerned, you like the lion. Yes, I don't do the lions. I think it's a waste of time. I lie there thinking, this is just ridiculous. Get up, get out there, do shopping, go window shopping, do anything. Just don't do nothing. I did ask the question the other day when the BBC were apparently celebrating 40 years of breakfast television. And I was looking through all the people because I was at Waterloo Station and Diana Moran, the Green Goddess, was about to film down there. My friend Lenny said, Diana Moran's here. And I said, oh, right. I mean, it turned like there were two film crews, about 20 BBC staff, as usual, vastly overstaffed on just about everything they do. And when I watched it all back on the television, which actually I didn't, but they had pictures in the newspapers, no Selena Scott. No Selena Scott. And I began to... And I remember thinking at the time, I better know why. She hated Frank Boff. He planted a kiss on her cheek back in the day. She said, why would I want... So she's done a 2-page, boring, droning on thing about why would I want to celebrate 40 years of the BBC breakfast when Frank Boff made life a misery and I felt forced to kiss Jimmy Savile. That was during an interview. But then nobody knew anything about Jimmy Savile. That's the trouble. Nobody knew that, Jimmy Savile was this predatory paedophile who, was just vile and would say, oh, kiss me, and it was all this kind of stuff, and she had to do it. No, the thing was, she did with Frank, but I mean, she must have been a great actress, because she convinced me. I didn't think there was anything the matter with her and Frank Boff's relationship. I just thought it seemed to sort of work quite well. I did think the toe-curling interview was the one she did with Prince Andrew, where she took over the Wogan show, and it was just... Just wasn't as good as I was wanting it to be. Guess who's 89 today, says Phil in Slough. Tom Baker. Tom Baker, Doctor Who. Amazing. And Steve, hola. Thank you. I met Noddy Holder, says Victoria in Madrid, on a train 25 years ago, and we're still good friends. We still talk on a weekly basis. Well, I think that's quite an achievement, actually. Quite an achievement. And I noticed Spare, says Tara, as my bus passed Waterstones, I noticed that Spare had been reduced to half price. Yeah, Waterstones were selling it for half price anyway. 28, list price 14 in the shop. We've seen it as low as 10. You know, and to be honest with you, they're obviously going to get as many as they can out of it, which is sort of the best way. And Steve, says James, I took night nurse last night. Oh dear, you got one of those horrible colds doing the rounds? They are doing the rounds, these colds and the coughs and all the other little bits and pieces. I suppose if you don't feel very well, you can have a bit of a lie-in, but if not, then get up, get out of bed. Well, today I can't because I've got to go to the hospital. Somebody sat opposite Terry Waite on a train once. Such a good story there, Hannah, I'm quite sure. And Brian Sewell would be a great voice for a sat-nav. He was a bit Kenneth Williams, was Brian Sewell. He was a bit of a character. And if you don't know what he sounded like, just go on to YouTube, type in Brian Sewell, and you will find him quite quickly. He was sort of an eccentric art critic. He used to be, I believe, the boyfriend of Anthony Blunt, our traitor, who used to look after the Queen's pictures. It was a big scandal, Anthony Blunt, and, you know, all these. You've got to check all these things out. I mean, YouTube is an absolute godsend. People worry about it. They sort of say, oh, can you find that on YouTube? And you go, yep, go and get it. It's well worth getting, seriously, I promise you. Especially if you're looking for pop videos. If you've got, videos that you remember from your childhood, you will find them, and you will find them on YouTube, which is very nice indeed. Next week, I'm trying to think what we're going to do next week. There'll be loads of stuff next week to do. Goodness only knows, there's got to be another story about Harry and Meghan, hasn't there? I can't think of any other reason why there shouldn't be over the weekend. But don't forget, there'll be strike. Is there strikes as well? Actually, yesterday, somebody said to me the Abellio buses in my neck of the woods were on strike. Well, there were loads of them yesterday. Loads of them. But I've noticed a lot of parents at the bus stop with little tiny children pushing them to the front. I edge them out the way. Get out the way. I'm an adult. I need to get on the bus and sit down. But you can't because all the kids are sitting on the buses, which is not the best. But it doesn't matter. But it's been a busy week this week. We've gone for record numbers of texts, record numbers of emails. Thank you very much indeed. So I thought if we do it again next week, we'll see if we can raise the bar just a little bit. And I'll tell you about that fantastic 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives that you could be up for winning. It's to raise money, as you know, for Make Some Noise. So we'll do that next week. And no doubt we'll be celebrating lots of people's birthdays and all the rest of it. And we'll all do something over the weekend that means that we're going to be celebrating and having a bit of a nice time, as long as the weather's okay. Everybody, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to January the 23rd. Welcome to, well, you can tell it's early, says Dawn Neeson, when the Steve Allen Show isn't even in on LBC. She started before me. That's twice she's done it. Twice. It's almost like it's competition time. Anyway, I trust you are well. I wouldn't bother going out this way. If you don't need to go out this morning, don't bother going out, because it's very foggy, especially out of town. In town, absolutely fine. But out, and I remember the days when in town we had the pea supers, you couldn't see, your hand in front of your face. And that's what it's like out of town. And it's cold. And they've said, you think this is cold? You wait till February. It's going to be even colder, which is not really something to look for. I thought we were going to have a period of warmness, because I'm sick to death of my hands being cold and all the rest of it. It doesn't matter. We will survive. And we seem to be okay. What have we got today? Ambulance strike. So just remember, if you need an ambulance, well, then go for it. If you've got a hospital, I had a hospital appointment the other day, and they did write to me. They said, listen, you have the hospital appointment, don't not attend. So of course I'm there but I didn't know what it was for. I had no idea. I was in one of those things. So when I got to the hospital, and I said, I've got an appointment with whatever it happened to be. And so she said, what's it for? I said, I've got no idea. She said, you don't know what you're here for? I said, no, it didn't say on the thing. It just said, show yourself at the hospital at 9:50. And she said, oh. So, well, down there, and it'll be second door on the left or something. So I went down there and waited. And after about sort of 20, I think I waited about 25, 30 minutes. But to be honest with you, it never bothers me. I can always go onto the telephone and you do your bits and pieces. So it's fine. Then I saw somebody and they're going to do another appointment for me. But he said they'll probably do you via Zoom, which is, yeah, they don't physically need to see me. Exactly. I think you're right. I'll have to sort that one out. Do anything by Zoom, honestly. Can be absolutely disastrous. But, I mean, cold. But luckily this morning I thought cold, but no ice on the car. Whereas the day before, real lot of ice on the car. But my car heats up really, really quickly. And it was lovely. And I had porridge for breakfast, which I haven't had for ages and ages. And it came porridge with fruit and bits of nuts. And I felt as I was eating something really healthy. It wasn't cheap. £7 for a bowl of porridge. I thought it was a lot of money, actually. But, you know, that's what... You don't have to buy it. You don't have to have it, do you? And then I was listening to David Lammy the other day. Honestly, every time I listen to David Lammy, he's like an excitable schoolboy. He gets very excited if there's anything, you know, anti the tourists... the tourists, the people sort of voting, and if you're anti-conservative, well, then you love David Lammy's show because he's so anti-conservative. It couldn't be closer to Armageddon. And he was going on about, yeah, Rishi Sunak did this, and then of course he was caught without his seatbelt on, and we made a big deal about that. And I'm sort of listening, thinking, oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, even if you didn't know David Lammy, you would know what his politics were just by listening to about 5 minutes of the programme. And he was going on about, yeah, Rishi's been caught out, he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. And then blow me down, up comes a picture of Sir Keir Starmer sitting in the back of a car with no seatbelt on. No mention of that on old Lammy's show. And I thought to myself, you know, it's going to be quite interesting because you speak to all the pundits and you go, do you think Labour are going to get in next time round? And I've always said, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I think Keir Starmer is Labour enough. Do you know what I mean? I'm looking for somebody who's sort of supposedly supporting the working classes, and as the Prime Minister, I mean, you know, they argue backwards and forwards in the House of Commons, as you know, but when, you know, you've got Rishi saying that, of course, old Starmer's in the pay pocket of the unions, because that's what it's supposed to be, isn't it? The Labour Party support the unions, but here he is, Starmer in the back of a car working with no seatbelt. Now, I don't know whether or not he just got into the car and was looking at it, or whether or not the car was not moving. We have no idea. It's a bit difficult to tell whether the car is moving or whether it's not moving. But either way, he's in the back of a car and he's not wearing his seatbelt. And I thought that's what you did first of all. You get into the car and you put your seatbelt on. Even in the back of the car. Even in the back of the car. Somebody says, Steve, it's -6 here. -6 in Rickmansworth. Oh, that's dreadful. Dreadful. And Sarah says, did you watch Andy Murray? I didn't. I mean, bless his heart, but I'm not remotely interested in tennis. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't. I know people get very excited about it. They go, oh, isn't it marvellous? I think he's great. But I wouldn't be changing my sleeping pattern just to watch those sort of things. Steve says, Paul had heartbreaking news last night. And so now glad to be listening to your show. It makes things seem a little bit normal. Well, I wouldn't guarantee that. God, they've never called the show normal. I don't think they've ever called it normal. Ask Dawn Neeson. She's been listening longer than most. And it's I don't think it's normal. I just think it's the way to sort of get through Monday because it's so cold out there. And it doesn't matter. Whether you put thick coats on and whether you sort of put your gloves on and your hat and all the rest of it, the cold still bites through. It really does. Noreen says, hope you had a nice weekend. I did, actually. I went down to my godchildren. They were all out. So it was just sort of mum and dad and me, and we went off and had lunch because we were in a not a trading estate, but it's somewhere where they had a big Marks and Spencer's, like an enormous Marks and Spencer's, an enormous Tesco, and then there were a few other shops. So it was like a trading estate down in somewhere, I can't remember where it was. And then they said, where should we go for something to eat? Because we normally go pub food. We normally go pub grub, unless we go to a poshy type restaurant. And I said, oh, look, there's a Five Guys. Let's go to Five Guys. Well, I've been there before, and I don't know why I wanted to go back again, actually. I can't think of any reason why we wanted to go to Five Guys, because it is about the most expensive burgers you can ever have. So for three of us, it was over £50. For 3 burgers, for 2 chips, and 3 milkshakes. Over £50. And they hated it. They absolutely hated it. I don't think anybody could have hated it anymore. They said, oh, I wouldn't pay. That was just so expensive for what it was. It's just burgers. That's all it is. And they put these things up and they go, oh, our best burgers. And then they might be. But it's like, it's a burger. Whichever way you look at it, it was a lot of money. I mean, we could have had three double cheeseburgers for £6, but it was over 50. Over £50, which I thought was I didn't pay, which was quite nice. But I thought it was a lot of money. So we shan't be going there again, I'm afraid. It's just one of those things. You learn to sort of try different things. Somebody says, why don't you have to wear a seatbelt on a bus? Well, I don't know. You don't have to wear a seatbelt. I mean, if you're sometimes on coaches, it's very interesting. If you sort of go on coaches, sometimes abroad, you have to you have to buckle up. If it's kids, but if you're sitting in the back of a car, Sally in Bristol, who's a bit of a thicko, goes, you're such a Tory. You're more stupid than you sound. I love it. Steve, did you get your taxi sorted? I got the money back, by the way, on the other thing. And Steve watched Lisa Marie's funeral. Very disappointed. Oh, right. Bad sound quality, bad camera. Very surprised and disappointed to see Sarah Ferguson sticking her nose in again. Yes, did you notice? We used to call her, she said in the thing, Sissy. She called me Sissy, I called her Sissy, but then we always know, Sarah Ferguson, not exactly the full ticket. And then she sort of managed to name drop Her Majesty the Queen, as if they were close buddies. It was so interesting to hear it, actually. But Sarah Ferguson, what can you say about Sarah Ferguson that you couldn't write on the bit of a grain of sand, I should imagine. And Shane says, I do like that song, I'm like that, I don't like Mondays. Well, actually, you should like that song because that was about a schoolboy who killed people in the school. And the reason they said afterwards, well, why did you do it? He said, I don't like Mondays. And that was where it comes from, I'm afraid. Twickenham, it's -6. We're also losing another bank. Lloyds Bank is closing in Twickenham, which means we're just left with Nationwide, I think. I'm not even sure we've got Nationwide. I'll have to check, actually. We just seem to have lost them systematically. One more time, and then another one disappears. And I read a short while ago, they were predicting this is where the next Lloyds Bank is going to close. And they did a list of them. And I think Halifax is as well. Halifax, who keep telling us that they're just for you, they're sort of all buddy-buddy, and yet they're closing branches like there's no tomorrow. Got rid of loads of their staff a short while ago. And, that's the way it goes. I was surprised, very, very surprised that, in fact, we were actually going to keep Lloyds Bank. It's a huge bank. They're not open all the time, but it's the only one that's got a cash point outside it. So now all the other branches have gone. We'll have to go to Richmond to use the cash point, which is a bit of an inconvenience. But I didn't know why there was. Is there a Lloyds Bank in Richmond? I'm trying to think, actually. That's generally what they do. They'll sort of close one down and keep our one was huge, but it didn't seem to make any difference. It obviously was on the cards, and they're closing it down. Why? Because everybody does it online. Everybody does it online, and it's a case of that's the way it's going. If you really need to talk to somebody now, and most of the time you don't, you can do it all on the telephone. You can actually pick up a phone and call people, because somebody was saying, what about sort of elderly people going into using banks? I said, well, they don't. That's why they're closing them. If there were loads of elderly people using banks, then they would probably keep them going. But they didn't. And this one, as I say, clung on, the last vestige. It's just one of those things. Did Nick Abbott clean you up of all the sweets? No, they've all gone long before he goes, Catherine. Long before he goes. They put it this way, all these sweets will be gone by lunchtime today. Nick Abbott doesn't even wake up till about 3 p.m. You know what he's like? Ever since he's been put on, let's just call it medication, he has to sort of stay in bed because he just basically doesn't have any chance at all. And Steve, -6 and freezing fog in Oxfordshire, says Dean. All the banks in Whitton have closed down. Yeah, in Twickenham, the Barclays has gone. The Lloyds is going. The NatWest went. Santander went. Halifax has got loads of them. They just close one after the other because it's cheaper not to keep them open. And I don't know whose fault that is. I don't know whether it's because we're not using the bank. I don't physically need to go into a branch unless I need to take a lot of money. If I need to take, say, £600 out of the bank, I need to go into the branch because the cash machine will only let me do 400. and every so often you might need a little bit more money. Christmas time mainly. The rest of the year, I'm quite happy with it. It doesn't make any difference to me at all. Just in case you thought I was filthy rich, because somebody was saying to Richard, they asked him if he was rich, and I was listening and thinking, what a stupid question to ask somebody. If somebody's, are you rich? Well, compared to whom? Compared to the producer? I don't know. I don't know what his finances are. Compared to my AP? Well, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, as we discovered last week, Jack and his finances, because he's only been doing a 2-day week. He's not been doing a 4-day week, which he will back from tomorrow, so that's okay, which is quite good. But that's it. So, are you rich? I've got no idea. I've got no idea whether or not, you'd be considered rich. I suppose if you've got more than £100 in savings, then you would be considered rich nowadays, because surprisingly, I only learnt this from James Brexit O'Brien. I only realised that most people in this country do not have £100 worth of savings. They don't have £100 in the bank. Jack, as we discovered the other day, 73 pence. 73 pence, and I was slightly disturbed by that. In fact, I was very, very disturbed. It's Dave in Exeter, another one. Here we go. Why do you keep bringing in sweets and cakes? I don't bring in cakes, stupid boy. Stupid boy. Why don't you grow up? I'll tell you what. You can get little things now. You pop in your ear and you can hear properly. And there's another one who thinks I'm a Tory for some strange reason. You really are. Are you in a home or something? I'm suspecting you're on medication. And so I always bring in sweets. Don't you buy sweets for you probably haven't got any godchildren or children yourself, I should imagine, judging by how do you cope walking down the high street? Oh, I don't know how I manage walking down the high street. When is it sensible to put the heating on? Never. No, I mean, if you just put a jumper on. My mother used to say that years and years ago. She said, if you're cold, put a jumper on. And I used to think, that's a good idea, but I mean, I don't think it was ever as cold as it is at the moment. But no, you put your heating on whenever you feel like it. I mean, if you're that stupid, you have to ask somebody when to put the heating on. I mean, for God's sake, how do you manage to get through the day?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's 19 minutes past 4, so 2 people think I'm a Tory. Honestly, I didn't realise that stupidity extended outside of London. I had no idea. I always find it fascinating, really. And somebody says, I listen every day to your show because I'm blind and I use banks, says Jamie. And I think it's a retrograde step that they're taking to close the banks, as I'm not familiar with technology and I don't wish to be. Put it this way, listen, you're listening to an idiot who has no idea how to use technology at all. Somebody else had to program my telephone with all my bank accounts. I say all my bank accounts because I have quite a number of bank accounts within the bank, but I've had them for years and years. Gradually, I sort of, I put different money into different accounts. So I have a spending account, then I have used to have an account for tax and things like that. And then I've got what they call an investment account, and then I've got another account that I pay into, and then we transfer from there. But my brother does all of that for me. I have to sort of hold my hands up and go, I have no idea, not a clue how to do these things. Somebody says, it'll be, and people always say, it's like somebody says to me, oh, can you copy and paste and send this on to me? I go, absolutely not. Absolutely not. They don't tell me how to do these things, and I'm not supposed to learn how to do them. It's just one of those things that some people are very good at technology. My cousin, Will Guyatt, is very good at doing all these sort of things. He can do it with his eyes closed, whereas me, I just have to sort of hold my hands up and go, I'm an idiot. And I pay my brother and he helps me out and I say, oh, transfer this into there and this into this one and all the rest of it. And he does it. And because it's family, it's a lot easier, isn't it? I think everybody that's a UK taxpayer, Steve, should pay 10 quid to see a GP or treatment from NHS, unless they're unable to pay. How do you prove if somebody's unable to pay? I don't know how you do that. I mean, I agree. I could afford to pay £25 to see a GP, but I don't need to. If they bring it in, I can cope with that. I could probably also afford to pay for my prescriptions, but I don't pay for my prescriptions, for various reasons. But I mean, I heard people talking over the weekend about paying to see a GP. And of course, certain people are going, oh, it's absolutely outrageous. I wouldn't pay to see a GP. I thought, well, you're not going to get better then, are you? You know, I don't think there's anything the matter with paying 25 quid to see a GP. If you've got 25 quid, I love the way people say, well, the elderly can't afford that. And you think, listen, do not assume that all elderly people are poor. Some of them have worked all their lives and they've saved up for things, you know, and they get their pension and everything else. I get my pension. And my friend Chris says loads of sweets yesterday for all the kids. He said bonbons, strawberry, lemon and toffee, Coca-Cola bottles, Lions wine gums, flying saucers, licorice laces and Pontefract cakes. I love Pontefract cakes. They're funny, not everybody likes They're just like licorice. They're licorice cakes. They're little tiny round things about the size of I was going to say a 2-shilling piece or a half a crown, but nobody know what I'm talking about. Chilly in most parts this morning, mostly mine, he said. Well, cover them up. Cover them up. It is chilly. You'll notice how cold it is, but you get in the car and it's okay. You get, and you sort of just warm up fairly quickly, and then you sit there sweltering. Steve, am I the only one who still treats their family with sweets on a Friday? I always think it's hilarious when somebody says, why'd you bring sweets and cakes in? You can imagine what they're like. These are people with no friends, no job, no nothing at all. They're so bitterly jealous of anybody else. But as I say, I don't bring cakes in. But no, loads of people, I said to Tom Swarbrick, you're telling me you don't buy your kids sweets and give them Easter eggs and give them chocolate Father Christmases? Of course he does. Of course he does. Steve, I've got a cupboard full of sweets. It's for my 6 grandchildren. Oh, listen, absolutely, I would do exactly the same. I would do exactly the same if I had sort of, people visiting on a regular basis, like my godchildren, things like that when they were younger. I would have had a jar full of sweeties or lollipops. A friend of mine's got a hairdresser's, Michael, and he keeps a jar of lollipops on the counter. So when kids come in, after they've had their hair cut, and if they've been good, they get to pick a lollipop. That's, I love the idea that some people go around and go, well, I don't think you can give them to people because it's not good for them. Well, I'll try and Last May, for my birthday, whilst on our holidays down in Cornwall, we're at the hotel restaurant in, is it Marazion, overlooking St Michael's Mount? Oh, right. And my burger and chips cost 25 quid. £25 for burger and chips, and not even served on a plate. I demanded £25 for a burger and chips. I mean, that can't be right, can it? I don't know. I suppose if they said it, it's it's a very expensive burger. Yeah, I can imagine people would sort of pay. It depends where you're going. If you go to a restaurant abroad and you're overlooking the beach or the sea or something like that, you're going to pay more. There's a premium. There's a premium for the view. If you're just looking at the back of a brick wall, you're not going to have to pay the premium. But otherwise, you're going to be, you're going to be paying for it. I don't mind doing things like that. Yeah. Pauline says, did I hear... Oh, go away, Pauline, you bore. Honestly, I'm not interested. Listen, anything that Nick Abbott says, I don't really care. He's too tight to go and buy his own sweeties and Satsumas. He doesn't earn the money. What can I tell you? It's very embarrassing. I think you're absolutely well clear of him. Bring in more fruit. Well, how much more fruit can I bring in? You see, that's the trouble, Paul. You need to get your facts right before it makes you look like a complete idiot. Steve, how does Jordan's song go? I've got no idea. I've got no idea. And somebody else asking about, whether or not you would pay to go to see the GP. Yeah, if they brought it in, I would pay. I don't mind paying. You're getting somebody's expert advice. They've spent years at medical college, and they can then tell you what's the matter with you. And I would think that would be an absolutely ideal scenario. I mean, whether or not it's £10 or whether or not it's £25, I've got no idea. I can't, put a price on something like that. But if somebody said to you, listen, go to the doctors and they can tell you what this is and they can push you in the right direction. And then you get certain people going, oh, of course, it's only the rich that can go private. Yeah, but they're actually relieving the strain on the NHS. And you get exactly the same treatment if you're private. You don't get anything different. The only thing you would get different if you're going in for an operation and you were doing it privately is you get your own room. You get your own room, your own television, where sadly I discovered in NHS hospitals they don't seem to have televisions anymore. Because obviously everybody's going, oh, do we have to watch it? Can we watch the horse racing? No, you can't. No. Just have to lie there and suffer, I suspect. And I think it's a brilliant idea. But no, you get the same surgeon. My surgeon, for my operations. He works NHS as well. And so they work NHS, they put their time in, and then they can move on to the private sector, and he does both. They all do that. Don't think you get any different operation if you pay privately for it. It's just that you're paying for it, and the reason is you can get it done quicker. Get it done quicker. So much easier. So much easier if you can afford it. You don't have to afford it, in which case you have to wait. There's no two ways about it. It's a case of if you're really, really urgent, they will sort you out. If you're not terribly, terribly urgent, then they'll leave it a bit. And people say, oh, I demand to see it. Well, you can't. You just have to wait your turn. And, of course, the more, easy you are with them when they sort of say, we will book you in for an appointment. I mean, I've had no trouble getting appointments. I was listening to presenters on LBC over the weekend, and one of them was sort of saying about, you have to phone up and then you've got to go and queue outside the doctor's surgery to try and get an appointment, and then you can't get an appointment. I thought, blimey, I tell you, we're brilliantly served in Twickenham. I phone up, I can get an appointment to see the GP within at least a day. If not immediately. If it's something urgent, there's a practice of 1, 2, 3, 4, about 7 doctors. And a practice nurse, I can get a GP almost immediately. Almost immediately. Some people, obviously, depending on whether or not you've got one GP that serves an awful lot of people, well, then there's a bit of a problem. But my surgery, I've always been great. I've always gone in there and said, is it possible? I've got so and so. Is it possible to see a GP? And they'll say, have a seat, Stephen, and we'll see if we can get somebody for you. And you could just, because it might just be a 5-minute thing, just to alleviate any problems I've got, or write out a new prescription. Depends where you are in the country. It is, as they say, a postcode lottery. And that's the way it goes. You can't do anything about it. It's like postcode lottery for the banks. Yep. If a bank is really busy and really doing a lot of work, well, then they will keep it on. If it doesn't, then they will close the branch down. And that's what they're doing at the moment. They're closing branches left, right and centre, which is, it must be terrible for some people, but the technology is available and you can pick up a telephone. You could pick up a telephone and, you will find somebody. Somebody will talk to you and put your mind at ease. Best way to do it. Best way. The West must give Ukraine the tools to beat Russia. And what else do we have? Rubin, the lion, getting his roar back. He was just basically abandoned in a zoo, and he's in a little tiny cage, which is about the size of my studio, which is about 12, 18 feet by about 9, I should imagine, or 6. 6 could even be like that, because you don't really need much room. If you're working on the radio, you can put people in little studios, which is okay. There's a Vatican inquiry into a UK cathedral after a sex party. I know. Don't ask me. I've got no idea what goes on within the Catholic Church. I just know they've got immeasurable problems. So there's now going to be an inquiry into this UK cathedral because there are claims that there was a priest there holding a sex party. I mean, I can't believe it either. I can't believe I'm even saying the word Vatican and sex party in the same breath. But that's what they're saying. Britain's youngest Mensa member. This will upset a few of you today. 3 years old. 3 years old. Makes you feel a bit dim, doesn't it, really, actually? Steve. Chicken and chips that tries to be similar to KFC. 25 quid in Dubai airport whilst waiting for a connecting flight. And a hot chocolate, about £7, says Andrea. Yeah, you see, that's airport. You know what it is, though? They're relying on the fact you're at the airport and you're going, oh, we're on holiday. Who cares? People say, how much for a cooked bread? £14. And they go, we're on holiday. Come on. And that's the excuse. That is the excuse. Pete says, called out over the weekend and saved a pool party when the heating went down. Felt really smug when the problem was rectified in 20 minutes. I should wear a blue cape and have Pete the Pool Man written across my chest. I've 7 freezing cold water butts to service today. The joy. He says, but gym and coffee first. Love the show. We love Pete the Pool Man. Yes, I think he has the best job. He hates it, but he has the best job, I promise you. I bet he's got more than £100 in savings.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Still to come, the people who worked in the teddy bear factory, Charlie Bears. And if they weren't right, they shredded them, but they decided not to shred them. They decided they were going to nick them, because they were being thrown away anyway. So they decided to keep them. So they've been sorted out. And then Hilda, can't believe anybody's called Hilda listening to this programme, says, of course you're going to be seen quicker because you're the bloke on the radio. They don't know that. They've got no idea. You don't get better treatment because you're on the radio. Jim says the NHS certainly is a postcode lottery. Up here in Aberdeen, I was offered a telephone consultation in 3 weeks. Nothing to beat face-to-face, lack of doctors to blame. Yeah, I mean, I think they have a time span, our doctors do, where I think you get, could be either 10 or 12 minutes. I'm generally in and out in 10 minutes. Even I did the hospital appointment the other day, and I think that was 15 minutes. You know, just where they go through your numbers and your figures and all the rest of it. And Tony pointed out that small shops used to cash up at the end of the day and take it to the bank. The trouble is, Tony, you will find that's a very small percentage of people now. The amount of shops you go into and they take it on the card. You take it on the card. Not many people use cash now. I'm quite surprised. I'm a bit of a rarity. I do use cash, but I do use the card as well. And I like to keep a check on it. So every time I use the card, within 10 seconds, it pings up on my telephone saying you've just used your card, so you can check if anybody's trying to use your card. But most people, it's the card, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, in New Zealand, we pay around $55 for a visit and can usually get a booking within a day. Absolutely. Like you, Steve, I have a free prescription due to an underactive thyroid. Well, you get that for free. So you get levothyroxine for free. I mean, I'm diabetic, so I get it for free anyway because I use it. I don't have an underactive thyroid. I've got a thyroid that doesn't work, so I'm on levothyroxine 3 times a day. But I've never heard of somebody just getting it for free. Why would you get it for free? I think you should be made to pay for it. I think that's outrageous. I love it. And Kim says another choice for already cash-strapped folks, heating, eating or doctor. Well, to be honest with you, given the choice, what's a choice? I'll have to think about that one now. So, heating, eating or doctor. I couldn't do a toss-up on that one. That would be... Well, I would have thought eating, and then I think, yeah, but if the eating is going to lead you to needing the doctor, I'd rather go to somebody who knows what I'm supposed to be doing. And then on the other hand, I quite like the heating on as well. I do quite like that. I mean, I do bask in the heating at the moment because I don't have all the heating on. I only put the heating on in one room. And that heats my place up fantastically. And I have got one of these throws. They call them a throw. And if you've been to garden centres or you've been to department store, you will see these things. They're really cheap. They're like £6 or £7, and it's quite big, and it looks a bit like sort of furry or whatever, and you just drape it over your knees. It's a brilliant idea. And you put it, I use it all the time. If I'm sort of stretching out on the settee, I put this thing over my legs and swing my feet up, and it's like being snug as a bug in a small rug. It's lovely. It really is. I'd recommend them to everybody for the sake of sort of 6 weeks. And I have the heating on as well. But, you know, you have to you've got to look after yourself. But as I say, it was only because when my parents years ago had central heating put in, we'd never had it put in before. We literally were like every other place. We had a fire that you could build up, and that was quite nice. But the smell of wood smoke everywhere, all over the place. But then we had the central heating put on, and my mother said, well, we'll put it on when it gets cold, minus 20. And we're sort of thinking about, let's put the heating on. And she said, if you're cold, I can remember her now saying, if you're cold, put a jumper on. Because, and then you thought, what's the point of having central heating if we're not putting it on? We had it all put in. It was like colour television. Well, we'll have a look through the paper and see what's on later and decide about it. But we did. We put jumpers on. And in fact, my mother used to come into the bedroom at night when we were asleep and open the window a little bit to get fresh air in. She was a big believer in fresh air, my mother. Which I love, actually. I do love. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, conspicuous consumption personified in Las Vegas, the millionaire burger made with Wagyu beef with real gold flake, $1,000, fries extra. Well, I think that's ridiculous. You can get Wagyu beef so much cheaper than that. I mean, seriously, you can. That's like that place in London, which, had sort of people like Gemma Collins going to it. I mean, a place like that you'd avoid like the plague. And I think they charge $600 or $700 for a thing covered in gold leaf. Well, I can go to Indian places and get food done with gold leaf on it. It ain't so special. You just buy a little book of it and put it on. It's not as difficult. I'd never pay £1,000 for anything like that. Somebody says, have you ever used the "Don't you know who I am" line? Only if you're somebody in Towie or a reality show would you do that. I'm a radio presenter. Why would I have to sort of say to somebody, "Do you know who I am"? That would be a bit of a pointless exercise. But like you telling somebody or asking somebody, "Do you know who I am?" Because the answer is nobody will know who you are. You're only known because you're on my programme. But because I don't give you a name, you're not, Terry says, you do get thyroxine free. You get an exemption certificate, and that means you get all your medication free. What for? Well, just because your thyroid isn't working? God, that seems... Well, we should change that immediately. Definitely. Apparently, says Jane, underactive is classed as a life-threatening condition like diabetes. Well, I think it's outrageous. You shouldn't get that for free at all. They should charge you for it. £100 a time. Definitely. Levothyroxine for an underactive thyroid. It's only a little thermostat. You don't need to worry about that. Andrew says, surely you remember colder winters in London back in ye oldie days. Well, I remember the frost fairs on the Thames, of course, when the Thames froze. Much more snow in Jan and Feb when I was at secondary school. I'm longing for warmer weather so I can grow my seedlings and saplings on nasturtiums. I'm never very lucky with nasturtiums. Strawberries, herbs and beans. Oh, that's all right. You see, you can grow all those bits and pieces. That's okay. I don't have a problem with people growing. But we don't want a summer that was as hot as last year, do we? That was too hot. That was like, no, thank you very much indeed. I mean, I'm looking forward to sort of putting stuff out and ordering the plants for all the pots. I don't know what to go for this year. One year I just went all begonias, and for ages they do nothing. Nothing. You get them as a root. And you look at them, or it's a bulb or something like that, and you put them in and you think, oh, they're not doing anything at all. And I've got about 20, no, if not more, actually, probably about 30 terracotta pots to fill up. And with the help of my neighbour Lindy and Lynn, we'll have a clear-up day on the patio, and then we put all the pots out. Then I go and get all the earth, and we get through probably about 15 or 20 bags of compost to put into the pots, and get them all ready, and then plant out the stuff. And then for ages I sit there looking at it thinking, why are they not growing? And it just sort of didn't grow. And then all of a sudden, you come out one morning, and there it is. It started sprouting. And then the next minute, all these beautiful begonias on the end, all these peachy and chocolatey and lemony sort of cut. They look really fantastic. And I thought I might go for them this year. I just might. Might be in one of those sort of kind of moods. Because there's something, very pleasing about putting something in a pot and watching it grow. I've got a producer like that. We put him in a pot and watched him grow. Hasn't worked. We're still waiting. We're still waiting sometime, I know. So Noreen says, we went to the O2 on Saturday to see Peter Kay. And that's a journey for her. She's in St Albans. She says he was fabulous, but the journeys both ways were difficult, but we managed. The cab driver coming home is a listener to you. He had Nick Abbott on in the car. We didn't catch his name, so can you say good morning, please? We told him we're keen listeners to you, says Noreen and Brian. So there you go. I get listened to by a lot of cab drivers. I got one, a couple of weeks ago, who turned around and went, I can't believe I've got Steve Allen in my car. And I thought, oh, God, it's going to be a conversation. Then you have to have a conversation about all this you talk to and all the rest of it. I love it. Steve, I went to a GP last week in Baku. No appointment, no queue, saw the GP, 15 minutes, full checkup, costs about 20 quid. Not free, but affordable is the key. Yeah, I mean, I think, if you're getting that sort of service, fantastic. Fantastic. And I would pay every single time. Every single time I would pay. If they said it's got to come in, and if you can afford to pay. But how are they going to work out who can afford to pay and who can't afford to pay. What are they going to do? Ask to see your bank account? Or something like that. They'll go, wait a minute, we think you're a radio presenter. We think you can afford to pay, you know. You know, that's what they might go. And my diabetic feet are always very dry. Well, you must go and get pedicures. It's the best way. Steve says, what's the best afternoon tea in London at the moment? Oh, there's quite a number, actually. There's quite a number. Most of the hotels do good afternoon teas. You know, that's the Goring is my favourite. But that's just because it's very near Victoria Station. It's tucked away down a little street. You wouldn't know. And that's where Kate's family went the night before her wedding to William. And we've been there quite a number of times. It's a family-run hotel, and I think you get different service in a family-run hotel. It's not... Although I was looking at the makeover at Claridge's, and that looked fairly good. But they've now got a swimming pool, and they've got... Is it £100,000 for the top suite? £100,000 a night, by the way, a night. So if you can afford that, you're not going to worry about having to pay for anything at all, are you? Steve, thank you for cheering me up. Says, Kat, it's freezing here. My house is very old and cold, a bit like me. Jack's the same. He's got no central heating. Seriously, we might have to sort him out, I think, on the central heating front. Steve. Wait a minute, let's have another little check of one here. And wait a minute. 1 eating, 2 doctors, 3 heating. Yeah, because I think if you're cold at home, you can put extra clothes on, you can layer up, and you can go to bed with a jumper on or something like that. I mean, once I climb into bed, it might be cold to start with, but it heats up, you know, really, with me in it, in about... Yeah, the more you eat, the hotter you'll be. In fact, actually, I always recommend to people, you know, if you want to sort of warm yourself up, porridge is very good for warming yourself up, and soup, very good. You know, it's cheap, cheerful and nutritious, and you can sort of sip that away, and holding onto the cup is quite a nice idea. For those people that don't, not everybody has central heating. You just, you know, we just automatically assume everybody's got central heating, but they haven't.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to... It's blooming freezing, it really is. Do you remember Jessie Wallace? You do remember Jessie Wallace, don't you? Because she was in EastEnders and she attacked a cop, allegedly outside of a nightclub. She'd had a few sherbets, and she told the police off. I can't repeat the language quite clearly. You just have to work it out for yourself. But basically, she used an F word and the rudest word ever that you can ever use because she was drunk. Anyway, footage appeared to show her kneeing him in the groin as he tried to calm her down before she was arrested and hauled into a police van. Anyway, he's quit the force, basically, because police chiefs let Jessie Wallace off with a slap on the wrist. So he's gone, this is just wrong. And I have to be honest, I'm on his side. You know, you don't join the police force to be kneed in the whatsits by some actress off the top. I couldn't care less who she is. Doesn't matter who the person is. She was a drunk and she kneed him in the whatsits and he felt let down. So he's gone, no, stick your job. Stick it. You know, he could probably earn more elsewhere anyway. It's absolutely disgraceful. What is the incentive for anybody nowadays to become a police officer? I can't think of any incentive. It can't be the money. You put your life at risk. There's all sorts of dreadful things going on, and you sort of... You just kind of worry about it. I worry for them, actually. Also, Andrew, his war chest from Mum, because he got cash from the Queen in a ski chalet sale. Took him long enough to do. I just can't bear him. I just cannot bear Andrew. I couldn't care less what title he's going by at the moment. But he's amassed a £10 million war chest. But apparently, US lawyers... are saying not a cat in hell's chance of this one succeeding. So, but of course, he's so arrogant that he thinks anything is fine. He's Andrew with a P in front of it, and we all know what that stands for. And then they've got the Jeremy Kyle live, Ghislaine behind bars, which is some... Who cares what she's done? Who cares? It's just a telephone interview, but with a picture of her. So they've obviously got Zoom or something like that. But it's obviously a bit of a coup to get her. And she says, oh, I can't remember he ever met her and all this. And so we just rehash everything. Because very shortly, I think it gets to the stage where she's not gagged anymore. She can come out and she can sell her story on what happened, and she can do interviews and all the rest of it, which is basically sticking the knife even further into his back. So we'll wait and see on that one. That's why he's amassed this war chest. Apparently, the sale of these chalet, which is not all of his anyway, half of it is belonging to the ex, and then the Queen left him money in her will. Well, there you go. Have you watched Bank of Dave on Netflix, the best British movie release in 10 years? Currently number 1 in the UK is on Netflix, says Paul. No, I know what it is. It doesn't interest me. I watched the guy being interviewed on the television a short while ago, and he was a bit over-enthusiastic. A little bit. I was like watching somebody on one of the jewellery channels, getting a little bit overexcited about sort of a £9.99 pair of earrings. A filmmaker has accused the ISIS bride, Shamina Begum, who I can't stand as well, of faking remorse. She claimed she was trafficked and wanted... No, she wasn't. We saw her going there with her 2 friends. There was no trafficking about it at all. She could have stopped at any time. But there again, would you really want to trust her? I don't think so. I don't think so. Definitely not. And Pamela Anderson, on the porn scandal that derailed her career. She said, I've never even seen the sex tape, but it gives me nightmares. Well, you shouldn't have made it. I'm sick to death of these feeble, pathetic people who go, oh, I can't believe it. We never made a dime off the tape. Well, I'm sorry, dear. Were you hoping to make money out of it? She said, you can't put a number on the amount of pain and suffering it caused. Well, I mean, more fool you, idiot, for filming it in the first place. I mean, how stupid are you? She said, it made me feel like I'm a horrible person. No, you just made a porn tape, dear. You know, in a car... with Tommy Lee, and they're now making a film about her. You know, all she's famous for is running up a beach in a red swimsuit, and that was it. Her acting is minimal. She's a bit like Meghan Markle, without the film, obviously. But it's a case of, you know, why are you complaining about this now? This was so many years ago, and you've never seen the tape. What happened is somebody had the tape, and they sold it to a porn distributor, and they've made a fortune out of it. It's as simple as that. You know, but she's complaining, we never made a dime off the tape. I didn't realise you made the tape to make money, dear. But she's obviously complaining because somebody else made loads of money out of it. But there again, you shouldn't have made it in the first place. Like these people, you see them, you know, they've been in a reality show. The next minute, they've been performing on the internet. Everybody from Lee Ryan to people from The Only Way is Essex. You know, or even worse, somebody from Geordie Shore, which is dreadful. John says, you couldn't pay me enough to work for the police. Well, I don't think so either. You don't know what, especially if you go out there and somebody starts attacking you. You know, people have to take time off. You know, police officers. I mean, they're having to deal with all sorts of people. There was a woman the other day. The American. I'm addicted to YouTube. I mean, I can't get enough of all the rubbish people in America that they put on there. You know, some woman. She's a common thief. And she's obviously got some sort of emotional issues. And she's arrested, coming out of a shop, by the police officers because she's nicked booze, quite a bit of booze, and she's screaming at them because she's obviously on something. You know, what are you doing? Get off me, get off me. And then there was another one who was going, I'm a citizen of God. I thought, no, you're a creep. You're a nasty little piece of work. You deserve to be arrested and banged in the slammer. And that's what happened to her, which is very good news. The workers at the shredding company were fired for taking home faulty teddy bears marked for destruction. The 4 men were caught when one listed a sought-after Charlie bear on eBay for 50 quid. A source said someone from Charlie Bears bought one to make sure it was one of theirs. Some of them sell for over £200, and these were meant to be destroyed. I can't bear them. I can't bear Charlie Bears. I like a bear to look like a bear, not these peculiar things, but they sell them on the television. Shred It, this is a company, said, we do not tolerate behaviours that violate our policies. And this was based in Swindon. They found CCTV footage of staff smuggling out teddy bears who'd been, you know, they look at them and they go, no, that doesn't look good enough. So they then shred it to stop it. Why don't they just sell them as second-hand Charlie bears? Wouldn't that make any perfect sense, actually? That's what I thought anyway. And 84850, Ashley says, me and my ex made a porn film. Turns out not many people watch chess online. You're barred. Actually, the funny thing is people do watch chess. There's a company called Batsford Books, and they make books on chess. But one book, one move. That's how it works. One move, one book. That's how complicated chess is. That's how complicated it is. And, Steve, I've got a Libra sensor fitted. Says Andrea, and my alarm went off this morning. I've got a glucose bottle by my bed, but because I had a hypo of 3.8, I was quite weak. See, I've had hypos underneath that, and it didn't leave me weak. I have mine when I'm asleep. So you had jelly babies. Oh, well, that's okay. Same sort of thing. You don't necessarily need the glucose, do you? You can get all sorts of little bits and pieces. But no, I've been under 3.8 with it fitted. And I say fitted, you put it on yourself. You put it into a little thing, you hold it under your arm, and you push, and it shoots a little tiny needle. A little plastic needle goes into your skin. It's amazing, really. And it's got a sticky bit round the outside, and then it stays there. Unfortunately, if you can have showers and stuff like that, you've got to get a plastic sleeve to keep it away from the water. And then you wave the little reader just underneath, and it goes beep, beep, and it does it straight away. Tells you exactly what your reading is, which is good. And does Pamela Anderson regret the second sex tape she made? I don't know. I just sort of think all these people, that's all she's famous for. She's not famous for anything. And nobody went, cracking little actress. I think we should put her into Macbeth or something like that. Absolutely not. She's only good for running up and down a beach in a red kind of swimsuit. Greg says, I feel I really belong now because I got a diagnosis. And, oh, wait a minute. I've lost it, actually. And, wait a minute. Where's it gone to? And that's right. I got diagnosed with diabetes just before Christmas. How fantastic! There you go. You're part of the crew. Part of the crew now. Isn't that? You see, we're all the same. We're all the same. All you've got to do is watch what you eat, like what I do, and it'll be good. Stephen went to Joe Allen's on Saturday and said, Steve Allen recommended you. I didn't get any 10% discount, but the waiter told me when you're next in. Yes. Great, he said, I love the baked fennel, says Trevor. Well, there you go. I think people should go out to restaurants and stuff like that. There's a big crowd of us going out in, I don't know when it is, a couple of weeks, I think. We're all going out. And I don't know where we're going to go to eat. I've no idea. Nobody's told me where it is. I'm hoping we might actually go either to Joe Allen's or we might go to Little Italy in Frith Street. Go and sort of attack Tony Polledri because he's so wonderful. Anne in Watford says, warmed the bathroom for 30 minutes using the gas, then had a shower using the electric. The smart meter showed that doing that just cost me £3. I think I'll stay smelly. Yes, when I stayed in Vienna, it was in the middle of winter and it wasn't a heated flat, but the lady who owned it, Hildegard Hahn, she used to wake up before me and she'd go into the bathroom, turn the gas fire on, she closed the door, come out. So when I went into the bathroom, it was all warm for me. She knew what time I was getting up to go to work. And then after I finished, I came out to the bathroom and she would go in there, tidy up the bathroom, turn the gas fire off. She was very economical. She was very good, actually. I don't imagine she's even with us anymore, but she was fantastic. It's coming up to news at 5 o'clock. It's Monday morning. It's January the 23rd. I trust you're well. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We'll be back with you after the news, which is next.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
A new energy-efficient boiler from British Gas can save you up to 22% on gas bills. That's a 22% saving on warm nights in. Cozy cats. Oof. And shower discos. Save money with the new energy-efficient boiler from British Gas. And you can even spread the cost with up to 4 years interest-free credit. Search British Gas, new boiler. Credit subject to status. Credit broker not a lender. Using panel of lenders for savings, see website.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Every 3 minutes past 5. I trust we find you well, if not freezing cold, I should imagine. Seeing as it's cold down in London, which means the rest of the country must be absolutely frozen to death, which is not so good. Singer Chris de Burgh says he grew up in a 12th century castle surrounded by ghosts. Ghosts. Yeah, I'm not a total believer in ghosts or anything like that. But he's 74 now, made some of his first public appearances singing to guests staying at Bargy Castle. Bargy Castle. Sounds quite good, doesn't it, really? I quite fancy that idea. I've got an addiction at the moment. Do you know what I had this morning? Special fried rice. Special. I don't know what was going on with my life. I've decided actually I must be. I bought it from Waitrose, and it's a good special fried rice actually. It's quite nice, and I had it yesterday with something. Oh, that's right. It was a Chinese chicken curry from Waitrose. And today, because they're doing a special offer, 2 mains, 2 sides for 11 quid, today I'm going to be having special fried rice with sweet and sour chicken, which is very nice, but it does send my blood sugars through the ceiling. But, I can cope with it. They've decided to get rid of a show called Shipwreck, and hosted by Tom Allen. Not the most personable person. Anyway, they've decided it's been left stranded. No current plans for a second series. Tom said, sadly, we've got no plans for any more episodes. It was a fun show to do, yeah. If only the same could be said for the audience. Why don't these people think more about the audience who are watching as opposed to going, oh, it was great fun, we had a lot of fun making it. Of course you did. You're being paid. It's a gig. But, if it isn't any good for the audience, you might as well cancel it, and that's what they've decided to do. They cancel these things. Sorry? Well, yeah, to be honest with you, they spend an awful lot of money. The next one that's going to be axed has got to be Gordon Ramsay's, because that's just dying on its proverbial. They spent £500,000 on a set for a bloke whose track record is positively zero. It's worse than Victoria Beckham's company. Even worse, because he's had... This could be the 3rd show that'll be cancelled. For the simple reason they just don't rate with the audience, and that's what it comes down to. Television especially, more than anything else. On radio, at least you give it a little bit of time to bed in. On television, they're not going to waste this kind of money. And nobody's interested in somebody who shouts at people. I really couldn't care less. Really is absolutely dreadful. There was a story I was trying to find, actually, and here she is again. I had to do this one because I'm thinking the BBC proving how... really, they're just not with it at all. This is the BBC Ski Sunday presenter, somebody called Chemi Alcott. She's been caught out plugging her clothing range on screen. Again! She's obviously either the dimmest person under the sun. She breached BBC rules about conflicts of interest. She was wearing jumpers showing her skiwear brand, which is currently on air. She's been a brand ambassador for the firm for 4 years, even designing ranges. She's quite clearly a bit stupid. They've told her once, don't do it. And so the BBC have confirmed they banned her from wearing the clothes. Yeah, well, that didn't do any good first time round, did it? So obviously she's sticking 2 fingers up. She wore this stuff in 2 episodes, and the BBC said, here we go, somebody from a totally nameless person, but they're obviously weak. Chemi will not be wearing the brand in question and has been spoken to. Yeah, like she was first time round, and she basically stuck 2 fingers up at you. So they've been highlighting her on-screen outfits on social media. To be honest, I've never even heard of her. Never even heard of her. Nobody knows who she is, but she's plugging her own stuff. But isn't that exactly the same as sort of little Lorraine doing her sort of mentions of Weight Watchers and stuff like that? Isn't that the same? Isn't she a brand ambassador? I thought she was. And so that's the whole deal. And in fact, Lorraine advertises clothes, everything. Holly Willoughby does the same. You watch an episode of This Morning, the moment the programme finishes, or sometimes during it, up will come, Holly is wearing so-and-so, so-and-so, and tell you where they get the clothes from. It's as blatant as that. Ridiculous. Jane says it's positively balmy in West Yorkshire. 1 degree. How lovely. 1 degree, honestly. We dream of 1 degree. Steve, thank you for letting me know the airline episodes are on YouTube. I watched one yesterday, says Dave in Shropshire. Oh, I love the people on airline. They were so funny. Some of them were just having tantrums and being really just rude and everything to the staff. I'm sorry, there was traffic on the motorway. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, it's closed. It's still there. The plane is still there. We can go and get. No, you can't. It's been closed. No, we can go there. It doesn't take off for the 20 minutes. No, the pilot has signed off. He has a list of passengers, and then he goes, that's it, blah, 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 and then they close the doors. And that means, thicko, that you can't get on the plane. So you have to wait to another one. And they always say to them, don't they, to placate them, go and get something to eat in the sort of the canteen, and we'll let you know when we can fit you on another plane. I love it. I tell you, I'll be having a field day. No, you're not getting on a plane. In fact, somebody said they were doing it. It was the guy on there and one of the girls, and he said he started being obnoxious, and she said, "You're not getting the plane at all now. You can go and whistle. We don't want your business. Goodbye. Goodbye." Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, you know, and off they go and they moan about it and you think, it's good, making a good television programme. Somebody said, very cold on the A34 this morning. You're still hitchhiking, are you? -7. I don't know how people cope outside in this heat. And you know, we all go, oh, it's great, isn't it? And you go, what about the farmers out there? They've got to feed the cattle. They've got to bring cattle in. If they get snow on the hills, they've got to try and rescue sheep who disappear under it. You know, it's very difficult. I'd be useless at stuff like that. Absolutely blooming useless. It doesn't matter because I'm sitting in not a very warm studio, but apparently it's better because it keeps you awake. That and the cattle prod, I think, seems to work. So anyway, naughty old Chemi Olcott, who nobody's ever heard of, flogging her own stuff. And the BBC spokesman, Chemi will not be wearing the brand in question on air again. Well, she's already done it once. She's having a laugh and she's got so much coverage out of it because you're so dim, aren't you? God in heaven. Tory MP Lee Anderson, I don't know who he is. He's obviously very well known because he's the former miner. And he told one newspaper food bank users are short of cash because they fritter money on cigarettes, alcohol, TV subscriptions and holidays. Because they were doing something the other day when they were talking about having to pay to go to your GP. And you get people phoning up going, well, I can't afford to pay. And I was waiting for the presenter to say, do you smoke? Do you drink? Do you have satellite television? You know, because if you said any to those, well, that's where you should pay. Lee Anderson, apparently, is a British Conservative politician who's been the Member of Parliament for Ashfield, Nottinghamshire since 2019. And he worked as a coal miner for 10 years. And he was selected and all the rest of it. So he's got 2 children, I believe. I don't know why they tell you things like that. There they go. Oh, my God, you're amazing. You've become an MP and you're fertile. So that's good news, isn't it? We're all very excited about things like that. I don't know. He's a former Labour councillor. Oh, right. So he's moved. He moved, dear. Mind you, come the general election might be the best thing, I think, for all the Labour ones to... I wonder how many others will defect. I wonder how many others, when they get nearer the time and they suddenly realise that Sir Keir Starmer, a terribly, terribly well-spoken man, is not really the sort of person that they want leading the Labour Party. Sandra in Broxbourne says -4 here. -4. And Kerry says in the Shetland Islands it's 8 degrees -8 degrees. I was watching a Ben Fogle programme. He went back to Tarrantay. And it was very interesting to go and see these communities where there's nobody living up there. There's like 10 houses on an island. And these people survive by fishing. One woman had a restaurant. Well, who, you're going to go all the way up there to some little tiny island with about 10 houses on it, and you've opened a restaurant. And she cooked all sorts of things, including haggis, which I've never had. Never quite appealed to me. So brace yourself now for the next big chill. It's going to get colder. And a February freeze is on the way. I wonder if that means that we're going to get snow I don't know. It's been late before, hasn't it? Boris Johnson tiddled off to Kyiv and was chatting away to people and everybody going, oh, we're really grateful to see him. And everybody else is going, he loves the publicity, doesn't he? He really does. He loves it. The boss of Tesco has accused greedy food firms of using inflation as an excuse to further raise prices. Have you noticed, though, Lurpak butter's come down? Used to be £5. And everybody's going, £5? Well, I'm boycotting that one immediately. And now it's about £3. So it's it's come down, but only because it went up so much. Dancing on Ice star Jane Torville has revealed how Christopher Dean saved her life. Because you've got that Dancing on Ice rubbish back on the television where they sort of say, oh, it's a celebrity version. And you go, I'm sorry, what celebrities are on there? I've only seen a couple of celebrities. Over on Love Island... Zara and Tom and Olivia and Zara are arguing. Olivia snapped at Zara. Snapped? That'd be an understatement. 2 alley cats. Foul mouths. Absolutely foul mouths. They fell out during a game of beer pong in which Zara branded Olivia the most two-faced person in the villa. This is without booze. You can imagine what they're like in the areas that they come from. By the time they've had booze, there'd be fisticuffs out on the streets. Absolutely out on the streets. Phil Vickery is up this morning, which is lovely. Good morning. He actually told me the other day when he started work in 79, in a local hotel. His starting wage was 28 quid a week. £5 went to his mum, £5 a week for my moped, and 40 pence for petrol. He said, the rest was mine. The days. 40 pence on petrol. Because that was why people bought those little mopeds, because they didn't use anything. My car this morning was actually quite warm. If I get the electric ones, they're freezing. Absolutely freezing. But nice to have Phil with us this morning. So a lot of people arguing in the villa. I mean, basically, they're just trash people. The language they were using is just... It's just so awful. It really is. But anyway, Aaron called out. I thought we'd get the party started. And that's all it is. It's very embarrassing. You know, and then one of them, Jessie, wasted no time in telling Will she's a country girl too. Yes, I think we saw that, dear, straight away. It's just awful. It's just awful. The programme it's got to go down in the ratings as being the worst thing. Penny says, tempted to go to Little Italy when we come to see a show in February. It's great. It's great. We love Little Italy. In Frith Street. But Joe Allen, you'll like as well. I only have 2 restaurants that I eat in town. By the time we've had next week, I might have another one to add. Should we go to the... Is it not in? Not in yet. Is she not in, or... She's not in. She is in. Oh, right. OK. We're just waiting on the travel at the moment. So there's obviously going to be quite a little bit of travel going on. Joan says, Lurpak, $5.35 in Aldi. Oh, I'll tell you need to get me to send it up to you. It's much cheaper here. That £3 something. £3.20, I think. But which is all good news, isn't it? And still to come, this story. I mean, I can't believe it either. Catholic church chiefs are probing claims of a sex party in a cathedral. I mean, that's livened up cathedrals, isn't it, really? Vatican officials want to get to the bottom of alleged antics at St Mary's in Newcastle at a time when people were banned from meeting under COVID restrictions. Apparently they were talking about a sex party taking place. I can't even believe I've said the words.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Tony Polledri up nice and early. I trust you are well. Says, I'll be in the restaurant to greet all your friends. Hope to see you too. I think I'm part of the gang, I think. Steve, oh, I know this one. Electric cars are cold because they turn the heating off to extend the battery range. I know, but we have to suffer. What's the point of sitting in an electric car when it's freezing cold? Which is not very good at all, is it? Not very good at all. Steve, my dad, this is Phil Vickery, used to bank the fire up before we went to bed so it stayed in all night. We'd get dressed for school in front of it. We did too. You imagine standing there, you know, in your pyjamas, and then you've got to put your pants on and all the rest of it, and in front of the fire, because it was the only way you kept warm. The rest of the house was freezing cold. I can remember standing in the fire, and we used to have the fire guard round it as well, just in case any of the wood or so went, and it would spit it out, and then we'd have a piece of burning wood on the carpet. Not that we had carpet, but yeah, I mean, it was cold. We had ice inside the windows. We seriously, you know, it was cold. We grew up tough. We didn't have central heating for a long, long time. So if somebody says to me, can you cope now without central heating? The answer is I can. I don't like to, because I worked on the assumption now I can afford to keep the heating on. I'm not freezing for anybody. I always decided that years and years ago. I mean, I don't smoke. So I haven't got any devices, and my needs are little, sort of little. And so it's, you know, I mean, when I had the central heating on, the whole place, and I was thinking, this is a pointless exercise. I'm heating 2 bedrooms and a bathroom and a kitchen, and I'm not even in the rooms. What was the point? The answer is there isn't. There isn't any point. So I decided to sort of change it, and it's cut my bills down quite substantially. But think about all the different, you know, different restaurants and things like that, like Tony Polledri's, you know, Little Italy in Frith Street in Soho. You know, they've got to put electric lighting on, they've got to put the heating on, they've got to put everything on. You can't sit there in a pair of gloves, can you? It's ridiculous. Wayne the trolley dolly, morning Wayne. He says, did you see Dancing on Ice? I've never seen so much rubbish on TV in my life. It's definitely had its day. The celebrities were Z-list at best, and I think Phil and Holly are good, but the show has become too trashy. It was ditched years ago, Wayne, because they couldn't find any celebrities. Now they've had to bring Patsy back from America, and there's a few other people on there. I mean, I feel, is it Justin Fashanu? One of the Fashnus is on it, and I'm thinking to myself, are there people's lives that sort of Thank you. Is my bag still in? Is my bag still in?
Yeah.
I'm just checking. Hasn't floated to the top yet. I get the team to do me a cup of tea, which I think is very nice, actually. I supply them with sweets and satsumas. We were short of milk today, although I know where there is another load on floor. You could send him up there if he needs to get it. There's quite a bit up there. Sorry, we're trying to find milk. My friend Chris says paraffin heater. Do you know, the funny thing is about paraffin heaters, when my parents lived in Southampton, they didn't have... they had central heating in the flat, but it was warm air, and it was rubbish. It was absolute rubbish. So when my brother bought the flat, years and years later, I paid to have electric heating put in, because I'd seen these radiators in a travel lodge, and I thought, if they're in a travel lodge, they're not going to cost a lot to run. And they were about 50-something quid each. They were thin, and I had them professionally fitted into his flat. So he had one in the sitting room, one in the hallway, and one in each of the bedrooms, and one in the bathroom. And it was as warm as toast. It was like sitting, I promise you, in a sauna. It was lovely, really very, very good indeed. But Chris says paraffin heaters, good exercise for you, Aaron. Very, very good exercise. Take it all. So paraffin heaters, and you could smell them. You could smell a paraffin heater. You could almost see it, you know, the vapours floating on top of it. We had a really nice one. We had sort of a paraffin heater, and then we had a gas fire, which was transportable. You could move it around. But again, they never quite did the job properly. The one I've got is a tower heater, and it's really good. And it's ceramic. And it's not hugely expensive to run, really isn't. But paraffin heaters, I remember, because people just assume that we all had central heating when we were kids, and we really didn't. You know, sometimes you'd sit there going, oh, God, it's cold. In fact, sometimes it was... and in those days, you had to walk to the bus to go to school. Now, I get off the train at Twickenham. If I'm feeling particularly flush, I'll go and get myself a ham and cheese croissant, which is hot, from Marks and Spencer. Most of the time they can't be bothered. They're too bone idle in there to do anything, which is a bit of a shame, really, because there seems to be enough staff in there. What they all do, I've got no idea. And then you sort of... what was that? That's right. And so I'm standing there waiting for the bus, and all these cars are going past the station. Parents taking their kids to school. One child sitting in the front of the car. Small wonder the roads are clogged up. Make them get the bus. Make them get the bus. I've never anything like it. What a waste of petrol and everything else. And then sometimes you get two little kiddies sitting in the car, and some of them, they look old enough to be allowed onto the bus. Other people go and queue up for the bus and all the rest of it. But it's these blooming parents who take their kids to school. Why don't you just get to the station, drop them off? We never had the luxury of this. I mean, it really is so annoying. So annoying. But, you know, people sort of say, oh, you know, you have to sort of, because there's accidents. And you think, no, there's not. No, they have proper school buses now, you know, which is good news. Good news. And so, you know, have buses that I can't get on because they're school buses. And so, you know, driving them to school, it just clogs up the roads. If the bloody parents weren't there, I'm so sorry to swear, you know, the roads would be nice and empty. We could get from A to B. I have to sit there forever and a day. Did you find the milk? Told you would. You found two. Shh. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. We'll have to go back and do confession. It'll be a nightmare. We've pinched the milk. We've pinched the milk, which is lovely. What else was I going to tell you about this morning? Pete says, is it Alpacin hair tonic and super facialist vitamin C face brighter cream the highlight to my morning ablutions? He says, I'm now ready to take on the day. It's the little things that bring happiness. So true. So true. And Steve, paraffin heaters were a nightmare when the wick burnt out. Oh, I've never had a wick burning out. Good Lord above. Kevin the Milkman says, I'm only in Berkeley Square. If you need milk, give me a shout. See? That's what people are like to this programme. We're all right, actually, today. I thought we might have to call on you, Kev, but luckily we didn't. Steve, heads up from the Old Vic. It's so foggy, says Ashley, you can't see Waterloo Station. Oh, wow. Oh, John Fashion, who went out of Dancing on Ice. I assumed he must need the money. Can't think of any other reason why he would put himself through something like that. And me and my son went into a pub by the side of Selfridges last weekend, says Les. It was freezing cold. Well, that's you work on the assumption, that people are going to have sort of a few drinks. And once you've had a few drinks, it kind of sort of warms you up a bit. Dave in Teddington says the cheapest form of central heating is porridge. Are you sugar or salt? Neither. I don't do sugar, I'm diabetic, and salt I wouldn't. Oh, salt on porridge, are you mad? No, I do it with a little bit of stewed fruit. I don't have it very often. I mean, it is like a bit of a treat to have porridge. But I had it yesterday because I was in this place for breakfast and decided that, I'd have porridge. I normally have this other thing which has got quinoa in it or something. I don't know what it is. I can't remember. And dragon fruit and bits and pieces. It's very expensive. It's like £7. And then they had porridge at £6.95. So I thought I'll try porridge. And I wasn't sure if it was coming hot or cold. And it was hot. And it was delicious. It had little bits of fruit and little bits of nuts. So I felt I was being healthy. Well, that's what I thought I was anyway. I'm probably not. Steve, cheapest... Oh, sorry, yeah, we just done that one. What make and model of the electric cars you get to work in the morning? My best mate's got a Tesla, and it's lovely and warms up quicker. Well, it's unfortunately, they're not. They're Charans, or Sharons, as I prefer to call them. And they're, because it drinks the battery... That's the problem. They won't put it on, or the air conditioning. So sometimes it's warmer outside the car than it is inside the car. And you sit there thinking, oh, so cold. I have asked on odd occasions to put the heating on. And they will put it on, but it's a bit grudgingly, because they know it's going to cost them extra money. Keith Lemon has said Celebrity Juice will never come back. Thank God for that. Thank the Lord. It took long enough to cancel it. I just couldn't believe how perfectly normal people would sort of basically debase themselves by sort of appearing and just being, when I watched Holly Willoughby doing it, I thought it's the only reason she's doing it because her old man makes the programme. And I remember thinking, so she didn't really have a choice in it. But frankly, 1 minute doing a family-based programme, the next minute being just visually disgusting. Kind of ruined it a bit for me, I'm afraid. But it was axed last year after more than 10 years. Keith says everybody keeps saying, when's it coming back? No, they're not saying that. What they're saying is, thank God it's not coming back. He says, but I don't think it ever will. I'll be too old to do it again. Well, they've got Stephen Mulhern, I think, is going to bring back Deal or No Deal. He's done a few pilots, and they seem to like him doing it. So I think that'll be good. I think they're going to do 20 episodes, because I like Deal or No Deal. Again, it was another programme based on greed. It was based on the fact that, the banker will offer you £10,000, and they go, no, don't want it. And so they would go forward, and then at the end they've left with a penny or something like that in one of the boxes. And that I quite liked, actually. I like watching people suffer. I like the misery. Also, Ian Ogilvy has no plan. Do you know how old Ian Ogilvy is? I can't believe it. 79. Ian Ogilvy is 79. He told Best of British magazine, I'm just a working actor. That's all I am. He's best known, of course, for Return of the Saint, after assuming the role of Simon Templar from Roger Moore. And very good he was too. 79. My God, he doesn't look 79. Mind you, I don't look my age. If you turn the lights down and I'd stick a paper bag over my head, I look quite good. I look older. Very bitter this morning. Very bitter. You wait till I have a word with the rabbi. I'll sort you out, I tell you. No threatening me on my programme, matey. Not on a Monday, anyway. Monday? Can't begin to tell you.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 and a half minutes to 6. Will Guyett, my cuz, says, I'll be there for that lunch too. He will, actually, it is true. He will be there for that lunch, which is very nice indeed. A lot of people are telling me about paraffin heaters. It's amazing, actually, the weather gets so blooming cold, all we think about is paraffin heaters. Because all you're thinking about is it's cold. You'll do anything to keep warm. But I have sat on buses, in the middle of summer, and they pump out the heat. Middle of winter, nothing. Nothing. I told you I got a train from Waterloo Station the other day, and it was freezing cold. Absolutely freezing cold. Steve, nastiest game on television, says Colin, was Golden Balls with Jasper Carrot. Oh, it was fantastic. I loved Golden Balls. A very simple premise. I don't know why they don't bring it back. It was absolutely brilliant. Again, you were relying on greed. So, you know, you have to then, you go, I promise you I will split. I promise you I will split. And then at the end they don't, they steal. And you think, I don't know why they don't bring it back. I don't know who owns the format to it, but I thought it was, I didn't think it was cruel. I thought it was brilliant, actually. I didn't think it was nasty. Again, it plays on people's greed. You know, and that's why Deal or No Deal would be very good. Steve Mulhern will do that brilliantly, and it will rate. It's like Ben Shepherd. We were talking about Ben Shepherd a minute ago. He does Tipping Point, but I think they probably make about 5 shows a day. I should imagine they get him dirt cheap, because I've sort of watched his sort of career. He sort of does a bit of presenting now, doesn't he? On, is it GMB News or something? I can't remember what he's a presenter on, but he sort of pops up. That's the one that uses all those old, well past their sell-by MPs. You know, Ed Balls turns up and you suddenly realise failure is one, failure is another. Angie says, talk about looking and feeling your age. My baby's 36 today. Suddenly, I'm feeling my age. David, no, it's an apocryphal story. And somebody says, Kathy, did you watch The Masked Singer? I'm gutted. I didn't get who went out. Very clever, yet again. Nobody got it right. I'll tell you what, if I see Roman Kemp's parents on television again, I'm going to have to change the television. Because the other day, you know, because they turned up on The Masked Singer. Yeah, Dad and Mum. And then yesterday they had Celebrity Antiques or whatever it was. And they go, and there was Roman Kemp's parents again. I mean, they're obviously, due to his fame, they're now getting a bit more fame again. So now we've got to put up with them on every programme. I'm surprised they've not turned up on Dancing on Ice or Splash or something like that, which could be very interesting. 84850. Somebody says Golden Balls was savage. No, it wasn't. It was a great little programme. Did you know, says Sylvia, they used to put canaries down pits? Yes, and if they died, there was gas, and so they didn't bother taking them down again. But yeah, they used to take them down in cages and all the rest of it, and that's what it. Basically, the bird died, don't go down in the pit. It's as simple as that. I can't think of anything worse. Why you'd want to be a miner? I mean, the only advantage is you come upstairs and you all have communal showers. I mean, that's the only interesting bit about it. The rest of the time, it was boring. It was, you know, having to drill all this coal out and all the rest of it. I didn't fancy that idea, but. But coal mining? Of course they did it for fun. What do you think they were doing for? They certainly weren't doing it for money. God, that was a fact. That's why all these little villages, you know, they had sort of little villages, and there was nothing else going on in the village apart from, we've got a coal mine. And if you remember, that was the big miners' strike. You weren't around for it, but I promise you, you've never seen such violence. Arthur Scargill, the man with the shredded wheat on his head, He was unbelievable. He was, oh dear, the arguments that he would have with newsmen and all the rest of it. You know, and they made some great films about the miners' strike, including one which I'd never seen before, and it was to do with a bunch of gay guys who went up there to raise money for the miners. You couldn't get 2 more diverse groups of people, but it was very successful. And there were, you know, Billy Elliot. He came from a mining town, and that's why. When you watch the film, is Dad's down the pit, and the stage show as well. They're going down the pit, but they're closing the pit, and that's what it is. Pride was that film. There you go, written by Stephen Beresford, and it became the Lesbians and Gays Support the Miners campaign. I'd never even heard of it. Seriously, I'd never even heard of it. But it got Bill Nighy, Imelda Staunton, Dominic West. All sorts of people in it. I mean, it was a real all-star cast. And if you've never seen it, watch it. Because it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. As films go, which is very nice indeed. Somebody's seen Babylon, starring Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie and Diego Calva. And the plot, apparently, chronicles the rise and fall of multiple characters during Hollywood's transition from silent to sound. Yeah, because a lot of people, Sarah, didn't make it. A lot of the silent movie stars. In fact, there was a very funny film some years ago with a very famous actor I can't remember. And the moment they took this glamorous woman who'd been in all the silent movies, she had a little voice like that. And the audience fell about laughing, and she was going, "What are you laughing at?" And it was just one of those silly sort of things, but it was good. But no, to call golden balls nasty, well, it would be a gross understatement. It's not nasty at all. It was great fun, great fun to see whether I used to have bets with myself on whether or not they would steal the money or split. And somebody go, "Listen, I promise you, I've never had £15,000, so I'm definitely going to split with you." And then we get 7,500 each. And you look at them and you think, "I think you're lying. I think you're lying." Well, I would steal. I would steal. But the trouble is, if you steal and the other one steals, you lose everything. You don't get everything. So one of you's got to get it for telling. You can imagine. And I've seen some really gutted people on the programme, which I laughed. I laughed so much. Ha, 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 ha. That'll teach you. Steve, 2 schools near us. 2:45 every weekday. Dozens of cars, says Patrick. And he says large SUVs idling, sad, especially the high school kids, who should be more than capable of taking a bus or walking. Coddled. We have to plan our day around this to avoid the traffic. My parents never picked us up. You missed the bus. You walked. Yeah. You'd look out the door and it'd be raining, absolutely tipping down. And you'd look at your mother and she'd be washing up in the sink and doing all the rest of it. I mean, there was no chance that she was ever going to run you to school. And in those days, you didn't stand at the bus stop with an umbrella because you just looked a little bit naff, because you were a schoolboy. It's like you didn't wear your cap, you had your little suitcase and your little bits and pieces, but, you didn't take an umbrella out there. You just got wet. You had a Mac. I think I had a Mac, or I might not have had a Mac. And you just walked to the bus stop and then hope that there was enough room inside the bus shelter for you. But no, nowadays, the kids, they're half asleep. They wake up in the morning like, oh. They go, "Put your clothes on." I mean, I don't say this quite clearly because I don't have any. But they put the clothes on. They don't want to breakfast. They get in the car. They're asleep in the car. So when they get to school, they're not ready to start the day. Whereas if they get the train and if they get the buses, well, then, that wakes them up. The whole idea is when you get to school to be awake. These kids aren't even awake in the car. Steve, says Jane, "I lived in Sheffield during the miners' strike and got to know some very proud and interesting miners." Yeah, it was foreign imports that killed it, stone dead. They could actually mine coal and bring it in from another country cheaper than we could mine it in this country. And Arthur Scargill, who was, I don't know how old he is now, he must be past his cell bar, you'd imagine, years and years ago. They thought we had people picketing and everything. I remember it very well. Very, very well. There was always scuffles going on with the police trying to get the lorries through, or failing that, the miners who decided to carry on working during the strikes. I mean, Arthur Scargill, how old is he now? He's 85. 85. He was in the Labour Party from 62 to 96 and president of the Yorkshire area of the National Union of Mine Workers. And I think he had a flat at the Barbican, I seem to remember, and I think they tried to get him out because it was a union flat and he was not moving for anything, I don't think. Sylvia says, "I often wonder what's buried in people's gardens. I no longer live there, but I know there's at least 2 cats, 2 gerbils, lots of goldfish and Jimmy." Did you not flush the goldfish down the toilet? Is that just me? We didn't ever have goldfish, but that's what I assumed people did. You put them down the toilet and then they entered another world. But a friend of mine used to keep all his dogs buried in the garden and made little gravestones for them. He used to have boxers, and boxers always end up with sort of hip displacements and all sorts of things like that. But they all got buried in the garden. But I think, and you can get buried yourself in the garden. You need to seek permission from the council, and you need to make sure the water board come round to make sure you're not on a water table. So if you're not on a water table, well, because then as your body decomposes, it could infect the water. But no, you can be buried in your garden, and you have to tell people when you're moving, grandma's in the garden, you have to tell them that so they know. But yeah, it is possible to be buried in your own garden, which I quite like the idea. Although I did see something the other day, there was some poor woman on the television, and her cat had died, and they wanted to sort of get it stuffed so that she could always have it with her. And to be honest with you, it looked about as scary as they come. When it came out of the box, I looked at it thinking, dear God in heaven, what have they done to it? It sort of sat there looking at her. And they have them in America. They freeze dry them. And you can have it in its favourite shape, which in our case was sitting in the cat litter tray. And not exactly the most exciting thing. But people like that, don't they? People like that sort of thing. Golden Balls lost its grip on people's greed when one contestant was adamant he was going to steal. Yeah, but that's you don't know whether to sort of, are they telling the truth or are they not telling the truth? So, if somebody says we're going to steal, and then they both showed Split, but that was it. But it was such a good programme. I love Jasper Carrott. Although he was brilliant at it. Let's have more of those programmes. Thank you very much indeed. Love Island do the same. Oh dear, Freddie's a fan of Love Island, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, he knows the rules of the game. He knows I didn't even know there was a game. I just assumed they sat round getting drunk and sort of, working out who they were going to snog. Did they get money out of it? 50,000 over the couple who win. Yeah, but I mean, who cares? Yeah, they don't amount to anything because they don't have any more talent apart from walking around in their swimwear. Go to the local swimming pool. You get exactly the same thing, but it's free to watch. And you don't need to give them £50,000 at the end of the day. I'm just amazed at what foul language they have. Really dreadful. Steve Scargill lived in the Barbican when you were at Gough Square. Well, I wonder where he's living now. I mean, he's 85. I shouldn't imagine he knows. Kathy says you're thinking of Singing in the Rain with Gene Kelly. It was Gene Kelly. You're quite right. I've got to watch that bit again because I've got it on DVD. So I might. I don't know what to watch today. Actually, I don't know. I think I might go out and buy Jumper. No, I'm not going to watch The Crown. No, I haven't bought the new ones. I need to buy the new ones. I might have to jump a few years. I don't know. I'll see if I can do anything actually. Somebody says Love Island is nothing like Golden Balls. Sad, sad Love Island. Well, it's not so much sad as they're just foul-mouthed. Seriously, I mean, I've never heard from women. Real alley cats. Real people who obviously come from... And this is when they're sober, which is so tragic. It really is.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company, Steve. I had to drop flowers to Global, says Danny, last Thursday for my wife. What a lovely building you work in. It is true. Even got a morning from Chris Moyles. Oh, good Lord, did you pay? You normally have to pay for things like that. If you want a good morning, if you want sort of a civil, kind of thing. No, it's a beautiful building. There's 1,000 of us in this building. You can't believe it, can you? 1,000 people in this building. It's huge. It's double fronted. So we've got two buildings. So we're in the bit on the left-hand side if you're looking from outside, and then I can cross over into the next bit of the building. It's very clever. Very, very clever. But 1,000. 1,000. Bobby Norris from Towie was on Golden Balls. Was he really? I can't even believe he's still working. I think he laughingly put himself down as a radio presenter. I think he does one show a week or something, or whatever it is. But what was the programme about the miners? What was it called? It was called Pride. There you go, Pride. Steve, to keep warm, says Connie, we spend most of the time in the bedroom. It's the only room we're using a fan heater. Watch fan heaters. Please watch fan heaters. They're very, very expensive to run. So just be careful. But lots of hot teas. And that's how we save money on the Lecky. Fortunately, the money on the meter doesn't go down quickly. Oh, well, that's good news. That's good. Do you remember years and years ago my grandmother used to have one in the bathroom, and it was a heat light. And you'd pull the thing, and it was a normal bulb, but round the outside was a filament that projected heat. And it was very popular. Used to spend a lot of time in the bathroom because it was about one of the warmest places to go to, which was very nice. So that's how we used to do it. Do you remember pocket warmers? Yes. I've got a couple of pocket warmers at home, but I've never sort of quite fancied the idea. But I think I'm probably going to go. I might go to Costco today. I haven't bought anything in Costco for a little while, but I think I might go to... I wanted to get the car washed, and a friend of mine said, what are you getting it washed for? I said, because it looks dirty. He said, no, it doesn't. I mean, it does to me. And he said, yeah, but with this weather like this and with the roads all slushy and everything else, he said, it's just going to keep getting dirty again. I said, yeah, but for that brief moment when it's clean, I feel a bit better about life. So I might go and do that and then nip over to Costco and go and get some of those things you drop in your gloves to keep your hands warm. I've got a thing for feet where you it's the same sort of principle. You slip it into your shoe and then you can keep your feet warm. And I've not tried that cream yet. Do you remember I ordered this cream the other day? And... I haven't tried it because people keep saying, oh, it's going to be fantastic. You sort of take this cream and and then you put a bit on your hand and then you rub it to warm it up and then it goes liquefied and then you rub it all over your feet, which is very, in between your toes. And I can't wait to try it, actually. It's just sort of, Trying to work out when. Don't forget, if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. It's called Technology. All you have to do is say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And it's as simple as that. And then all of a sudden you pop up on orange. Every time I do it, we get about, between 50 and 1,000 in. He says, making up numbers, like who can prove it? So, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And it will work. Dave says, I think all schools should be built in the middle of ploughed fields. At least it would justify the parents driving their kids in 4x4 Chelsea chariots. I'm just amazed at how many parents drive their kids to school. I really am. I mean, as I say, we never had that luxury. We never had luxury like that at all. Happy Valley, apparently, is the best drama on telly, says Rose. You can watch it on iPlayer. Sarah Lancashire. I love Sarah Lancashire. I think she's very good. Heat lamp. That's what it was. It went in the bathroom and just plugged it in, and it projected heat downwards, which is quite nice. If you're sitting, if you're in the bathroom anyway, you're not going to be in there for that long, are you, really? Unless you're sort of having they burn out. Oh, do they? Oh, I don't know. No, I mean, they would just... No, it had like a filament that went round the outside, so it looked like one of those little 3-bar fires. And it was good. Steve... Wait a minute. Dolan says, your friend telling you not to get your car clean because it would get dirty again. It's like telling somebody not to take their trousers down when they go to the toilet, because you have to pull them back up again. I don't clean the car. I don't do it. I pay people to do it. I'm like one of these. Years ago, you used to get out there with a bucket and a sponge and you'd clean your car. Not anymore. Not anymore. I gave up doing things like that when I gave up ironing. Much easier. Julia from Manchester says, have a good day. Well, it's Monday. It's Monday. I tell you what, they were doing the Dancing on Ice thing yesterday because Wayne mentioned it. And hoving into view was this old man sitting in the front row. And they went, and now on to H from Steps. I thought, he's let himself go. I'm serious. I've never seen anybody look so old in a short space of time. He used to be sort of like, my root scooting, baby, you're driving me crazy. Do you do dancing? You don't do dancing, do you? I've just realised. You dance, yeah. Aaron dances when he's drunk, like everybody. It's like, you don't actually move anywhere. You're sort of rooted to the spot. Yeah, just moshing. He does moshing. And if you don't know what it is, you have to go check. Steve, I'm seeing if this new technology works with Alexa, says Pete in Saint-Germain. Yeah, it does work. It's very clever. Very, very clever. I mean, I don't understand how it works. Don't even ask me, because I'm really the worst person to ask about technology, because I'm not very good. That's why we have people what do things for us. Compensation culture takes a hit as claims fall. You know why? Because they catch people out nowadays. It's amazing how many people that I've seen who've been abroad and they sort of, fall over basically because they're drunk. And then they go, oh, we've had food poisoning. We've all had it. And the kids went down with it and it's completely ruined our holiday. And they put in. And then they post on Instagram all these pictures of them diving into the sea and swimming and doing all the rest of it. And so now they're very hot on things like that. Very, very hot. And so the insurance companies go, we're taking you to court. Because basically you're a tow rag and you're a liar. Mark and Jan say you have a wonderful day at Costco from 2 ambulance drivers driving to Hull. Why are you driving to Hull? I'm assuming, actually, it's because that's where the accident is. I feel sorry for people driving ambulances. I really do, because you've got a nice bed at the back you can kind of lie down in, but you have to sit up the front waiting, and then you get there. One of them the other day was talking about he went in the air ambulance. And he said, and of course, it's only because I've been around a bit that I know the terminology. And he said, oh, I bet I get covered in claret today. You know what that means? Covered in blood. Claret is red. So, and I thought, that's good. And then Nikki Chapman appears on my television the other day. And she's doing one of these, want to buy a place in the country. And it's lovely. You get couples who go, and we've got 590,000. There was one couple who had 900,000, and she'd shown them, I think, 3 houses, and then they showed them this huge house at the end. I mean, it was absolutely, I'd have bought it immediately. It was absolutely normal. Heating it would have been a problem. And she said, if this was on television, she said, this would be the money shot. And I went, she just really said that. perhaps she didn't realise. Perhaps she had no idea what she was talking about. I was going to write to the company and go, does anybody know what she's just said? Because anybody with half a brain cell knows, except Nicky Chapman, who didn't have the faintest idea. It was just really bizarre, really bizarre. Apparently, Ollie says, to keep your feet warm, rub some olive oil before you put your socks on. Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm not rubbing olive oil into my feet. Definitely not. Bank of Dave, very good. Yes, I know all about Guy in Burnley, in Lancashire. He set up a bank, didn't he, to sort of lend to people. It was him I couldn't stand. He was on one of the breakfast television programmes, and I found him very irritating. He was a little bit like, Steve, we lived off the school bus route. So my brothers and sister had to get what we call the normal bus to school. Unfortunately, the bus didn't stop near the school, so we had to walk at the other end. We hated it, says Sam in Kent, but we had no choice. Well, we had the same. Our bus didn't drop us at the school. It dropped us in the high street, and we had to walk to it. It's called exercise. Honestly, ridiculous. But rubbing olive oil into your feet, not sure about that. Dave, yes, we are. And Steve, when I grew up, we had a colour, I think you mean Cala gas heater, and the man would deliver the gas bottles. It was very warm. People still use them. Yeah, the Cala gas man used to come around with a lorry and stuff like that. Yeah. I remember all of those sort of things. Right, we need to take a break, don't we? And then we shall come back again. Greece have said they're going to get their marbles back. Do you remember the first time I ever heard that story? I remember thinking, what's that such a big deal about a set of marbles? You go get them in any old toy shop. They do bags of them and they're different coloured ones. And I watched them making marbles once on a television programme. It's called How Do They Do That? And I was fascinated how they get the swirly pattern inside. Really clever. So, as far as I'm concerned, the Elgin marbles apparently could be housed in a British Museum annex at the Acropolis Museum. This is how they're going to get round it. And cutting a glass of wine a day would halve the obesity crisis. Well, there you go. I tell you, the things you learn. It's LBC. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast. I'm back with you after the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. I trust we find you well, if not freezing to death. And this fog that sort of blanketed the country earlier on should be clear, I think, by about 11, they've said this morning. In town, we're OK. But out of town, not so. How people cope, I've got no idea, because even driving down the motorway looks like a nightmare as far as I'm concerned. Simon said, I've just downloaded Alexa on my phone, walking to the beach in Melbourne. Yeah, you think we're jealous? Well, only a tiny bit. And Graham says, thank you for the advice regarding reformed ham. Not just ham. They do it for chicken. They do it for just about everything. He said, I can't believe how much is reformed. Yeah, turn over a packet of pre-processed stuff and it will say formed from. And that's the clue. That's the clue. It's not, I never class it as being proper. You know, I want to see a piece of ham and then they cook it and then they slice it. But if it says formed from, avoid. I don't go anywhere near it. And they do it for chicken and everything. You know, how many bits of chicken do you know? Around. You know, if it's got slices of chicken, then you know it's proper chicken. If it's a round bit, formed from, and you don't want to watch the process, although you could probably find it on YouTube. Steve, I love that How Do They Do It programme, says Catherine. Yeah, I mean, they do everything on there, all the sort of things that you can think of, that you think, I've never thought about how they put lead in a pencil. I've never thought about that before. It's never crossed my life. I've never had a dinner party and sort of discussed, how do they put lead in a pencil? And how do they get egg roll You know, where it's the same bit of egg all the way down, and you think that's quite clever. And then they show you how to make a skateboard, or how to do this, or how to, and I think it's really quite interesting. It's a good source of voiceover work, as they say. So I'm with you on that one, Catherine. My old nan, Steve, used to leave her oven gas door open and put it on half heat. Over the night, it would keep most rooms warm enough, so when you woke up, the bite of a cold morning wasn't as bad as it could be, says Dean, currently on the train to London for work. Oh, see, I'd hate that every day. Even though I go home on the train, I still think it sounds terrible. Every morning you get out there, freezing cold, you're on the platform, the train comes in, and then there's that pushing and the shoving to get off, you know, and then you've got to race to get that seat. Certainly on my trains going out of London, luckily it's not too bad. I don't let anybody sit next to me. I won't hide. I don't do that. I try to be benevolent, but to be honest with you, I need my space on the seat. So I put my bag down next to me, my other bag, and, you know, it's a case of, yes, I'll go and sit somewhere else. Nobody's ever risked it. They've never gone, excuse me, can I sit down? I've never had that. I just go, yeah, of course you can. You know, they don't stay long, I'm telling you. Steve, I think you'll find everybody from Burnley is irritating, says Paul. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. John the bricklayer. Oh, God, you've got a worse job, haven't you? He says it's -6 in Watford. Won't be laying many bricks today. I don't blame you. I don't know how anybody could work outside in this weather. I really don't. It's just absolute. You imagine if you've got to go to a funeral today. You know, it's too cold. I know you want to make sure it all goes right, and I know that, you know, we want everything to be perfect. I was talking to somebody the other day. We went out trying to find a suit for them because they're going to be a pallbearer. And so they've got to get a suit. They've already got 4 pallbearers from the funeral company, but they want another 2 because this is a particularly heavy person. And so we spent ages trying to find a suit, and in the end couldn't find one. Couldn't find a suit that worked. You know, it's got to be... I mean, Marks and Spencer's seems to be the place that most people go to because they've got most sizes and things like that. But couldn't find the trousers at the right... You know, nothing seemed to... You know, there's the jacket. Can we find the trousers? They've got hundreds of pairs of trousers. No, you can't. They just... It's all over the place. It was so annoying. So annoying. But, you know, anybody working outside today, not so great, is it? Not so great. I don't know how people do it. I really don't, you know, you must be made of certain... Because I see people, my postman, even in this weather, shorts. I bet you anything, Kevin the milkman, shorts. Can almost guarantee it. We can almost guarantee as well that the Vatican investigating a lockdown sex party in a UK cathedral will be making all the papers. Apparently, it's... rumours. I mean, I can't even believe I'm saying this. I don't believe it. Even the producer was a little bit dubious. It's alleged to have happened, a sex party during lockdown, and as part of an investigation into the circumstance of Robert Burns' resignation as the Bishop of Hexham and Newcastle, the Catholic Church is looking into claims that one of his priests invited worshippers to a private party at his lodgings. I mean, it's just... Anybody around here get an invite? No, I didn't get an invite either. People are said to have complained that Michael McCoy, Dean of St Mary's Cathedral in Newcastle upon Tyne, approached them to attend a party where gatherings were not permitted. A diocese source told the Sunday Times a number of complaints were made by individuals within the diocese after information came to light about a sex party taking place in the priest's living quarters attached to Newcastle Cathedral. I mean, it's just... You know, you're not even sure. However, McCoy, this is Michael McCoy, Dean of St Mary's Cathedral, killed himself in April of 21, 4 days after finding out he was subject of an investigation by Northumbria Police Child and Adult Protection Department for child sexual abuse. He'd been appointed in 2019. While there is no suggestion he attended the party, this is Byrne, he resigned as bishop in December. I mean, the whole thing is just like, you can't make it up. You cannot make it up. It is just absolutely unbelievable. Anyway, the diocese says they have voluntarily referred themselves to the CSSA and the Charity Commission and would work productively and swiftly. This is, you know, just when, you know, you read something in the newspapers and you think, but I thought we'd sort of stamped all this out. And then it turns out we haven't stamped it out at all. It's still going on. And, I mean, there was another one which was saying the other day, it's another group of policemen who are up on charges of all sorts. And you look at all these people and you think, why did you ever join the police force? You must have realised with half a brain cell that you're going to be caught out eventually. It's just awful. It really is. Mr. Neil says, Steve, it's a lovely, in sunny Hertfordshire, -9. -9. The trouble is, when it gets to -9, it's like you walk outside, doesn't matter how big your coat is, doesn't matter how your scarf is or your gloves or everything, it's like, it's absolutely freezing. It is. And it just, you imagine if you lived in Antarctica or something like that. Kevin the milkman is feeling very wimpy today. That's not burger, and chips and things like that. He's feeling very sort of wimpyish because he's wearing jeans. Jeans. Shameful. Although he did offer, bless his heart, to bring us in some milk if we didn't find any, but we did, luckily. But always nice to get the offer. Steve, if I see a bag on a seat on trains, that's the seat I will always sit on. Why make people stand for your bag? Oh, I do. I don't have any hesitation at all. No, the bag's sitting on the seat. And I make a big kerfuffle. Nobody's ever asked, actually. Nobody's ever asked to sit on the seat next to me. As I say, because I make it perfectly obvious I don't want them sitting there. It's as simple as that, I mean, I don't know whether they've had a bath or anything. No, I don't want people sitting next to me. I don't know what diseases they're all carrying. Duke of York photo is fake, claims Ghislaine Maxwell. What would she know? She can't remember yesterday, I should imagine. But ask if she feels like a victim of Epstein. Ghislaine says, I don't particularly like the word victim. It's one that should be used very sparingly because, today everybody is a victim of something. Yep, that's why you're in prison, dear. But anyway, 2019, was it 2019? Andrew did the talk, didn't he, on Newsnight? He said he had no recollection of meeting Giuffre and claimed the photograph may have been doctored. Last year he settled this sexual assault case filed against him for an undisclosed sum reported to be up to 3 million, although there's been claims up to, I think, about 12 million, but this is no admission of guilt. In November, Giuffre dropped her lawsuit claiming former Harvard Law School professor Alan Dershowitz was among the men with whom Epstein compelled her to have sex with. And so it went on. Now Andrew, according to all the papers from yesterday, I believe, is talking about the fact he's amassed this £10 million war chest and he's going into battle. We shall wait and see. Wait and see. It's 13 minutes past 6. Sandy Toksvig is going to raise the issue of church weddings for single-sex couples with the Archbishop of Canterbury after he agreed to meet her for a coffee. Well, he's already said that he has no intention of conducting any same-sex marriages. I mean, good luck to her. Quick update, I'll be meeting, she said, the Archbishop of Canterbury for a long-promised coffee. And she tweeted that on Saturday. Last week, Church of England reaffirmed its refusal to let same-sex couples marry in church, despite a public apology from its bishops for the way in which the Church of England has treated LGBTQ plus people. The Church has outlined plans to bless same-sex couples who are legally married, which will be up for debate. And Justin Welby said he was extremely joyful at the change of stance on blessings, but he had pastoral responsibility for the global Anglican Church and so would not personally bless same-sex marriages. So, Sandy, good luck on that one. I think he reaffirmed, Welby, a 1998 resolution that gay sex is sinful. So let's wait and see whether or not things have changed. I have a feeling they haven't. But if anybody can persuade somebody to change their mind, Sandy Toksvig might be the person. And I missed out the other day all the Lunar New Year parades in London for the Chinese and the dragon dances and everything else. I love watching it. We had it in Twickenham the other year. I missed it the other day because I was away all day. But I watched it last year, and they went all the way from Twickenham Green all the way down through the town centre doing this dragon dance. And I thought it was fantastic. All the kids love it, and they get sort of presents. And I think you hire these people in. I think if you want a sort of a dragon dance, you book them, and they will come around and do it. And some of them are fantastic. Go to YouTube, type in dragon dances. They're up on, they're doing acrobatics and all sorts of things. Really brilliant.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 19 minutes past 6. Still freezing cold. Doesn't improve, does it? Steve, can you wish... Now, is it Priyesh Avi or Avi? Who's... all I know is you're 7. It's his first day back at school. He's had his insulin pump on Thursday of last week, and he's going to do a presentation to his class about how it all works, which is brilliant, because you have to explain to people. Then people won't sort of think it's peculiar. You know, they'll actually take it as something quite... thank you. Quite... He's in a very funny mood today, you know. I don't know why. So I think that's brilliant. You've got your insulin pump fitted. So that means it sort of takes away all the worry about having to do it. It does it automatically. So well done to you. At 7. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Well done you. I'm a big advocate of people, and you tend to forget. We tend to forget that little people have these problems as well. My day, when I was your age, we didn't have anything like an insulin pump, and now, I mean, I'm expected to sort it out myself, which is okay. But fancy having to explain to the class. It's a brilliant idea. All of a sudden, you'll be a hero. I wish I knew how to pronounce your name, Avi or Avi. We've been in two minds over this one, Priyesh. I have to tell you, we've both been going, how do you think it's pronounced? We do our best. We do our best. Alex says it's -4 on the A303. I'm working outside today. Thank goodness I've got a padded boiler suit. It's like wearing a duvet. Oh, I'd love to wear a duvet. I think a heated duvet would be the one for me. I think, you know, I mean, it's not, my body doesn't get cold. It's sort of, it's my extremities, my hands and my feet. I might try putting these little things in my shoes tomorrow, just out of interest. Sarah Lancaster, Steve, Lancashire is brilliant in the Netflix programme, is it The Accident? Well worth watching. Off to the dentist at 8:30 this morning in Suffolk, says Vil. Oh no, dodgy driving, very foggy where you are in Suffolk, isn't it? I can imagine. And Steve, I bet this cold weather won't stop you from having your ice cream from Ice Cream Ian. No, we're not having it today. We don't have it every day. In fact, it's almost quite rare. You know, we have it sort of, I don't know, it might be, maybe sort of once a week, twice a week, if it's a bit of a push. Twice a week, I think we could have it. But it doesn't deter us. Although the last time we had it, it was rock hard, wasn't it, when it came in? In fact, somebody's spoon broke. Who broke their spoon? Somebody broke a spoon, I'm pretty certain. Who was it? Was it Jack? Typical. Absolutely. It's always Jack. Heavy-handed. It's only a little tiny thing, the spoon. And it's like that. And he just sort of broke it. Bless his heart. But no, we don't do it all the time. Ian and Sharon, off to the Prince Charles Cinema in Leicester Square, which generally shows older classic films. We're going to see Prince in Purple Rain. Oh, do you know, all I remember from Prince is that when he stayed in a hotel in London, well, in fact, he was in London for an awards ceremony, and Prince was tiny. I mean, not tiny, but he certainly wasn't a very tall person, and he had a little squeaky voice. And they had this awards ceremony, and so they said, ladies and gentlemen, Prince. And this hulk of a bloke got up and escorted him to the stage. This bloke looked like giant haystacks. He looked like two haystacks, one on top of each other. And he walked him all the way to the stage like this, dum, dum, dum. It was like the elephants in Fantasia. And Prince was behind him, gets all the way to the stage. They gave him the award and he goes, thank you. And then turns around and goes back to his seat again. Hardly worth bringing him over. Hardly worth bringing him over. But I remember that somebody said to me he wore white pants. And his hotel room was strewn with white pants. He would wear them and then just leave them on the floor. And then other people would sort of pick them up and throw them away, I suppose, or something like that. But that's what he was famous. He was famous for these white pants. He was only 5'2". Wow. That's even shorter than we imagine, isn't it? I mean, 5'2" is... Well, I mean, that's almost Santa's grotto time, I think, 5'2". How tall are you, Aaron? You see, positively a giant. Positively a giant, a huge person. You know, in terms of little, 5'2". I thought he looked a bit tall, but probably he wore heels. Tom Cruise wears heels or stacked shoes. There's quite a number of actors who have to wear them because it sort of makes them look a bit tall. I noticed the other day when Boris Johnson was out in Kyiv, he was doing a line and shaking their hands like he was somebody important. And it was very interesting because I thought he was fairly tall, but all the people that he was waiting to see were so much taller than he was. It's Avi. Oh, thank God for that. I tell you, I knew I'd get it wrong. I can't remember if we said Avi or not. Avi. Do we say both? Well, it's Arvi anyway. So there you go. And he's 7, shortly to be 8, and having to do a presentation. Because I think doing a presentation at school is quite a big deal. In fact, I think it's a very big deal, because I used to be the one picked on at school to read out loud in the class because I was very good at reading. And I don't know whether or not people enjoyed listening to me reading or not, but I always did it. And another one here, which says, shout out to my mum and her group of friends who will be swimming in the sea today on the Isle of Wight. Some of them still go in with just a swimsuit on and not even a wetsuit. Oh, I couldn't wear a wetsuit. Have you seen what you have to put on to wear a wetsuit? You've got to put talcum powder on so you can get into the rubber. Otherwise, I wouldn't swim in the sea at all. Not in this weather. In this weather, imagine. I mean, even in the summer, I wouldn't swim in the sea. There's things underneath the ocean, sharks and jellyfish and everything. There was a bloke the other day, he was on the television, they were talking about holiday disasters. And he goes into the sea, and I think he's in Australia. And they've got a fenced-off bit where you can swim safely, which keeps sharks out, 'cause it's got a net that goes down to the bottom and all the rest of it. Anyway, he is sort of swimming, he's with his girlfriend, and all of a sudden, he feels something in his arm. And he thinks, oh, what was that? He didn't know what it was. Anyway, he came offshore, and luckily for him, he went to see the lifeguards, and he'd been bitten by a jellyfish. This jellyfish was less than 5 centimetres long. It packs a punch, this thing. It sends out little barbs. Literally, they put it in a glass of water. We couldn't even see it. It was so tiny. But this thing can close down. I mean, they had to rush him into hospital. There is no antidote. They just had to keep pumping him full of drugs to keep him going. And this little tiny thing, about the size of your thumbnail, could cause him enough damage to kill him. If he'd been a lesser person and not as fit, he'd have died. And I remember thinking, see, that's why I don't go swimming in the sea. Who knows where they come from? Did you see the other day? There was a seal walking along the Esplanade. It was going shopping the other day. It had come out of the sea, and it was walking along by shops somewhere. And I can't remember where it was. It was in this country. And I remember thinking, you know, sometimes you find a seal pup in the middle of a field. And you think, how did it get there? And the answer is it's walked there. And this one was walking along the seafront somewhere. There you go, seal pup rescued. It was spotted outside a kebab shop. I mean, where did they get their money from? I mean, what was it going to have? Double kebab and fries, you know, sauce and everything else. I mean, this was 11 p.m. on a Friday night. It was just wandering. You know, quite clearly it had been boozing in the local pubs, had a few sherbets, you know, decided then to go for a walk, suss out the local talent, and it was just looking for some shelter. And it just kept going. So it was shuffling along a path outside an amusement arcade. It was unbelievable, isn't it? Things you find in the newspapers. Also wanted, David Bowie's dress, Greta Garbo's hats, and the shirt Sean Connery wore in the first James Bond film. They are lost. They're iconic items of 20th century clothing, but they've been lost. Now the Museum of London in Docklands have made a public appeal for help locating them. The missing clothes are important because of what they have in common. All were created by Jewish designers working in the museum fashion scene, a legacy the museum believes has been overlooked. Actually, that reminds me of something else. On my emails, Freddie, there was one of them that was sent in where you found Noreen's. Go down a few, and it was one about a clown museum. I was very interested in this, and I wanted to mention it because somebody was telling me that there's this clown museum, and it sounded really good, actually. And lovely Vicky, morning Vicky, says, listening to you this morning, what a tonic you are. What a nice thing to say. No need for that at all. No need. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. Very sweet. And but have you found that thing? It's only about 4 down, and there's a link to this clown museum, which is in. That's it. That one there. This is a museum in a hospital, the Atmospheric Horse Hospital, which is in Bloomsbury, have turned their basement space into a clown's paradise. What they've done is they've got a mix of costumes with a few notes, and I tell you what they've got as well. They've got the eggs. Now, you might not know about this, And that's why I'm telling you that every clown's face is put on an egg, and it is totally unique to them. Nobody else can use that clown's face, only they can. So they've got 300 of these eggs. Most of the objects on display come from the Clowns Gallery for Clowns International, which is the organisation behind the annual Grimaldi Church service. And it seems quite lovely. They've got little clown thimbles and everything else. It runs until the 11th of February. It's at the Horse Hospital. Entry is by donation at the desk, and the Horse Hospital is a few minutes walk from Russell Square Tube Station. It's open Tuesday to Saturday. When visiting, push hard on the door as it can be a bit stiff. If it doesn't open, press the bell to have it unlocked for you, and you can go in and have a look at these lovely things. Isn't that amazing? But no, the eggs are very famous. The eggs are very famous. Each clown has got his face painted onto an egg, and it's totally unique to him. So they put the same makeup on all the time, which is brilliant. Vicky says, Steve, you're welcome. Made me laugh. Thank you. Thank you, please. And Steve, I see that Seal has gone downhill a bit since the hit song A Kiss from a Rose. I interviewed Seal once, actually. I thought he was great. Off to the hygienist this morning, says Steph. Am I the only one who finds this torture? Far worse than the normal dentist. Any tips? Drugs. I can't think of anything else. Steph's in Malvern. Oh, it'll probably be fine out there. I don't like anything like that either. But in fact, there are, in London, a lot of dentists, they will only do work on you if you've been to the hygienist first. It's just a way of extracting money, I think. I don't know about that. And apparently Paul tells us something that I had heard, actually. People have to wee in their wetsuits to keep them warm. Yeah, I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. Might be right, might not be. Either way, it's good fun to try, I suppose. And Steve, Gary says, your show should be called Steve Allen's Bits and Pieces and things like that. Because you kept me company from Essex to St Albans this morning. Oh, you're very welcome. We're here all day, actually. And somebody went to Great Foster's Hall in Egham. That's lovely. So really old hotel. Old. Have I missed the news? Have I done the news? We're a bit late. Oh, God, I'm going to get into so much trouble.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Over half of households nowadays get more from the state than they pay in tax. While apparently the top 10% of earners account for 53% of all income tax. Beyonce does a show in Dubai, and she makes how much a minute? How much a minute do you think she gets? £1,000 a minute. £265,000 every minute. I think she's on a deal of, 19 million for a comeback performance, which lasted 73 minutes. I'm not sure whether I think that's a good idea or a bad idea. Also, 73% rise, bad news in dumped puppies. After the lot, I can't believe that somebody could actually have a dog and then just go and dump it. I really can't. I mean, I find it absolutely amazing. A people smuggling kingpin jailed for migrant crossing that killed a family. About time they clamped down on it. I can't believe it's still going on, actually. But it does, and people get no end of pleasure out of exposing these people. All the weather forecasters are saying the same. There's a man swimming in Hyde Park here, breaking the ice. He's literally holding a piece of ice in his hands, like a big piece of ice. And if you think it's cold now, say the weather forecasters, they've said wait till February. And then somebody rather stupidly standing in Richmond Park snapping a photo of a stag, which, quite close to it, which is very silly. Lisa Marie joins Elvis in the graveyard at Graceland, and as I say, her mother was there, Priscilla, and loads of other people, and the Duchess of York, who, apparently used to call her Sissy or something, whatever it was, and then managed to weave in Her Majesty the Queen, which is interesting. And Eamon Holmes has revealed how it was a member of S Club 7 who got him back on his feet. And this turns out to be Jo O'Meara. So apparently she's had back problems. Not surprised after the racist actions in the Big Brother house. Shame of the Mets 16 crooks in uniform. The grim roll call. I mean, you know, it is absolutely amazing. I'm looking at a load of people here who have been into grooming, texting, body photographs, voyeurism, text to underage girls, text to a boy, all sorts of things. I mean, it's just how these people ever make it into the Met, I've got no idea. No idea. There's obviously not a vetting system in place, which there should be, because it can only get worse. Will Johnson speak out on the Ulster Brexit trade deal? I shouldn't think so. And for 5 years, Reuben the lion went unanswered as he roared because he was the last animal in an abandoned zoo. So scarred was the 15-year-old by solitary confinement in a tiny cage, he fell silent. But apparently, he's learning to roar again with the help of the British animal charity which rescued him. Jan Creamer of Animal Defenders International said the zoo on the Armenian-Azerbaijan border had been owned by a Russian oligarch. After he died, all the animals were rescued. Sadly, there was no room for Reuben. Lions live in family groups and roaring is chatting to them. He's still trying to roar. He's never felt the sun on his back or the wind in his face. Now he'll find a home at a sanctuary in South Africa, where his rescuers hope he will roar again. There's a lovely picture of him. He looks like he's in a bit of a bad way. He looks like he needs a lot of TLC. Happy birthday today to Ewan Bremner. The Edinburgh-born actor played the lead role in the original stage version of Trainspotting, but had to make do with playing Spud in the film after Ewan McGregor won the part. He was so miffed by the decision, he nearly pulled out. He said, I was on that precipice of making a huge mistake. He's 51 today, so many happy returns of the day. Also, 1974, January the 23rd, most of the food in supermarket shelves will cost nearly 10% more by the end of the year. A food firm chief has forecast yesterday, but he claimed this was good news when set against recent world price increases. Ronald Halstead, boss of the giant Beecham's Group, said in the year up to last November, the price of imported food and packaging rose by 38%. Hello, where have we heard that before? The answer here. And in 1571, Queen Elizabeth I opened the Royal Exchange in London. The centre of commerce is still used for the formal proclamation of a new sovereign. And I keep reading about all the things that are going to happen for the Coronation Street and, will they turn up? And we don't really want to see Andrew on the balcony either, do we? We'd have a horrible feeling we might have to suffer with him as well, waving to people in that creepy kind of way, which is not so good. But I wonder what they would do if Harry and Meghan turned up. Are they going to be turned away? Or will there be 2 empty seats sitting in Westminster Abbey? I mean, I can't quite work out what's going to be happening. I don't think they'll turn up. On the other hand, I think if they did, that might break down the barriers. But do you think Camilla really wants them anywhere near her? You think what? Maybe just Harry? Yes, I mean, they don't really want her. Well, she'd have to look after the children. She'd have to stay at home unless she's going to bring the children over. It's a bit odd, isn't it, really? We shall find out. Morning from Germany, says Carmen. I listen to you every morning, something I've kept from living in London for 12 years. -8 here with snow. How ghastly. Ice Cream Ian says, I'm starting off over by Clerkenwell today. Hopefully drop something off in the week. Thank you, Ice Cream Ian. You know the 2 we like. Well, actually, we like 3. We like caramel, and we like strawberries and cream, and we like vanilla. But as I say, long as it's not Jack, because Jack will just break the spoon. You know, I mean, I've never known such violence over an ice cream tub. It really is quite dreadful. On this day in 1965, who got to #1 in America? It was our very own Petula Clark with the song, When You're Alone and Life is Making You Lonely, You Can Always Go Downtown. Love it. Love Petula Clark. She just finished, of course, starring in Mary Poppins as the Bird Woman. And that finished on the 9th. So I'm sure it will come back at some point. Disgraced British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has branded a picture of Prince Andrew with Virginia Giuffre a fake. I mean, what does she know? What does she know? Angry royals not ready to forgive Harry. Well, I shouldn't think so too, after what he's come up with. Although most of it, or a lot of the bits and pieces we keep reading, seem to be a little bit of a fantasy. But they say Prince William and Charles are extremely angry with Harry, making any possible reconciliation problematic, so says Gayle King. Like she knows. This is Oprah Winfrey's best friend, isn't it? Producer of one of the shows, I believe. And should William and Meghan accept the invitation to Charles's coronation, Oprah Winfrey's best friend reckons the pair will face a chilly reception in London. Yes, I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. The US TV host who attended Meghan's baby shower supports the departed royal's decision to speak about the family issues for a reported £28 million payday. But of course the Americans buy anything to do with the royal family, you know, let's face it. They bought into Sarah Ferguson. They also bought into Paul Burrell and quite a number of other people. Because they don't know about things like that at all, do they? It's a boom weekend. You know, this weekend we've just had. A boom weekend, believe it or not, for holiday bookings. People are booking for holidays. People are booking for holidays, which of course is a lovely idea, because if you're listening to this programme on Alexa, you can say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and that's automatic. But the other thing we can offer you is a fantastic 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives. You and a friend or partner will stay at the Kuramathi Resort in a beautiful beach bungalow with speedboat transfers and return flights. You can see it now, can't you? You could go snorkeling to spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. All of this thanks to Kuoni Travel. For your chance to win, text the word HOLIDAY, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. Holiday to 84850. Now, there's a voluntary donation of £3 from every text which supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February, to enter. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 and above. Thank you very much indeed. And to see the list of participating Global stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. Just try and visual. I feel like getting my Speedos out myself and having a go, you know, lying on a beach, sitting in a hot tub, sipping a bottle of Prosecco. Who sips a bottle of Prosecco? Nobody. So all you have to do is text the word holiday and send it to 84850. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, we should. Hot tub. Be nice, yeah? Be good. I'm not sure about sand between your toes. I'm not sure about sand. I think, yeah, sand. Do you think it's really nice? Do you think they've got really good beaches out? I reckon they've got really fantastic beaches. I like crystal clear water because I used to, when I was little, go into the sea in Hong Kong and I could see my feet through the water. Nowadays, you can't do that in the sea because it's too covered with things. You have to take Speedos and everything else, which would be cool. Very nice. Yeah, up for that one. There you go, holiday. Have a go for it. It's a very nice way to start the year, actually. Meredith says, where we're eating breakfast, I'll see you going to get ready for school. We love listening to you in the morning. Thank you very much indeed. And we love having you listening in the morning as well.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Still cold, isn't it? Still cold. Steve. Somebody was talking actually about holidays. It's amazing how we love holidays. Sitting on the sand doing, I think a holiday, as far as I'm concerned, should be do nothing. Do absolutely nothing. Just eat nice food, you know, drink and just relax. Because otherwise, you know, I was looking at a cruise the other day and I was thinking that looked really quite nice. Actually, it was a nice cruise and I think it was something like 3 weeks. And I remember thinking, but the trouble is you had to fly to Dubai. And the problem I came up with was you're going to have to take enough clothes with you. So you've got to go onto an aircraft. Whereas, in fact, if you pick up the ship in Southampton, it's a lot easier. You just take your suitcase, you leave it in the hall, and they then take it up on board the ship, which is a lot easier. Having to fly with all this luggage didn't kind of appeal to me in the slightest. But it was a very nice cruise, and I think it was from prices like £2,000, whatever it was. It seemed incredibly cheap. What else we got? We got somebody else getting the kids ready for school, and somebody asking if I've ever tried Brussels sprouts with Marmite. Not really, no, I haven't. That sounds slightly peculiar. And June says, Just finished a night shift of babysitting because it's freezing out there. Had to warm up the car, took 10 minutes. Yeah, my car heats up fast. Really does heat up fast. I put the, I turn all the whiz buttons and all the dials and all the rest of it. Then I turn on the thing to sort of defrost the front screen if we're unlucky enough to have all the ice and all the other little bits and pieces. But so far, I've been quite lucky with it, actually. Very lucky. It's not been too cold. We're a little bit sheltered where I am. There's another story in the paper. I wonder how many people are going to do this one today. San Francisco has been plunged into crisis over plans to pay each long-time black resident £4 million in debt forgiveness to compensate for decades of systematic repression. They think that this would cost $40 billion. $40 billion. And critics believe if adopted, it could bankrupt the city and say California was never deemed a slave state. It's very interesting to pay £4 million in debt to each person. As I say, it's going to cost them a small... It won't happen. You can tell those sort of things where they say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. And most of the time they actually just don't. But it's a good... It's a good start. There's also a massive haul of drugs that they've just discovered, hidden inside fake tomatoes. Fake tomatoes. You can get everything fake nowadays. There is nothing that they cannot fake. But I've never thought about fake tomatoes. So police swooped as a gang set off for France with cannabis from an industrial estate in southern Spain. And wait till this. Later, they found more in a warehouse, taking the total to 22 tons. 22 tons. There was 7 truckloads of the illegal resin. They tracked the gang's leader to establish the movement of the criminals operating in Malaga and Cadiz. The gang members worked under the guise of a legal business, posing as dealers in real estate, rental and vehicle acquisitions. Fake tomatoes. And I've seen them do it where they cut open marble and then they hollow out and they put it in and they put it back on again. And whenever I watch any of these programmes which have got sort of Border Control America or Border Control New Zealand, it's amazing how quickly the drug dogs swoop on, people who put stuff in an envelope and wrapped it apparently in silver foil, hoping that doesn't show up. But unfortunately it does for many of them. Another one says about the royal family. A lot of people guessing on what the royal family are going to be doing over the coronation. I know that they're going to have this party, sort of like a party with pop stars and people. It'll be a good old mixture. But you know that really Charles is not particularly interested in sort of anything like pop music. It's not his kind of thing. I think he's more a classical man. But I do like, and I've heard this name before, Teddy. This is Teddy Hobbs. He's become Britain's youngest member of Mensa. Teddy Hobbs is a staggering 3 years old, and he wants to be a doctor. He can read and count in 7 languages. He's 3. His favourite books are Harry Potter, when his parents allow him to read them, and he does word searches and sums to relax. He's 3. I mean, I'm looking at him. He isn't just a person of restricted stature. He's 3 years old. He's now 4, incidentally. He gained entry to the intellectual elite club when he was 3 and 9 months. He counts to 100 in languages, including Welsh, Mandarin, French, Spanish and German. His parents say they're shocked at his academic progress. Doesn't it make you feel as though you've not tried in life? He speaks Mandarin. He can speak Mandarin. He's 4. I can't speak Mandarin. Ridiculous. He's starting school. He scored on the Stanford Binet IQ test. Out of 160, he scored 139. He and his sister Pippa were born by IVF, and Beth quipped, "My husband and I are not linguists, so we joke that the embryological must have slipped a needle or something. He has ideas he wants to be a doctor. Him and his friend like to play doctors at nursery." Not sure about that. But anyway. But he speaks all these languages. So he counts to 100 in Mandarin. I could only get to about 10 in Mandarin. That'd be pushing it a little bit. Isn't that amazing? You get something. Where do these kids come from? How does that work? Parents not linguists or anything like that. Not particularly brilliant at doing anything. And yet you get a child like that who just seems to pick it up. It's amazing. Steve, do you think you could get fake Conservative MPs? Oh, most of them, I should imagine. Most of them. You can't trust anybody at the moment. It just although I said at the beginning of the programme, and I shall repeat it again just at the end, just in case you missed it, that David Lammy was getting very carried away the other day with Rishi not belting up and so have a fine. And then out comes a picture of Sir Keir Starmer not wearing a belt in the back of a car. The only thing we don't know is if the car was not moving or if it was. We have no idea. No way of knowing that. But it does seem odd, doesn't it, that they were making a big deal about, he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, so he got fired. Like it was like he'd committed, something really heinous. He just hadn't put a seatbelt on in the back of a car. There are loads of... I sit in the back of a car and I don't put a seatbelt on. Oh, shh, don't say it. Oh, I'm going to be in trouble now. That is it. My fate has been sealed. They'll be going, well, you should put it on. Sometimes I get in a car where it goes bing, bing, bing. Mine does, but only if I'm sitting in the front of the car. I don't think you have to put it on if you sit in the back. But anyway, some of the cars I get in the morning, if I sit in the back of the car, it does go bing, bing, bing. But on mine, it bing, bing, bings in the front. But it's so irritating. You have to put it on. And I'm not a great fan of seatbelts. I've got airbags and all the usual paraphernalia, beachfront hot tub and that kind of stuff in the car. Cinema, everything. It's all going on in the cars, bells and whistles everywhere. But it's a kind of... I wonder whether every single... No, because not all the cars I get in the morning, if I sit in the back of a Charan, I don't have to wear a seatbelt. It doesn't make any noise. I've never noticed a seatbelt in the back of it. Perhaps I should look, actually. Because if I'm going to go anywhere, it'll just be over the front seat. And I'm hoping I wouldn't, actually. But you're right, I should do it. I should definitely do it. We'll have to worry about that tomorrow, I suppose, for another... It's always these different things, isn't it, where, they do something. But I just thought it was odd that Rishi Sunak goes, all right, listen, I hold my hand up, blah, 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 has to apologise. To be honest with you, it's got nothing to do with anybody else. And he's going to pay the fine, whatever the fine is. I've got no idea. But now I've seen the picture of Keir Starmer. Whether or not, as I say, the vehicle is moving, I do not know. I really do not know. Industry experts, says Howard, warn that car makers' scepticism about the mass adoption of electric cars will grow this year, clashing with lofty political ideals of zero-emission motoring. Well, the reason I get the electric cars in the morning and it's not very warm is because I can't afford to put the heating on.
If you've enjoyed this podcast, you can listen live to Steve Allen Sunday to Friday from 4 a.m. on FM in London, across the UK on DAB digital radio and on Global Player.
Okay then, class.
Class pass, Jane.
See you all tomorrow. All right.
Look, I got 12
messages. Look what's trending.
Go on, send it.
Post it.
What? Why, bro?
Why are they writing that?
What are they saying?
Growing up with phones isn't easy. EE Learn has the tools to help kids' well-being, studies, and every kind of lesson. For every kid on any network. Search EE Learn.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to January the 24th. Welcome to... I've given up just saying it's still cold again, because it is still cold again. There's a World War veteran, 103, frightened to turn the heating on, so wraps up with a duvet, a blanket. I thought they were on a picket or something, but it turns out they were sitting at home. Hat on, gloves, scarf, the whole business. It's ridiculous when it gets to that stage in the country, isn't it? It really is. The mobility scooter user left to die in a freezing car park. A woman has been charged. She stole it and other various issues. The railway line blocked after somebody decided to park their Mercedes on the track. You seriously can't believe the mentality of some people. The disgruntled chef caught on CCTV tipping cockroaches out of a plastic box into a pub. So off to prison for him. These people are so stupid. And what's the other one? 41,000 people have signed a petition not to fire Jeremy Clarkson from ITV. Don't worry, he's perfectly safe at ITV. They're not going to fire him. Why would they? Well, yeah, because he made a comment. We are in the land of free speech, are we? I thought that's what we were in the land of. He's allowed to make his comments in the same way that, in theory, they should give old Watson his job back on the television in the morning, Piers Morgan, because he was fired for saying, I think the weatherman decided to stick his sixpenneth in, whoever he was, and so Piers left, but he said he could happily go back there. You know, which is good. Little Mix's singer Jessie Nelson, I say singer because we haven't heard her singing for ages and ages, keeps quiet about her new boyfriend. But don't worry, when the time is right, she'll sell the story. Sorry, give the story away. Sorry, submit pictures. That's how it works, isn't it? Also, Frank Lampard has been sacked. Out you go, matey. Out you go. Because obviously he's not good enough. And Britain ravaged by sub-zero temperatures. I mean, it really, yesterday I thought was cold. It's when you walk out the front door here, because we have like an airlock. You come in the front door and then you've got to either be buzzed into the next bit of the building, and then you've got to go through a barrier, and then you've got to go through an electronic door. You know, it's like Fort Knox in here. You think I was carrying gold bars in. But Courtney was in the bit in the middle. So you come through the front door with freezing cold outside and you're hit by this blast of hot air because it's so hot in the airlock and they've got these fan heaters above you. It's lovely. Seriously, I opened the door yesterday. I said to Courtney, I say to her, I opened the front door. I went, bloody hell. Shut the door again. I said, I'm quite happy staying in the warm. You don't want to go outside when it's miserable. When it's cold, it just doesn't inspire you to do anything. But I did do things yesterday. What did I do? I seem to remember I got the car out at some point, and I can't remember why I got the car out. I seem to pootle about. Oh, that's right. I went to Costco. And I went to the supermarket because they've got a Coinstar machine up the road from me at Sainsbury's, and I empty all my money into it, which I've saved up. Every day I empty my pocket and the money goes in my jug. And then when the jug gets past 60% full, I empty it into a carrier bag, trot off down the supermarket and change it up. You have to pay for the privilege. I could pay it into the Metro Bank, but it's a bit of a trek for me for the Metro Bank. So I wasn't over keen on that idea. And then I use that as sort of spending money. And I've generally saved up in the course of a month and a bit about 250 quid in change. And yesterday was just under 250 quid, so that'll see me out for a little bit. We get paid tomorrow, so that's quite good. But luckily, I'd had a tax rebate. So, in fact, the money that we would pay into my account for spending, I've already got it in there. Because I decided not to sort of move it into a different account, which is much easier. Talk about managing your money in this day and age. It's a nightmare trying to do all these little bits and pieces. But we manage it. And so then I went to Costco. They've got some really big satsumas, easy peel, very nice, very tasty actually. So I bought 2 bags of those. Then I came back, bought some sandwiches for the boys, and then I bought some. What did I buy as well actually? Oh, some chocolate lint bunnies. I bought some. Did you get some chocolate lint bunnies? Did you get 2, or did he? You got 2, yeah, I thought so. I nicked those out of the box anyway. They come with all sorts of different bits and pieces there. They're nice, aren't they? They're cute. Save them for a rainy day. And Love Island in Crisis, they're just trying to drum up some interest in this dreary programme. You know, these ghastly people. One of them has been filmed in the real world as opposed to in the pretend world of Love Island, filmed flooring a rival, beating the living daylights out of him. They pick such classy people, don't they, to go on to Love Island. They really are. The 2 girls have been effing and jeffing all over the place, and that sort of marks them down as basic. And this is without booze. I can understand if somebody has a load of booze and then even the Housewives of Beverly Hills, all over the place. What a revolting bunch of moggies they are, ladies and gentlemen. Eamon Holm hopes to be able to walk again. It's funny, isn't it, really, because he was only advertising one of those things where you put your feet on it and it vibrates a short while ago. And then, of course, he did something to his back. He lost weight on a juice diet and then, strangely, started getting back problems. Far be it from me to start advising you on dieting, but you don't really have to exist on a juice diet. It's not for somebody the size that he is. And he's only 63. It's not like he's old. You know, he should be walking around, but the trouble is he eats. And I know everybody was talking about earlier on being fat and all this kind of stuff. And then, of course, you get the usual people who, for them, fat is an illness. Because if you have certain illnesses or if you've had certain medication and things like that, it can make you put on weight. But for a lot of people, the majority of people who are fat, it's called overeating. You know, you see them. They've got 3 bottoms walking down the street. You can see, you walk behind them and you're thinking, I didn't know they made stuff that big. But they do. And you see them sitting in KFC and you think, that's the problem. The problem is KFC. The clue is in the fried bit. You know, you can have it every sort of... It's like having fish and chips every day. You wouldn't have fish and chips every day. But some people will eat pizza, really fattening. KFC, really fattening. There's all these things out there. Burgers, really fattening. Chips, really fattening. Whether they leave the skin on or not, it's just some sort of feeble little bits and piece, isn't it, to make you sort of believe that you're eating healthily. And so I think that they started doing in McDonald's, they started doing salads. You know, it's a bit much, isn't it, when a fast food takeaway, which specialised in burgers, had to start doing salads. Whereas, in fact, all we really want is potato waffles and a milkshake. I could be quite happy with potato waffles and a milkshake. What else do we have? Oh, the 70-year-old pensioner who sent poison pen letters to the Quakers. And she was a Quaker. She's obviously got some illness. It's called, you know, missing the brain. And the Queen's consort, Camilla's bodyguard, makes the Queen's new head driver. They've decided to elevate him, and that's very good, isn't it? And they found another Egyptian mummy. This is a teenager, around 4 foot 2 inches tall, and between 14 and 15 years old, buried with 49 lucky charms. Literally 49 lucky charms. I always think it's a bit ignominious, isn't it? You find a sort of a grave and then we start digging these people up and going, oh, look, this, and they x-rayed his mummy to find out, you know, exactly what age he was. And they've worked out through his height, although they've got no explanation as to what caused his death. In many of the mummies' cases, they can find out if they died of an illness, or in the case of they find different pit. There was somebody who was found in a peat bog years and years ago, and the peat preserved the body. And I believe that the Aztecs used to put their bodies out, and they were basically freeze-dried. Or was it somebody else? I think the Eskimos might have done it, and the body would be left out in the cold air. And in India, of course, they burn them on the pyres by the side of the Ganges. I've seen loads of those bodies there. So, Ice Cream Ian suggesting mint choc. I'm not a mint choc chip person, Ian. Can I be a pain and have something else? The boys will eat that. You know what they're like. They'll eat anything like that. They don't care. Mint. Well, have we had mint choc? We might not have had mint choc. All right, I'll go mint choc. I'll go mint choc. Yeah. I mean, put it this way, if you've got another one, I'll go another one. But if you haven't, I'll go mint choc. Because I don't think we've ever had that. I've had double choc. This is chocolate ice cream, by the way. This is the man who supplies all the West End theatres. So when you go to a theatre and you order your Haagen-Dazs in the interval, he's supplied it. He's supplied it, which is lovely, isn't it? I'm going to have a slurp, I think, this morning. I feel like I'm wine tasting. Oh, that tea is just delicious. That's about my 3rd cup of tea this morning. I'm alternating between drinking loads of water, which is very good for you, and cups of tea, which probably isn't so good for you. But at least I'm not sort of overweight, which is good news, actually, because I went to the hospital the other day because they have to check for, you know, what your numbers are doing and this and that. And my cholesterol is bang on the money, without me even trying. Probably to do with the amount of water I'm drinking as well, actually. Stella says, I actually miss Piers Morgan on breakfast. Yeah, I don't like Ed Balls. I'm not interested in ex-MPs or people who've sort of been in government and then they go, oh, I think I'll be a celebrity. You know, I find that a bit dreary, I'm afraid. Sitting here in Temple Street Children's Hospital in Dublin with my 6-year-old daughter after her surgery, wide awake due to the unbearable snoring from another dad across the ward. But at least I can listen live, says JP. Oh, dear, that's the problem with snoring, isn't it? Can't really get your life back. It's very difficult. It's very bad for you. Very, very bad for you. You need to turn them on their side or just keep them awake. Wake up. Wake up. Don't have to worry about things like that. And Steve, this afternoon, says Shane, I left my bag at was it Wally Creek railway station in Sydney South? I got it back, though. I was very lucky. Very, very lucky. Blimey, most people don't get their sort of bags back, do they? But have you tried pork chops? I don't really do pork chops, I'm afraid. Decent price, good size. A whole roast chicken is normally $4.99. A bit cheaper than that. I didn't pay $4.99. They're much cheaper. Makes you realise how much Nando's are making when they sell a whole chicken for about 16 quid. Costco, it's already cooked for you. You just pop it in a bag and take it. You could just sit in the car and rip it apart and eat it. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Right, let me just have a... Oh, dear. And also the Cold War. They asked the question in the newspapers today. I'll have to read further into the story. Could China be spying on us through our fridges? I mean, slightly disturbing, isn't it? Many's the time you've opened the fridge door in your pants. Funny place to have a fridge door. But anyway, you do things like that and you think, are China spying on us? I'm not sure about that at all. Anyway, we take a short break because it's 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Tuesday, January the 24th. You are very welcome to the programme. It's the only bit of warmth and crumb of comfort that we get nowadays, isn't it, really? When you wake up in the morning, you think, oh, it's another day. I was so warm in bed, it was almost a bit of a disappointment to get out of it. But then I sort of nip into the sitting room and put the little blanket over my legs. Honestly, I'm beginning to look like a pensioner. It's ridiculous. Sales of cosmetics that contain fungi are mushrooming. Apparently, they use all sorts of ingredients in makeup. And I've still not used my foot cream. I did buy it. It did arrive, but I haven't got round. I must do it today, actually. I've got to nip out and see some people I've not seen for a little while. But, so they've got these cosmetics, some of the very expensive ones. Shiseido, I think, was one of them. And they use mushrooms because there's essence in all sorts of plants, in seaweed and things like that they actually put in there. Paul Sinner, from The Chase, he's told snowflakes not to go to his shows if they're easily offended. Well, all snowflakes are easily offended. That's the trouble. That's why they're called snowflakes. Because they are, quite a number of sandwiches short of a picnic. And they would be easily offended. I can't imagine why his show would be offended, or offending anybody. And I turned on the television the other day and there's a quiz show on. Whose quiz show was it? I can't remember. He's on Everything and his wife, and they do a double-headed show together. And they're very good. And they had on the bloke out of, can't even remember now, that group, Duncan James, with his boyfriend, which seems so funny because it was only a short while ago that Duncan James was a bit sort of, closeted to people who didn't know him. Now he was sitting there with his Brazilian boyfriend and they kissed at one point. I thought that'll prompt complaints. You could just tell somebody's bound to complain about it. People are never happy with these things. Sunak orders the epic scrutiny on the HMRC route. He's going to be out, isn't he? Not Sunak, the other one. He's definitely going to be out by the end of the week. I can't see whether it just isn't going to go, I'm afraid. An officer accused of groping and found guilty may lose part of his pension. Good. And they had a couple. It was a very interesting programme the other day. I've never seen it before. It's Incredible Families. And this was, in fact, they had two families on. One was a couple who've got a tour bus, which they've converted, and they live in this bus, and they move on to sites, and the kids go to school and all the rest of it. They've got 4 children. I think they've 4 children and a young couple, and they were very interesting. But the other couple, who were even more interesting, was two brothers, and they decided to set up, because where they live, it is legal, they set up a cannabis farm. And they grow cannabis. Their stepdad invested $150,000 in the building. They used to do it in their cellar at home, and now they've got a proper plantation of it. They grow the plants. They make all the different tablets and creams and ointments and everything else that go with cannabis. And their turnover is about 40 million a year. I couldn't believe it. And the whole family is involved in the manufacture. And they said, we make tablets for people who can't sleep. These are tablets made with marijuana. And apparently people are coming back going, oh, that's the best night's sleep I've ever had. And the mother, who'd never taken marijuana before, took some without realising how strong it was there, particularly because they do so many different grades of marijuana. I mean, it's all beyond me, as you can well imagine. Me, I start getting excited over a paracetamol or something like that, double anodine extra. But the mother took it. She said, I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, crawling across the floor. She said to get to the bathroom. She said, never again. Never again, which seems like, the sensible way forward. Ian says, look how warm it is in Falkirk. Thank you. And although I can't read that a little bit, but I should have met Falkirk. It doesn't say actually how warm it is. Whatever. What is considered a warm temperature at the moment? Anything above freezing, I should imagine. Anything above freezing. I slept in a sweatshirt last night. Because I deliberately keep the bedroom cold because it helps me sleep more, and it means you can pull the duvet up round your chin. And it's really nice. It's really comfy, it is. Rob says, whatever happened to Tutti Frutti ice cream? Oh, they don't bother with that, do they? They don't bother with Tutti Frutti. It's probably beyond you, isn't it? You probably don't know what that is. It's like, you like Tutti Frutti ice cream? Oh, right. I didn't think you'd know what it was. You can't really buy it now, can you? What's that one that I like? Oh, I like a Viennetta. That's quite nice. That's not too expensive. A Viennetta, and it's all ripples. And I saw the factory where they make it, and I remember watching them make it on the television. They did one of these programs on how do they make that, and I remember thinking that looked really good. I could eat at Viennetta now. I really could. I'd have no trouble in eating that. There it is. Oh, Tesco do a Tutti Frutti ice cream. Oh, it's currently out of stock. Well, that's ridiculous. How can it be? So it's got strawberry and mango flavoured ice creams with tropical flavour sauce and sugar shapes. Oh, not sure. When you look at the ingredients, it's quite frightening, isn't it? You really wouldn't touch anything at all. It's even got guar gum and locust bean gum, sodium citrate, palm oil, palm stearin, citric acid, apple concentrate, spirulina concentrate. What in God's name is spirulina? What is that stuff? And yet it's tropical sauce, strawberry and mango ice cream topped with sugar, pineapple and palm trees. Tropical sauce, strawberry and mango ice cream topped with tropical sugar pieces. I still don't care. I could still eat it. But they say you have to keep it at minus 18 degrees. I've never seen a thermometer on my fridge. Never seen one. I mean, you can keep certain things in there depending on what sort of freezer you've got, isn't it, really? Apparently, Craig says it's 10 degrees in Kyle of Lochalsh. As I'm out driving the police car on the night shift. How fab. 10 degrees. 10 degrees. God. I mean, you're doing really well. I mean, my car the other day went bing, bing, bing. I thought, oh, God, what's that? And it turns out it was flashing up the temperature, and it was -6 in Twickenham. By the way, I was right. Our Lloyds Bank's closing. They've decided it's one of the ones. To be honest with you, I hardly ever saw people in there, but I should imagine for local people of a certain age, it will be a bit of a pain, because that leaves us with no banks at all. We'll have to go to Richmond, and they're on the decline in Richmond. God knows where you go after that. I've got no idea. Maybe for another country, I should imagine. 23 minutes past 4. I don't know why I'm telling you that, actually. It's of no interest to any... Have I taken a break? I have taken the break. Oh, thank God for that. I couldn't remember, actually. I'm sounding like Richard Spur. He can't remember half the time, whether he's done the break, whether he hasn't done the break, and all the other bits and pieces. And Steve says, Mike, it's been very challenging, to say the least, on the narrowboat in this cold ice on the inside of the bedroom portholes, and wearing 2 pairs of socks in bed, and then I bought a hot water bottle. Heaven. My neighbour, who owns the boat next door but lives in Berlin with his wife and 18-month-old son, he's 57, looked tired and said he used to work with you in the Gough Square days. They all say that. They're all just trying to latch onto my fame. People go, yeah, I used to work. I get my producers down. They go, oh, yeah, I was out the other day. And so I said, what you doing? They go, I work with Steve Allen. And they go, no, you don't. They go, yeah, I do. And they go, no, you don't. They don't. People just make it up. People make it up. I've had people making up all sorts of things about me. It's quite interesting. Jennifer from Hemel Hempstead said, how icy is it out there this morning? Well, actually, I went to Costco the other day, and it's in Sunbury down the road, and it was obviously so cold, every single tree looked like it had been dusted with frost. Literally, as far as the eye could see, all the trees were white frosted. Tall trees, little trees, medium-sized trees. Every tree was full of this ice crystals all over the place. It looked beautiful. I nearly stopped and took a picture, but it was on the motorway, so I can't really. You can't just stop in the middle of the road and sort of, abandon the car. I'm just taking a picture, all right? Make a big fuss about it, for God's sake. You're only supposed to be doing 50 miles an hour anyway. And then when I got into Costco, all at the top there, it was all white and crispy underfoot. It just goes to prove if you're out in the air, it's a little bit nippy. But luckily, the car park at home was fine. We didn't have any ice on the car, apart from on the windscreen. But I managed to get rid of that very, very quickly. I'm not one of these people who gets out there with a credit card and starts scraping it off. That is just so pretentious. It's like people who go, boil the kettle. We could, absolutely not. Very dangerous. There is a chance of the glass cracking or something. Steve says, Tony, Tibetan sky burials for me, consumed by the eagles. That's what happens. They leave them out, don't they, on ledges, I believe. And the eagles come. I don't think I'd fancy that. just in case you weren't dead. Just in case you weren't dead, and they sort of go, there's an eagle, oh my God, there's an eagle coming down. They were doing a programme on the television. What was it about? It was about something, might have been monkeys or something like that. Whatever it is, wherever they are in the world, they eat sheep's afterbirth. That's their main source of food. Well, I can't, unless the sheep are having sex all the time. They like that sheep. Have you noticed? They're absolutely obsessed. They put a ram in a field. I saw them doing it on somebody's farm. Might have been Matt. And on his parents' farm, which is now his farm, I think. I might have got that wrong, but it doesn't matter. And they bring a ram in, and they put coloured dye on the ram, on the sort of, so that when they have sex with the sheep, they can see which sheep they've had sex with, because the dye rubs off. It's quite a clever system. I was thinking of recommending it to Essex, but, you know, you can't have everything, can you? And I thought, what a brilliant idea. And they do that automatically. Just so you know, because if you pay to have a ram in there, at least you want to make sure it's doing its job. Scientists claim the idea of a giant eel in Loch Ness is unlikely. Well, of course, there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. You know, there is no Loch Ness monster. These people are lying to you. They can't help it. They just... it's a very nice story, and we all think, what a brilliant idea if there really was such a thing as the Loch Ness monster. But there never has been. There never has been. Then, you know, going back into... No, it's not real. Don't start. Don't upset me on a Tuesday, you know. You wouldn't like me if I get upset. There is no such thing, because this thing has got to breathe, you know, unless it's discovered some new aqualung, which I think is highly unlikely. In which case, you know, they go, oh, there it is, there's... Oh, it's another piece of wood. Do you know there's a little Japanese man who's been camped by the side of the loch for God knows how many years, lives in a little caravan in the hope of seeing it. He is as dim as a broom. Seriously, there is no chance of finding anything. And they go, but of course there might be hidden caves. What a load of codswallop. There's no hidden caves in Loch Ness. It's very deep and it's very mucky. But this thing you think I want to come out and play. You know, come on, you know, sit there with a little bit of bread dangling in the water. I mean, it would be lovely if it came up and swallowed you whole. You know, that would be a fantastic thing. Oh, we managed to catch it. It eats human beings. Every so often, a Loch Ness monster investigator gets eaten, which I think is quite a nice idea, but no, they don't exist. It's just one of those things. You know, it was a good story in the same way. What were they doing a short while ago in space? Were they trying to find out the nearest planet to us, whether or not it's got people living on, or there were signs of life? And like at Mars, isn't it, or a place like that? I can't remember which is the nearest planet to us. Moon, and that's right, Jupiter. But Jupiter's got the rings, hasn't? No, Saturn's got the rings. What's Jupiter got? A McDonald's, Burger King, KFC, and no customers. You know, every 500 years they go and drop some stuff off there. Yeah, Jupiter. I think, if memory serves, I think it's the largest planet in the solar system. And I think Galileo found it all those years ago. And let's face it, you know, he was sort of fun. It looks so pretty, doesn't it? When you actually look at it, you think, I'd love to go out there and just land on it and see what it is, whether or not it's habitable for us, whether or not you could breathe the air. What are you shaking your head for? Not going to happen in your lifetime, is it? Well, you don't know you might be able to breathe the air on the planet. Goodness sake, honestly. Nothing worse than being a defeatist. Jack's back, you can tell, can't you, really? It's a case of, here we go, Mr. Doom, Gloom and Despondency. Oh, you can't breathe, Steve. You'll be dead instantly. You know, that's how he talks. Seriously. He puts on a posh voice for the programme. Hello, LBC. You know, yeah. He comes off the phone and goes, hey, I tell you, it was just like... Oh, God, honestly. Seriously, that's a university education for you. A university education, we love it. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But news time. The latest LBC News headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon & Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 28 minutes to 5. It's a Tuesday morning. It's chilly. It's just miserable. It's just miserable. It's January the 24th, the D-Day hero, which we mentioned earlier on, and a seagull, which mugs a man in a car park. Have you seen seagulls? They always do a thing about seagulls, and you look at them and you go, because we seem to have different sized seagulls in London. I mean, they're miles from the coast, but I suppose because you've got the Thames, that works. I mean, some of them, their wingspan is like 8 foot across. They're huge, and some of them are a little bit smaller. Either way, we've got too many of these sort of feral birds who sort of eat everything. I've seen even seagulls eating pigeons that have expired. They eat literally anything, and seagulls, and pigeons will eat just about anything, which is quite interesting. Plus, Boris sitting out at the nonsense loan claims, he says. And how many migrants crossed the channel in one day the other week? 442. I wonder how many of them will be genuine asylum seekers. Because I thought if you were genuine, you just fly into Heathrow and go, asylum. Why would you bother wasting your time giving money to these people who run these ghastly little boats? I just don't understand why you want to risk your life when you can just get an aeroplane like anybody else. Stephen Hendry appears on The Masked Singer. They can't find anybody to appear on this programme at all, can they? And Jimmy Page... Yeah, Jimmy Page pops into a cafe for a full English. And the paper's making a big deal. They're going, he's worth 150 million quid. And you thought, yeah, that's why. He's popping into a cafe for a full English fry-up. Why not? That's the best place to go for them. You don't want to go to these posh places. They charge you an absolute fortune for sourdough bread and, you know, scrambled egg. And you go, is this real eggs? Because you never hear them beating them in the kitchen. You think to yourself, I bet that's powdered egg. Can't tell the difference, really. And he went in for a full English. And they go, oh, he's worth so much money, he could afford to go somewhere else. Well, he obviously doesn't want to, does he? He obviously just wants to go to the cafe where you get the best fry-up. Thomas Bosch does the same. He goes for his favourite cafe, and they'll do chips and egg and sausage and bacon, and that kind of fills him up for the day. And I should imagine Jimmy Page probably thinks exactly the same. I would. Even if I had 150 million, I mean, 149 doesn't count, I realise, but, you know, if you had 150 million quid, you'd be going somewhere where you feel comfortable. You know, that's how it works. I see old Everton manager, Frank Lampard, shocked. Out you go. Basically, because they haven't done anything, have they, really? And a bit of a shame, little bit of a shame. There's also a plan to raise the retirement age in the budget. Till 68, they're saying. Phew, thank God for that. I'm still past retirement age, 65, 64, 65, something like that. But if they raise it to 68, they think that might sort of make a difference. Not to me. Won't make any difference at all to me. I'm still of retirement age. A bank is offering £200 to anyone switching to one of its accounts. Now, I've warned people in the past about things like this. You have to be very careful. Once they've got your business... You know, and you've gone through for a few hoops and jumped over hedges and everything else, and they've got you in to give you 200 quid, then they might change the goalposts and move them a little bit. So my advice is stay where you are. Santander, current account, using the current account switch service. To qualify, you've got to switch within 60 days, set up 2 direct debits, deposit at least £500 a month and use online or mobile banking. All of that for 200 quid. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm always very dubious of any of these people. If they're offering you something, they're not doing it for free. They want something in return. It's like every time I go into, I don't know, I've been into a couple of places recently, they go, oh, do you have a what's-it card? You know, and no, I don't. No. Would you like one? No, I wouldn't. No, I don't want one. You can get 10% off. Oh, whoopee-doo. Like I really care. Here's an asylum Afghan, 21. I remember Nick Ferrari being on the television with somebody, and he was talking about these, in many cases, Afghans, asylum seekers, pretending to be children. And they had one in a school. In a school of, in the particular class he was in, they were 13 and 14. He was 36. But he lied. They obviously think we're really stupid. This one, to get into the UK, said he was 14. But he wasn't. He was 21. He killed 2 people in Serbia. He was on the run, and he ended up here. In fact, he'd been in here twice. He texted pupils with sex texts, posed with a machete. He was left free to stab an aspiring Royal Marine to death. And the MP has asked how the hell he was ever let in. Because there's a load of people who go, oh, no, he's 14. They go, no, he's not. You can see he's not 14. Don't be so stupid. This one claimed to be 14 when he arrived on a ferry, but was 4 years older. He'd already gunned down 2 other Afghans with an assault rifle in a clash over people trafficking in Serbia. And you can tell straight away how old he is. He certainly ain't 14. How many 14-year-olds you know that sort of look this old? And that's what Nick was arguing about. I think it was on This Morning. I seem to remember there was somebody there who'd set up a group and said, no, many of them are children. He went, look at the pictures of them. Look at the pictures. Surely you cannot be that blind. These are adults. You know, thinking that we're stupid. And obviously we are, I'm afraid, in an awful lot of cases. They're having the same problem with brick and mortar branches closing over the water, says Graham. And on one hand, online banking is convenient, but there are other times you must visit a branch in person. What times? What do you have to do with your bank that you cannot do by yourself? You don't need to pay a check-in. You just scan it on your phone if you've got online banking. And it's so easy to do. You don't. Why would you need to? You can arrange loans over the telephone. You know, you've got all your password. Well, if it's a large amount of money, you just have to do it over a course of days. I can also transfer large amounts of money. I've got a little machine at home where my brother will say, right, OK, put the card into the machine. It's an RBS machine. And type in this number. You put your password in and it generates a number. And that authorises me to transfer. In the case we did a short while ago, we had to pay some bits and pieces, £6,000, and it authorised it. So you don't need to go into the bank at all. You know, if you need just suppose you need £1,000 in cash, you have to ask the question, why do you need £1,000 in cash? What drugs are you buying? You know, and most people have got sort of, you can do transfer. People will tell you now. I got a thing yesterday from Thames Water saying we've decided to go paperless. And so if you tap on here, then we can all do it, and we can do it online, because I pay all the other things online. It's just on Thames Water. I tend not to. I don't know why. It's always been like that for ages. So I'll probably change it. So in theory, you don't need the bank. Come on, think of something else, Freddie. Come on, try and justify it. Come on, think of it. Yeah, you think. Well, you can do it all on the telephone. You can do a Zoom call. I mean, I'm doing Zoom calls with sort of doctors. I've got one coming up with my doctor, and so they don't necessarily need to see me in person. They can see how gorgeous I am just by tapping on Zoom, and ta-da, hello, you know. And I'm shot in sepia, and I dim the lighting down so I look a little bit more exciting. But yeah, no, you don't in theory need to go to the bank. I couldn't think of any reason why I would need to go in. The only problem was somebody thought the other day about paying money into your bank. You know, if you've got a little shop, you need to go to the bank every so often to pay your money in. Because you don't want to sit on a bus, do you, with a load of your money ready to... You've never been to a bank? Well, you're barred. Of course you've never been to a bank. Once they see your face, they're going, we've got him, he's in, he's in now. Oh, yes, sir, can we help you? Get the police, get the police. That's what they do. The man was 7. You've got online banking. Yeah, everybody's got it. No, oh, have you not? Oh, well, I used to go and see people in the bank. They go, hello, Steve. I go, hello. But no, not now. I mean, I don't need it, which is fine for me, because I had to go into my branch. Well, it wasn't my branch, it was another one, but they were closing it because I wanted to get a document from them, and they were really, really, really good at RBS. And but nowadays you just don't find them on the high street. You really don't. In fact, a friend of mine went into a branch a short while ago, and he went up to the counter and he said, 2 skinny lattes and a cappuccino. And she went, it's a bank. He went, is it? Looking at it, because they don't look like banks anymore. Before they might as well sell coffee. Exactly. They don't sit behind bulletproof glass anymore, handing the money out, which they've taken out of their drawers. Well, you know, their drawer, which they pull out. You know, it all comes up automatically. And it does look like you're sitting. I mean, like, to be honest with you, I wonder how they'd feel if you went in there, started pouring your coffee out and sat there reading a book. Well, in the case of Lloyds Bank in Twickenham, not for much longer, I don't think. They won't take... And yet it's a big branch. It's like... It's very big. Very, very big. So what people are going to do, I do not know. Bit of a pain, really. But I did predict it. It had been clinging on, I think, for a number of years. And then they finally got to that stage where they went, I don't think so anymore. I think we're going to have to lose it. Mark Cavendish was on the television yesterday. He says his family will never forget their ordeal at the hands of knife-wielding thugs. He was beaten and had a Rambo knife held to his throat, and his wife, Peta, was threatened before the masked intruders got away with watches worth £700,000. By the way, I better tell you now, that's 2 watches, £700,000. He'd been on the internet. I realise it's not an excuse. And he was posing with this watch. Well, any self-respecting robber is going to go, he's got this, whatever the make of the watch was. I can't remember, actually, if I can find it in here. And the watches, 400,000, 300,000, and their Mercedes E220 was tracked by the police because it had a tracker in it. And so they've got 2 people. Both will be sentenced on Feb the 7th. Because, you know, to hold a knife to somebody's throat, he was dragged out of bed naked, and they held a knife to his throat, and you think to yourself, an ordeal like that, these people need long, long prison sentences. And he said the torment will, I should imagine they'll probably have to move. I should imagine it'll just be too much, because they'll worry about it all the time. 84850. Debbie says, it might be a balmy question, but if I turn on just before 4 a.m. because I'm up earlier, will I still be part of the spike? Yeah, the spike rises. It's a sharp rise. So it doesn't matter if you come in a little bit before, because within a matter of seconds, it's like climbing Everest, like climbing a vertical wall. It's very impressive. And Steve, I went to see the guy they found in the peat bog. It was on a school trip many, many years ago. He was nicknamed Pete Marsh. Says Pete the Pool Man. One of the many reasons I love your show is the way you say it as it is and don't hold back. A hero of free speech. Well, I was always told by my mother, tell the truth. I was always told by my mother, tell the truth. You know, and if you tell the truth, you sail through life. You can only be honest. And people suss it out. You listen to somebody on the radio, you can tell if they're genuine. You can just tell by their voice and things like that. We were talking about this earlier on. It's the way it goes. You've got to be honest. And the more honest you are, the more successful you will become. And you can never complain. We'll take a short break, and then more shenanigans going on Love Island, and little Maya Jama, who spends most of her time wearing outfits nobody else can afford. I think she was wearing one the other day. It was about £3,000. So it's a bit of a shame, really. Over made up and over here, which is the way it goes. But they say she is the franchise's biggest draw. I bet the last one must be spitting blood. Must be absolutely furious. She never got the coverage. But mind you, she was a dreadful presenter. Can't help it. It's 4:45.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to another freezing cold day, and apparently February's going to be even worse. 12 minutes to 5 is the time. So Love Island plunged into crisis. Video footage has emerged of Haris Namani flooring a rival in a street brawl. He's a violent person. They say, how was this lout allowed on the show? They'll let anybody on. There's no vetting. No vetting. There can't be. There really can't be. He was, he lives in Doncaster, and it shows him squaring up to another reveller with his fist raised in a boxing stance, and then he launches his attack. He throws 2 punches whilst yelling, I'm not a bully, I'm not a F-word bully. He then stands over his motionless victim and, snarling, continues his rant. Very bizarre, isn't it? But how these people get on television programmes, I've got no idea. I mean, most of them, they all look as though they've got previous. You know, I sort of watch them, and I always think, no. And what do you do for a living? Trainer, mate. Personal trainer. Yeah, of course you are, love. Of course you are. Okay. What do you do normally for a job? Trainer. Personal trainer. I unfortunately managed to catch a little bit of The Only Way is Essex the other day. I can never tell whether they're current or whether I'm watching something about 15 years old. They seem to have found another gay in the village. I think it's been on a few of them because we don't put Bobby Cole Norris on anymore because, frankly, he fell out with Gemma and then he fell out with this, but he fell out with everybody, actually. Bit of a creep. And I was sort of watching it, and the girls were sort of discussing about people arguing. And I mean, really, you struggle to actually pick up on the English language. Yes, so I said to him, like, you know, he said, like, you're mugging me off, you're mugging me off. And I said, don't mug me off, because I went out with him, but I wasn't going out with you at the time, was I? So that's all right, innit? Because he was mugging me off, you know, and you's done this and you's done that. And all the time you was mugging me off. And I thought, is it another language? Perhaps it's another language. I just haven't picked up on it. Perhaps I need to go out and get some education. So Pete Marsh, we can Google. This is the bloke they found in a peat bog, says Pete the Pool Man. I like the idea of that, actually. I like the idea. Pete Marsh. Can you ever look for Pete Marsh? Have we got any pictures of him? He's another one of these people that they find in a bog, which has got loads of peat in it, and it seems to preserve the bodies. And I thought, you know, it'd be quite. I've seen a couple of pictures, and I look weird. Mind you, if you've been stuck in a bog for years on end, you'd be also thinking it was a bit bizarre. Then what they do is they reconstruct the face. There you go. Lindo Man, there's another one, and Pete Marsh is Lindo Man, and they go, how did he die? And they try and work out how these people died. I mean, they might have been executed, and then they sort of, this is a 2,000-year-old mystery. 24 years after he was pulled from the peat near Moberly, Lindo Man has returned to Manchester Museum in a new exhibition. He was clubbed over the head, garroted, his throat was cut, and his body dumped in a bog. That's all I can tell you about him. He was about 25 when he died. He was 5'7" and he weighed 9.5 to 10 stone. His torso, head and arms were discovered in the peat bog, though his body below the waist is still missing, apart from his right leg. Oh dear, he was leaning to the... So, in other words, he'd had all of these things done to him. They've clubbed him over the head, slit his throat, and then he was missing something below the waist. Poor soul. He was lying on his back, leaning to his right with his head on his shoulder. It didn't actually make any difference because he lived, I think, during the Iron Age, close to Lindomos near Moberly in Cheshire in the mid-1st century. That was the same time as the Romans had established their fort on the banks of the River Irwell, which was 78 AD, and radiocarbon dating shows he died between 20 AD and 90 AD. That's about as accurate as they can get. But he's been freeze-dried for preservation, and he's in a cabinet. So his skin, hair, and many of his internal organs were extremely well preserved. The appearance is a leathery skin with a yellow, what is dead, with a yellowish hue and wrinkles clearly visible. He apparently, there was no evidence he was unwell when he died, but he was suffering a severe case of parasitic worms. And he had nodes in his back, which may have been from a fall from a horse. His last meal probably included unleavened bread, cooked over a fire, made from wheat and barley. He consumed a drink containing some mistletoe pollen, said to be sacred to the Druids. But he suffered this violent and brutal triple death. It's amazing how they can work these things out. He was struck on the top of his head twice with a heavy object, perhaps a narrow-bladed axe, driving a sliver of bone into his brain. He had a thin cord tied around his neck, which was used to strangle him and break his neck. By now he was probably dead, but then they cut his throat. Not a good day for him at all, was it, really? But the last thing, he was probably thinking, I'll pay a trip down, you know, go and have a chat with some druids or something like that. He must have done something really bad if they sort of, you know, hit him on the head and then threw him in the bog. So he obviously didn't sink straight away, so he must have floated on the top for a little bit. As I say, he was obviously dead. You know, and you think to yourself, my God, I thought we were violent. Steve, says Brendan. After a few sherbets, that's alcohol, by the way. That's called alcohol. People call it sherbet nowadays. I applied for Love Island, hoping to find a new boyfriend, because I give up on everything else. How on earth did I think I would ever find a real person on that show? I never watched the show either. A weak moment, Steve, says Brendan. Well, I mean, listen, I've got no sympathy whatsoever. Seriously, I've got no sympathy at all. You go on a programme like that, and then you come away from it, you know, you're probably dreadfully unattractive. And that would be a very good reason that you wouldn't find anybody. Because what they're looking for sort of people with personality. How this current lot ever got on there, I've got no idea. Personality is the one thing they don't have. You know, I mean, you go on there and you sort of go, hey, woo, am I hot? You know, do you want to be hot as well, you know, with me? Do you want to get it together? You know, shall we share a bed? You know, and then you know, so you go, what for? And you go, well, because I want somebody to read me a bedtime story before I go to sleep. That's what I like, you know. Because you have to, I mean, if you're a very quiet person, there's no point in going on that programme. You've got to be outgoing. Your boobs got to be hanging out your bra, because that's it. That's my what are you doing with my tea in there? What would be the point of you sitting in there holding my cup of tea? Or have you learned some new David Blaine trick or something where you pass it through the glass and I just take it and it appears in my hand? What is going on in your life? God in heaven, honestly. a couple of sandwiches later, and all of a sudden he's gone completely mad. And then he holds it up to the glass, like I'm supposed to go, oh, I wonder what that is.
I was waiting for the right time.
Well, the right time is when you've made it. Now it'll be cold. I bet it's cold. I bet it... Don't argue. Nothing worse than arguing, I told you. The moment they argue, short shrift to nothing, I'm telling you. Wait a minute. Well, it's barely lukewarm. Barely lukewarm. Yeah. I'll suffer with it, though. Hope all is well, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. He is over in Minnesota. And today is Bree's birthday. He said it's still Monday here in MN. I love it, MN. She turns 34. Oh, finally. He said, I finally got my new Ford Maverick pickup that I ordered 15 months ago. He said, cold as usual here, but now with the element of fog. We had the fog really badly the other day. I wonder if it drifts over the world. I wonder if that does happen, because we had, it was really bad. Out of town, it was, you could barely see in Twickenham where Lloyd's Bank was. And it was cold, and it's whenever you get fog, the cold seems to linger about your face. And I got back to the station yesterday. That was all. I was doing all right. And my train was not in. And there's a load of people standing there. You all stand there looking up at the boards like that. Nobody says a word. You just stand there looking at the board. And so I thought, if I start walking down the platform, on the platform that my train normally comes in on, just supposing they move it, I'm going to have to run up and then swap platforms. So I walked slowly. And then I saw the train coming in, so I thought, well, it's got to be mine. There's no other trains expected in. And so I started walking down, and lo and behold, it was my train. And there's this old man who gets on at Vauxhall. I think he's Polish or something like that. He insists on listening to folk music on his phone. He's old and decrepit, and he wears the same clothes every day. He really is and he came and sat right in front of me. And all of a sudden you get this ghastly folk music. It really is the most dreadful stuff I've ever heard. And everybody around him looks at him, but he's so ignorant, he fails it. He's obviously a builder or something like that. Warren says, I've got trigger finger in my thumb. What's that? What's trigger finger in your thumb? I don't know what it is. He says it's very, very painful. Anybody else any of your listeners had this? I'm falling apart. Trigger thumb, a trigger finger, and it's in your thumb. I don't even know what that is. Here we go, trigger finger. It affects one or more of the hand's tendons, making it difficult to bend the affected... Oh, I've got that. But it's not trigger finger. And it's also known as stenosing tenosynovitis. I've never even heard of it. Eventually, it may not fully bend or straighten. Oh, I've got that. But I don't think that's trigger finger. I think it's something else I've got. But apparently, it affects your finger or thumb when you move it or press on it, and stiffness or clicking when you move the affected finger or thumb, particularly first thing in the morning. Oh, right. So apparently, what causes it? Tendons are tough. No, trigger finger. Apparently, there is a problem with the tendon or sheath, such as inflammation or swelling. I've got that. I've got swelling on my hand. And it's this thing. And apparently the finger... Oh, I don't think it's the same, actually. I don't think it's the same. My one is sort of something so your hand bends over. I've only got it on one side, on the right-hand side. So what you have to do, several options are available. Rest, avoid certain activities. Medication, taking non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs may help relieve it. And splinting, where the affected finger is strapped to a plastic splint to reduce it, or a steroid injection. Wow. They can do wonders now, can't they? They can actually straighten things out. You know, you've got a stiffness, and they sort of inject it, and then all of a sudden it goes back to normal. My one doesn't. It's sort of, to be honest with you, it's not going to make any difference to my life at the moment. Steve, I'm in your old stomping ground of Ilford and Gants Hill, and it's 2 degrees, says Ibrahim. Do you know, I was at Waterloo Station yesterday. I have to be. And there's an Asian lad sitting on one of the benches opposite one of the shops. And he's listening to LBC, because he's got the LBC app up. And I thought, I wonder if he was listening to me earlier on. Because if you were, that was me that walked past you. Not that you'll remember, but I mean, I did. Yeah, I should have gone, hi. I was going to go up to him and go, good choice, mate. But I thought, no, it looks a bit naff, doesn't it? We're doing things like that. That would be silly. That's like hanging on to somebody's cup of tea until he gets stone cold. That would be a silly thing to do, wouldn't it? Just try to set the presenter. Anyway, we'll take a short break. We've got the news, and we'll be back with you in 3 minutes. More of your texts and emails, or you can just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. That'll do the trick.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome. Thrice welcome if you have just joined us. One of my ex-producers is in a band. I say in a band. You've heard us talk about it before. He's also coming to our one-man show. It's beginning to sound a bit like stalking. And so he's coming along to the show in February, but he's in his band, and apparently a group of aficionados from LBC will be going along to watch him playing. And then my AP, Jack, the one who talks like that, Steve, and then he's on the phone and goes, hello, LBC. It's all very posh, because he went to university, and it was on a grant, and so apparently a load of them are going to this thing, and he said, I'll take some pictures and send it on to you. I said, please don't. I mean, I feel that's a form of abuse. You know, you take pictures of somebody. I think I can imagine what it's like, because he plays bass guitar, and apparently it's sort of like heavy metal. What am I not into? Heavy metal. Or Romanian folk music, the lesser of two evils, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I'm light ent. I do Tamla Motown, soul music, reggae. I do stuff like that. I do sort of teeny bop music, bubblegum music. Anything that involves shaking your hair about all over the place is just ridiculous. Yeah, or ABBA as well. Yeah, what's the matter with ABBA? Got a thing about ABBA, have you? Yeah. Popular little tunes, super trooper, things are gonna find me, like that. Yeah, I think ABBA are good. I think they're very, very popular. Little beat combo. I was watching them the other day, actually, at Eurovision. Waterloo, how does it feel you won the war? And I think they made a bit of money, didn't they? In fact, they made quite a bit of money. Won't find them moshing anywhere, I shouldn't imagine, or whatever they call it. Aaron does moshing. But he only does it when he's drunk, apparently. That's my other AP. Honestly, spare me from these people. I'd never heard of half this language. They come up with all these different bits and pieces. They go, oh, yeah, Steve, we're going off to this club, you know. And then, apparently, after we've seen Elliot play in his band, they're going off clubbing. I mean, I ask you, at their age, I thought clubbing was for sort of young people, as opposed to sort of people who think they're young, you know. You're not that young. You're a bit old for clubs, aren't you? You know, what sort of clubs do you go to? Because you don't dance. We've already established this. So what do you do in clubs? You just sort of prop up the bar and go, hello, darling, do you want a tomato juice? You know, do you pretend to dance? Yeah. Otherwise, you just sit in the corner looking a bit lonely. Little Billy No Mates. They go, Jack, do you want to dance? I've hurt my leg. I can't, I would, but, you know, can't move on the leg. I feel a bit like, you know, Eamon Holmes at the moment. I can barely move. My back's just clinging on in. I remember years ago, I came up to London to go to a big nightclub that I ended up working in Richmond, which is still there, but it's now another building. But in my day, it was a huge nightclub. And I was with a friend of mine who came up who was very much into pulling girls. And so he said, look, there's a couple of girls over there, Steve. My heart dropped. And he said, should we go and ask them to have a dance? Oh, all right, if you must. So we go over to these two girls who are standing there looking like sort of something off a television programme. So my mate Rick goes, you want to dance? So she goes, yeah. So I said to my one, do you want to dance? She went, no, my leg hurts. I don't thank God for that. And I was able to go back to the bar. I never even bothered with the conversation. It was so much easier. There's a little lad in the paper today. He's 5 years old. Do you realise that he has never, ever had his hair cut in 3 years? His hair has been growing, and he's had it cut off now, and he's raised money, because hair is worth money. and they were able to cut it all off. He's got very, very long hair. His mum says we're beyond proud of him. I don't know how on earth they let it ever grow that long. Seriously, I've seen people on The Only Way is Essex with less hair, but it's the first time in 3 years, and so now he's got a decent-looking haircut, but his hair has made £300, and he's given it to the Little Princess Trust, which will turn it into wigs for children being treated for cancer. It's good, isn't it? What a clever little boy. The other day we had somebody who was in Mensa who was 4 years old, and they spoke languages, and they could count to 100 in Mandarin, German, French, Italian. They did all the languages at 4. I really felt useless. Absolutely felt useless. What else we got? Oh, it's a mum snapped a picture of a bird of prey sitting on a promenade railing, and then found it was a missing falcon worth £330,000. And it came from London, but this was down in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. That's a long way to go, isn't it? Because do you know that a lot of the people who do falcons in Saudi and places like that, they have special aeroplanes which are equipped with, as opposed to seats, they've all got perches inside it, and they put the birds on the perch with their hoods on so they can't see anything, and they take them and they race them and do whatever else you do with falcons or things like that. Or I don't think it's eagles, I think it's falcons. But they've got these huge aircraft that take them, because they might have 50 or 60 of them. And I remember seeing a picture of where people would be sitting. There's a perch, and that's where they put them all, which I think is quite clever, actually. You've obviously got loads of money. They just look evil to me. There you go. Saudi prince bought airline seats for all 80 of his falcons. But there you go. And they all just sort of sit there. I've seen actually different ones. These ones just appear to be sitting on bits of wood or something like that. But if you've got 80 falcons, I suppose, you know, people want to transport them from A to B. Interesting, isn't it? I've never been falcon racing or whatever they do with them. It just doesn't interest me. Also, a disgruntled chef was caught on CCTV. His name's Tom Williams. He's 25. He released the insects into the kitchen of a pub where he used to work following a dispute over holiday pay. He had sent messages, including a threat to cockroach bomb the Royal William IV in Lincoln. He pleaded guilty at the city's Crown Court to burglary with intent to cause criminal damage. The pub lost 22 grand as it had to close for a deep clean to clear the infestation. He got a 17-month jail term, suspended for 2 years. They should have sent him to prison for 10 years. The pub lost £22,000. Just remember the name Tom Williams. Fall out with him, he'll sabotage your business. These people, what is it with these suspended sentences? 22,000 quid the pub losing. They go, oh, naughty boy, naughty boy. You'd be suspended. I'd have had him in prison. I'd tell you, he'd have been on bread and water. I've definitely sorted out things like that. I had a thing on the television the other day about Pete Doherty, that waste of space. And he went to prison for something a short while ago. When he went into prison, they were determined to get him off drugs. And so they said, we'll do so. He went, yeah. He's just totally dismissive of the work that they did. What a waste, honestly. Really quite dreadful. And Carol Vorderman recently revealed she had 5 secret lovers. And they might have all felt a little jealous as she larked about with this fella the other day, because up popped Mr. Blobby. Blobby, blobby, blobby. Blobby, blobby, blobby. He was very good. I worked with Mr. Blobby on a few occasions. His name's Barry Killaby. And he was just great. But he had to put on the legs, and they go like a harness over him, and then the top bit goes on. I thought it was a brilliant character. Appeared with Noel Edmonds and caused mayhem. Absolute mayhem. Wherever he went, he would fall into things. He would fall over. It was just very, very clever. I can't imagine. And the original Blobby costume has been listed on eBay. Currently, it's up to 61,000 quid because it's lovely. And I thought Barry was great. Absolutely great. I thought it was such a clever thing to do. Very clever thing to do. But, you know, you kind of... Some people didn't like it. It's like some people don't like clowns and stuff like that. And I quite like clowns. Some people they're a bit frightening, I think, for some people. And there is a name for it if you're clown phobic. Whereas I never sort of worried about things like that. I mean, I used to quite like the white-face clown, who was very good, but I liked all the other ones. There was one called Pierre Picton, and he had the car. I think he bought Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and Chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang. Oh, you pretty chitty bang bang. And he had it, and this thing used to blow up, and the side bits would fall off it and everything else, because he used to bring it to the New Year's Day parade, and very good it was too, very good. But I think he sold it, or it was certainly up for sale. Up for sale. Lovely. Gen 2 it was. Was that him, or is that the person who bought it? It's a lovely car, it really is. So he became a fixture on television, and it had a seat that shot up in the air and all the rest of it. But it's quite tough being a clown, I think. I think it really is very tough, because you have to, you're on all the time. In Zippo's Circus, they had a couple of clowns. I think it was father and son, or it might have been father and somebody who wasn't a son but had worked the Blackpool Tower Circus. And they were very good. And I remember thinking, you come out and maybe the circus isn't as full as you would like it to be. And you have to make, the kids laugh and do silly things. And the kids laugh at very silly things, believe it. I get the same here. You can do something really stupid and they'll fall apart next door. Seriously. Yeah, so funny, Steve, very funny, in a sort of a snidey kind of way. It's never sort of genuine, ha, 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 It was the nightclub in Richmond, the Black Cat. Oh, God, no, definitely. What, that place by the bridge? No, thank you. No, Cheeky Pete's I was. Steve, my late brother, says Janet, was a falconer to the Saudi Crown Prince. Every year they went in an aircraft to the desert where they had tents and lived the old Bedouin life for a few weeks. He used to tell some amazing stories, I bet. Didn't they used to eat camel? Somebody said they used to roast camel. I mean, that's one hell of a barbecue, I would think. Roasting camels. And they used to... Yeah, the Saudi, yes. I mean, I think so. It's just meat, isn't it, really? And Ibrahim says, Steve, the Perch aircraft you referred to was a special one for a particular Saudi prince, but all of the Gulf country airlines such as Qatar, Emirates, Etihad allow you to bring Falcons on board on the regular commercial flights. Well, there you go. Look at us knowing stuff like that. What's the name of the band that Elliot's in? Says Taffy Knight from Pontyclun in South Wales. Tidy. What is it? I don't know what his band's called, actually. Does it have a name? What's the band called? Come on, wake up, love. Small Boy? Full Boy? As in F-U-L-L? Full Boy? What am I supposed to mean? Do they have pictures of themselves on the internet? Go on, show me. I shall just... lovely. Didn't Bonnie get you a clown book, says Warren? No, she got me British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith, an absolute classic for people who love British Circus Life. Really beautiful, old photographs and everything. It was a touring circus up in the Midlands. It was fantastic, really fantastic. It's the best condition one I've ever had in my life, and I've had a few of them. It was always said by the owner of one circus. He said, this is the definitive circus guide. It just takes you back to another time. Takes you back to another era, when they called the site they pull onto the Toba and things. Have we got photos or... Oh, we have to log into Instagram. Oh, God, it sounds even more bizarre, doesn't it? Not sure about that. It's 5:15, though, and that means we can travel to the travel department and we'll get the latest update from Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I don't think we look at any more photos from the band. I think it's probably safer that way. Oh, Lord above. It's so they're a fun-infested jam session they were on. And there you go. There you go. So it's Fool Boy. Not Full, Fool Boy Band. What a bizarre name for a band, isn't it? Mind you, I used to think Fun Boy 3 were fairly exciting, but that's in my lifetime. Do you remember a Blackpool clown called Charlie Caroli? Yes, he played Blackpool Tower Circus, and he was a bowler-hatted man with a little moustache. Yes, Charlie Caroli, very famous. Sean says Noel Edmonds had Mr. Blobbyland at Happy Mount Park in Morecambe during the 1990s. Yes, I can't remember if it worked or it didn't work. Mark says, did Chris Evans own Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? I don't know. I know Pierre Picton sold it, but I don't know where it went in the meantime. I mean, Chris bought a lot of cars. It's the sort of car he might buy, actually. It is the sort of car he might buy, but we shall no doubt find out very, very shortly. I think he has I think he did buy it. He sent it to be restored. I think he paid $500,000 for it. So we found that on the internet. So he buys Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I mean, that's quite iconic, isn't it? I'm not sure whether... And then he sold it as part of an £11 million auction. I should imagine he was probably disappointed to discover it didn't actually fly. That would be the disappointment. You spend £500,000 and you go, excuse me, is there a button for it taking off or something like that? Imagine if you really, really wanted that to happen. That would be lovely. But I think he donated everything to the Children in Need appeal. Because that's quite an iconic thing to do, isn't it? Very. Steve, says Kathy. No, I can't believe you just gave away Mr. Blobby was played by a man in costume. I thought he was real. Well, he was real. He was really a man in costume. Well, you didn't think it was a woman because I think there was a Mrs. Blobby at some time. I'm sorry to ruin that for you. I don't want to tell you about everybody else because that'll just ruin it, won't it? Completely ruin it. But, yeah. And, Steve, I was the same as you. We love you in Sydney, says Shane, in Sydney. And Kim says, I remember those salad disco days. Dr. Desmond Morris is 95 today, says Bob. And did you see the story of Trojan on Sky Arts? Trojan was a record label based down at Willesden. And it was, I used to love it. I loved the label, I loved the music, and they would bring out, every time there was a hit in the charts, most of them anyway, what followed very quickly was the reggae version of it. And they were talking the other day, I watched the story of Bob Marley, which I knew anyway. And I was fascinated because he died I think he was only about 36 when he died of cancer. And he was treated as he was a prophet. But the story of Trojan, I knew anyway. And I loved Trojan Records. I've just boarded the 0502 Thameslink from Purley, 0412 Brighton, as we head into the city. Talking of banks, says Mark, they've just opened a brand new Barclays close to Victoria Station off Victoria Street. Seemed very strange. And did you see that the penalty fare for fare evasion has been raised to £100? Apparently it costs £457 per minute in lost revenue, as if that'll stop them. Oh, the amount of people who cheat the system. But they've got these things on it now. If you put a child's ticket through, it flashes it up so they can see. But the amount of people who are using child's tickets, I think they should be locked up. I really do. I think bread and water and locked up for, I think, minimum 2 years. I think that's it. And then in the stocks. And then if that doesn't work, we send them to Australia. And they can go on a troop ship or something like that. Driving from Kent to Grimsby this morning, Steve, and you're keeping me entertained. Well, I shall do my best. It's going to be a long day. It is, isn't it? That is a drive and a half. Absolutely. Another one says, I think your listener with pain in the thumb may be suffering from a nerve disorder called carpal tunnel syndrome, but you can get steroid injections. Oh. My heart drops every time somebody says you can get an injection. I don't like injections, especially not the ones I have to look the other way. When they take blood, and I've got a big blood coming up, where they take 3 syringefuls. They literally clip the thing on, and then they put the thing on and sort of draw up. My arm's quite weak afterwards. Quite weak. And they do 3 syringefuls, and they go, OK, there you go. They unstrap it and pull the needle out. I nearly pass out every time. I have to look away. They always put my hand on a cushion. And then they sort of push the needle in. It's like, dreadful, honestly. Makes my legs go all funny thinking. I did inject in my leg this morning. I normally do my stomach, but I did my leg this morning just to be slightly different, which I think is, quite nice, actually. And Leah was the one who says, it was just by the bridge not far from Franco's Italian restaurant. I know the Black Cat. I can't remember if I ever went to it. I don't think I did. I pass it every day. On the if I get the bus back or I get the bus into Richmond. I do that all the time. Steve, somebody else asked me about Trojan. I was trying to get hold of a copy of that because I'd quite like to watch it. If I haven't watched it, I would definitely want to. Steve, I went in Chris Evans's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. It was magical, says Pete. And Steve, my husband used to go to the Crawdaddy. It's in the Station Hotel in Richmond. It's gone a long time ago, I should imagine. And Lisa says McDonald's salads have more calories than some of their burgers. How can they have? It's a salad. It's only leaves and a few tomatoes and cucumber. Although, actually, I love cucumber. I could eat cucumber till the cows come home. Seriously, I always thought it was very, very exciting. Mirror this morning, they've got a picture of, oh, look, surprise, Nadeem Zahawi. And the HMRC settlement, rumoured to be £5 million. He can't last. End of the week, I reckon. End of the week. And Chris Packham, taking a break from being a TV presenter, tries hand as an animal sculptor. He's only taking 3 months off. People do that, don't they? And they've got a picture of William reading Harry's book. It's a looky-likey. And they've got a picture of, I think, Charles and Camilla tucking into burgers, which, of course, they wouldn't. They wouldn't tuck into burgers or anything like that. Sunak orders the ethics scrutiny on the HMRC row. Labour says it's unacceptable and sack him, because they're jumping on any old bandwagon, aren't they, at the moment? And then they've got the Rich Pals Club, David Cameron, Lex Greensill, Richard Sharp, Rishi Sunak, Simon Case, and Nadeem Zahawi. Interesting, isn't it, really, when you sort of read these things? I think people expect them to be above the law. I never did. So, of course, it never came as any surprise to me when they said, oh, they've been caught out doing this. And I go, of course they have. That's what these people do. They're sort of politicians. It's two different laws. It's the law that they abide by and the laws that we abide by. As I said, if you write to HMRC when you come to do, if you're self-employed, your tax return, just make some glaringly obvious errors and send it all in. I mean, obviously don't, but I mean, this is what James O'Brien was saying yesterday. He said, and then when they write back to you and go, you filled it in wrong, you go, oh, careless mistake. You know, and see how you get treated. I bet you anything, it's completely differently. Steve, I love, says G, Steve's love and knowledge of reggae music. I grew up on reggae. When you went to the fun fair, all the different rides had different music playing on them. If you went on the whip, do you remember the whip? You put your foot on the brake and then the car swung round and you nearly threw up over the person sitting next to you. It was a bit like the waltzer, only you could brake the thing and halt it and then let it go, and that was quite good. Well, that would always be playing heavy metal music. So you get Black Sabbath and Deep Purple and moshing, and they always da. Whereas in fact the Mamby-Pamby rides were the ones that I went on, which were playing reggae and Tamla Motown. Young, gifted and black. Da, 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 da. I mean, we would congregate around those rides and we'd look with distaste at those people in their leather jackets looking as though they needed a blooming good bath. I'm telling you, all those people on their motorcycle, revving them up. Yeah, rum, rum, rum. Jack would be there with his little moped, you know, trying to be involved. Yeah, I'm really, really moshing it now. So cool. What, you or me? I do think I'm cool. Actually, the funny thing is, I really am cool. That's the problem. It's embarrassing. I realise that envy and jealousy courses through your capillaries. I can just see it now. I can see it from where I am. Cut me and I bleed. Claret. Or in my case, pure Prosecco. Pure Prosecco. Steve, I see Dominic Byrne of Mr. Moyles' show has got a #1 record in the iTunes chart. Has he? They don't tell me anything. Steve, I just read that Harry Houdini died aged 52 in 1926. He was so young. Yes, you know why he died? He was said to be able, Harry Houdini, he could hold his breath for a very long time. So if they put him in a box and lowered it into the rivers and all the rest of it, he could hold his breath so he could get out of the handcuffs and all the rest of it and then get up to the surface. In this particular case, he was backstage at a theatre and some students came in, and it was said that he could make his stomach so hard you could hit it and he wouldn't feel it. And these students knew it, and they said to him, do you so-and-so? And so one of these students hit him before he had a chance to flex his stomach. And he went down like a sack of potatoes. And as a result of that, he died. And Bess, his widow, every year would hold a séance trying to make contact with him in the afterworld. But they never did make contact with Harry Houdini. But I've got a book on him. They brought out a beautiful book on Harry Houdini with all the original photographs. And in fact, at the Magic Circle, they have one of Harry Houdini's illusions, which was the milk churn. And so what they would do is they'd bring on a milk churn. In those days they had, I think you probably still find milk churns, but it's just that we don't see them very often. Probably Kevin the milkman's seen loads of them. But they would then fill it with water. He would then get into it with handcuffs on. They would put the lid on, screw the lid down, then pull a curtain round it, and they would have a clock ticking away. And they say, you hold your breath, see how long you can hold your breath, and he would get out of the milk churn. But they have it in the Magic Circle. It's in the museum upstairs. But yes, it was that big punch in the stomach that did for him, I'm afraid. But a great pioneer of magic and everything else. Somebody else was talking about many of the falcons owned by the Saudi royal family, apparently, wait a minute, I've lost the thing. Bred by a man near where I live. He recently moved outside Doncaster to be near our village. It's not unusual for a convoy of white Range Rovers to arrive from Doncaster Airport with Saudi royals and VIPs to visit the site, says tanker driver Phil. And he would know. He would know. Interesting, isn't it? Look at this. Blimey, I might hit the news on the dot. Let's not hold our breath, shall we? It's 5:30. Let's get the latest news headlines this morning for you with Simon Conway.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewellery and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's called Holy Water. That's Dominic Byrne's song, and it's number 1 in the iTunes chart. He wrote it years ago. Years and years ago. So there you go. I mean, that's cool, isn't it? Very hot in Riverwood, Western Sydney, says Shane Williams. When you say hot, how hot is it? How hot is it? I do love it, actually. I mean, I don't want it to be as hot this year as it was last year. Thank you very much indeed. That was just too unbearable. Too unbearable. Do you know elephants are the gardeners of the forest, and they could hold the key to saving the planet? All I keep seeing is adverts on the television, you know, saying, can you help save elephants? Because we don't have as many as we think, because people attack them and shoot them because they want their tusks still. But apparently they eat low carbon density trees. Isn't that interesting? They also spread the seeds of high carbon trees and are vital for maintaining Africa's biodiversity. I like that idea. I've always thought elephants were quite nice. I don't want one. You know, don't even think about sending one in. I really wouldn't know what to do with it. I told you years ago there was an advert on the back of a Sugar Puffs packet, win a pony. And I remember thinking, so I entered the competition, and I then remember thinking, oh, they're not going to tell me if I won because I forgot to put an SAE in. I didn't know what an SAE was at that particular moment, which is a stamped addressed envelope. And so I didn't even get the badge. But I remember thinking at the time, we were living in a flat. I remember thinking, where am I going to put this thing if I win? You know, win a pony and I live in a flat. I don't know how that was going to work. That was all very odd. Another one here, Polly Hudson, talking about Andrew maxed out with friends in low places. It was the fact that Andrew was carting his little friends around all over the place. They seemed to enjoy parading the Queen's name, because I remember he took Ghislaine Maxwell to some of the Queen's favourite spots because he's just not a nice person. And they say it's too perfect. It turns out we were all wrong. Prince Andrew is an absolutely great, entirely blameless stand-up guy, according to human trafficker, convicted, Ghislaine Maxwell. As character references go, this is literally, writes Polly Hudson, on a par with Jimmy Savile vouching for you. And that's before you even know that Ghislaine informed us of Andrew's whiter-than-white copybook in an interview from prison on Jeremy Kyle's show. See? Almost too perfect, you know, in the very grimmest of ways. Andrew must be feeling such a silly sausage now, stumping up all those millions of pounds of his mummy's money in settlement. I don't know. When they said he's got money, I'd completely forgotten, actually, that, of course, the Queen had died and he'd ended up with money out of her will. They said about £10 million. You know, she'd sort of... So that's how he's built his war chest up. I still don't like him, which is fine. Dolan says, listening yesterday, you mentioned a film called Pride, and when you mentioned the stars who were in it, we gave it a try last night. What a great film. It is a good film, isn't it? It's very uplifting. I watched Battle of Britain again the other day. It's a very old war film with everybody in it. I mean, everybody. It's got a cast list running into super-duper people, and it's the most beautiful thing. And it's the story of the RAF Spitfires and how, as they said afterwards, so much was owed by so few to so many, because they would come back. They worked themselves into the ground for the Battle of Britain. And every year on the anniversary, they always have open days at all the RAF camps. I mean, you know, you've got Michael Caine, Laurence Olivier, Ian McShane, Harry Andrews, Susanna York, Robert Shaw, Michael Redgrave. It's a fantastic cast list. And Christopher Plummer, Kenneth Moore, Trevor Howard, Edward Fox, Ralph Richardson, Kurt Jurgens, Michael Bates, Patrick Wymark, Barry Foster. Who else we got in it? There was just Isla Blair, lovely Isla Blair, Tom Chatto, Sarah Lawson, just everybody. If you've never seen it, watch it. It's just beautifully done, and the music is really super. It really is. I've watched it on numerous occasions. Big fan. I haven't seen Dunkirk. I do have it. I haven't seen it. I was never too sure whether or not I'm buying a film because it's got Harry Styles in it, or whether I'm buying a film because I think it's brilliant. Is it very good? Because his last one tanked, didn't it? Didn't do very well at all. You know, it could have been a one-hit wonder, actually. Steve, I'm not sure I believe the weather report saying it's going to warm up, says Stu in Norfolk. I've just started up the car to warm up and it's -9. Oh, you must be very exposed. Well, Norfolk's very exposed, isn't it? Very flat up in Norfolk, but very nice. Very nice. Steve, the larger dairies phased out using churns, says Kevin the Milkman, as late as the 1970s. In the 1980s, when I worked for a farm dairy, we still had a few churns knocking around the dairy, although they were only used to transfer milk from the pasteurisation unit to the creamery. Oh, I just like it. My uncle used to live in Bedfont in Middlesex, and they were in the dairy. And at the back of their flat, there were a couple of flats above shops, and at the back of it was where they pull in the milk tankers, and they had a lower level so they could roll the milk churns off the lorries straight onto the back of this huge concrete landing bay kind of thing. Sharon Stone's still going. She's 64. And she's pulling off her best femme fatale as she co-stars in Sam Smith's performance of Gloria on Saturday Night Live. I don't even know what that is, actually. I was reading something, and I suddenly realised as I was reading it, you've got no idea what you're talking about, Steve, have you? I know who Sam Smith is, and I've heard of Sharon Stone, but that's about as far as it goes. What was the other one that I quite... Oh, Ant and Dec have extended their deal with ITV worth $30 million. That's $15 million each over, I think it's a 3-year period. I think they're going to be in for another 3 years. Which is about right, actually. Little Mix singer Jessie Nelson is going to keep quiet about her new boyfriend, but don't worry, at some point she'll be singing like a canary. Because they all do, don't they? They went, oh, have you got a new boyfriend? I couldn't say. Have you got a boyfriend? I don't want to talk about it. Who are you going out with? I don't want to say anything. It's a secret, you know. It's only in the early days yet. I mean, she's about 90, for God's sake. You know, I love the way they always sort of go, oh, it's a secret. You think, oh, I'm sorry, what age are you now? Why can't you just tell us about it? I don't want to. Oh, right. How's the singing career going? Very well. Oh, right. Have you got any hits? No, I've got a boyfriend. What do you call him? I don't call him anything, because it's all new. You have to sort of go along with this, because this is how showbiz works nowadays. It's all apparently a big secret. You see somebody holding hands with somebody and you go, you two going out? No. Why would you think that? Well, I don't know, just thought holding hands. No, we're not going out at all. Oh, right. Is he living with you? I couldn't say. You're back here? Yeah, we're still in the playground with a piece of chalk. You know, sort of writing our names and carving our names into a tree. Jessie loves, Well, just about anybody, I should imagine. I wish they'd all concentrate on their musical careers, but they don't. They seem to be more interested in their boyfriends, which is always interesting, actually. I think so. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Last one about falcons, says Ibrahim. Thank goodness. Abu Dhabi has a falcon hospital near the international airport for quick treatment following international competitions, and they do tours. Really? Well, I suppose they would if these things are, not sort of very well. I'm looking at a picture. It's called the Abu Dhabi Falcon Hospital, and it's open now. Closes at 2 p.m, so they only do half days. And if you've got a sick falcon, pop it in a blanket and take it round there. And it's a health service exclusively for falcons. It's not for anybody else at all. You could take your Auntie Winnie in, or Nana whatever, and they won't treat them. It's only for falcons, and they've got state-of-the-art intensive care. They've got all sorts of things. Clever, isn't it, really? They're also equipped with an X-ray machine. Must be fairly small, because falcons are not the biggest birds, are they? And they've got a unique and highly modern ophthalmology unit, and they can diagnose diseases of the avian eye. Separate falcon pox unit as well, with thermocautery apparatus and other equipment to deal with cases of avian pox, which apparently is something that's not very nice to have. I don't know. I've never had it. I don't know. I've never been to the hospital in Abu Dhabi at all. Interesting, though, isn't it? When you think about it. I mean, there must be everything that you can get. Kim says, after watching Pride a few years ago, I threw back my neck, pulled back my shoulders and stuck my boobies out for all to see. Just reaffirmed the beautiful courage of my clan, says Kim. Of your clan, honestly. I wish I was in a clan. We weren't in a clan because I'm not Scottish. I'd quite like it, though. I mean, I think possibly I would wear a tartan. I would actually wear a kilt. I get the whole caboodle. It must cost a fortune, I would think. If you do get the whole caboodle, if you get, the bits and pieces and the sporran and everything else. Because there's so many yards of material in a kilt, and you sort of wrap it. It's a bit like a sari. Well, I mean, obviously it's not the same as a sari. That would be for women. But if you look at how much material's in a sari, that goes round and round and round, and then there's the bit that goes over your shoulder. And if you go to Southall, you've never seen so many material shops selling the most beautiful material. I mean, really, just shot through with gold and everything. I mean, really is quite something. Quite something. Ricky Gervais goes head-to-head with Stephen Merchant for a competition. And a medal honour for a D-Day hero. It's about 73 years too late, but it doesn't matter. And we will have a look at this Egyptian. And a happy birthday today to Vic Reeves and Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond celebrates his birthday today, so many happy returns to the man whose songs live on. Even after he's departed, his songs will live on. It's fantastic. It's 5:45. Let's get the LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. They say, do your days drag in the paper today? Well, mine don't. Mine go, but we think it goes by. Well, I think it goes by really quickly. 1 minute you're sort of sitting here, the next minute you're saying, have a great day. I know that obviously doesn't appeal to sort of everybody, but apparently if your days drag, it really means they're getting longer. Whereas, in fact, I mean, it only seems to me like, a few days ago that we were having Christmas. And then all of a sudden, here we are heading into Easter. In Costco, they've got Easter eggs out. And in some of the supermarkets, they've got Easter eggs out. I mean, I just find it absolutely unbelievable that it's all gone a bit sort of pear-shaped. It's like sort of looking for, what was it? There was a lady asking for something in Waitrose the other day, and they said, no, it's out of season. She went, well, you can get it in other places. And I thought, well, why don't you go to other places then? What are you bothering these people for? It's ridiculous. Steve, how icy is it out there this morning? Well, actually, I thought it was okay. Yesterday was worse, Jennifer, because when I went through the newsroom, I was going to put the papers. I'm a good boy. I should really give them to the boys to say, can you put my papers back out on the desk, save me having to walk round there, save my poor feet, but no, don't know. I can manage it. I'm not that precious. I want my own dressing room in future. And one of the guys was saying, he said, it's very slippy out there. And I said, well, I am prone to falling over. And I don't want it because you feel so ungainly as you get, you're going, and then all of a sudden you go and it blooming hurts. It blooming hurts, these things. So she says, I need to make a decision. If I go to work on my push bike or walk, she said, do you have any ice skates I could borrow? I walked home last night. I was like Bambi on ice. Have you ever tried walking on ice when you've had a few drinks? Nightmare. I can remember coming back on New Year's Eve. I've been out to a local years ago. I mean, so many years ago. It was another century. And I came back and I just kept falling. I couldn't stand up at all on the pavements. It was just so awful. I just looked ridiculous. So that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. You can't have it. I've been listening to you since the 1970s. Wow, says Salim. I'm currently abroad in the Middle East. So I'm 62 today, getting old. Are you ever? 62? Eamon Holmes is 63. Goodness, I don't know what's classed as old now. Isn't it a state of mind? You know, somebody says, you know, you're sort of so, and you go, I mean, I'm sure when I was younger, when I was 19, 20, I used to think somebody of 30 was ancient beyond belief. You know, now, as far as I'm concerned, 30 is like sort of very young. You know, the AP, the assistant producers, constantly going, oh, I'm only young, and all the rest of it, like in your dreams. 30 is not ancient. It's a child. God, if 30 is ancient, you must think I'm practically a pile of dust. I mean, I must be getting on really quite badly. Is 60 the new 30? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I don't know. Where does that leave me? Well, I wish I wish I was 60. I wish I was 60. Unfortunately, I can't even claim for that one at the moment. Steve, says Pete, we have breakfast with Joey the Falkland in Dubai each year. Quite a character and very busy, says Pete the pool man. I have to take everything that he says as gospel. Do you remember Heinz toast toppers? I did, but I tell you the problem I had with them. It was like a little tin. You still get them. And you spread it on toast, and then you put it under the grill, and it bubbles and does all the usual things that it sort of does. But I'm telling you now, that is so hot it can take the roof of your mouth skin off. It's one of those, you got to... Too hot. Way too hot. I had char siu, there you go, toast toppers. And it's got all sorts of things in it, most of which you don't want to know about. It does look as though the cat's just been sick, I have to tell you. And you put it on toast, and we used to have it when we were younger because they did some quite nice ones. Mushrooms, chicken and mushroom, ham and cheese, only little things. And you put them on the toast, and then you put it under the grill. But it came out, and it was boiling hot. You really got to be very, very careful. I wouldn't recommend you take it out from under the grill and go, that looks nice. Let's just pop that in our mouth. It's like cheese on toast. You know, as far as I'm concerned, that's a good sort of meal to have. But I had char siu pork the other day, which was very nice. And that was on special offer in weight. I only buy it if it's on special offer. I can only afford to do it that way, really. Steve, I went, what are you doing? You're doing a dance or something? Why do you keep hopping up and down? Like every so often he'll sort of stand up and he sits down again. I think, is he on some spring or something? Stretching your back. I think very unwise. Steve went for a lovely walk yesterday from Kingston to Teddington and stopped off at a pub called the Anglers. Yes, I know the Anglers very well because that used to be the pub that everybody went to who was working at Teddington Studios. In fact, you go up to the traffic lights, you go right to Teddington, left to the Anglers. And it's a very big pub, and you can go and sit by the river, and it's the Weir, which is where, unfortunately, that's where the bodies get washed up. Because if ever anybody takes their own life by sort of attempting drowning and things like that, they end up in the Weir, because that's where the water is. And next to it, there's a lock. So they take the boats through the lock, but the weir is the other bit, where it's like steps that come down and the water just flows over it. I mean, it used to be very pretty, but they put flats up there, which are phenomenally expensive. So if you've really got loads of money, you can go and live, you know, at Teddington Lock. And over the other side, you can walk through the woods and everything else. It's quite nice. And you can just, in the summer, you can just sort of get an ice cream and just sort of watch the boats coming in. You taking the Michael? Yes, lovely. He's got to go. He's got to go. Can't last. Oof, dear, I tell you. Maxwell's explosive claims in this Behind the Bars TV interview, where she did it on a telephone. It was a most peculiar sort of interview. And she says, I wished I'd never met Epstein and believed that he was murdered. Yeah, but unfortunately, he was your busy mate. And that's why you're where you are, you know. One of those sort of things. Of course you wish, I should imagine, that you'd never met him. I quite like the story about Fern Cotton in the paper. She recalled the moment she confronted the owner of a scaffolding company after she was harassed by his employees in the street. She said inner rage took hold after the men targeted her with abuse and sexual comments. I saw somebody doing that once on a television programme, and I can't remember which one it was, whereas she was walking past a building site and somebody whistled, went, you know, usual sort of thing, and she thought, right. So she goes to the building, she gets on the lift, she goes up, she goes, which one of you did that? And she was quite aggressive about it, and some poor little sap went, oh, it was me. She said, don't you ever do that again, she said. But anyway, it happened to Fern Cotton. She found out the name of the company that they work for, and she phoned up the boss and said she had a really good chat with him. He happened to be on holiday in Benidorm, quite irritated this was actually going on. I sat at home fuming. And so they put a picture in the paper of workers who were very well behaved, because I mean you wouldn't expect to find people on scaffolding shouting abuse at somebody like Fern Cotton. I was waiting by the bus stop in Richmond about 2 years ago, and she crossed the road with her boyfriend. I remember thinking, oh, it's Fern Cotton. Mind you, she probably thought, oh, look, it's Steve Allen. You know, it's just one of those sort of things. If you are a celebrity, you know, people kind of recognise you. Won't be happening to you anytime soon, AP. But you know, once you have to wait for years and years. Do you know, a million families win cash back from the electricity switch off. I have to be honest, I have to hold my hands up and tell you I've not switched anything off at all. I have lights on all the time. I'm paying for it, so I don't mind. But apparently, 1 hour's peak time power off, how you could save £240 this winter. And I appreciate this. This is open to homes with smart meters. You have to have a smart meter, and I don't want a smart meter. I really don't. But if eligible, you'll get your email from your electricity supply. You'll be notified the day before each DFS period, so you can opt in or out. There's normally a 1 or 2 hour time slot. So, I mean, there's all sorts of people who are offering it. British Gas, E.ON, OVO Energy and Shell. But you can earn about £2 to £3 for every kilowatt of electricity you save. See, I wouldn't know what anything actually used. I wouldn't know in this studio. I've got 1, 2, 3... I can't even count the lights out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 10 lights in my studio. I mean, in theory, I could work by candlelight. In theory. I mean, I'd be banging into everything. Yeah, we just turn all the lights up. I just bang into everything, you know, and probably knock the candle over and then set fire to the place. Thus sort of ending a very promising career. Steve, I watched Young at Heart the other day with Frank Sinatra and Doris Day. I may be 41... but I've always loved the old movies. With Wish Me Luck, I've got specialist ringing today, hoping to get approved for last minute for treatment for rare blood cancer, says Maria. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Isn't it funny? You always go forward for these things. And they do it via a phone call now. My next hospital appointment is going to be via Zoom, FaceTime. I don't know what it is. I've had discussions with sort of 3 experts and me. And we did a couple of things at home for stuff like that, and it was very good, actually. Somebody says, oh, to receive a wolf whistle. Yeah, some people absolutely sort of thrive on things like that. Not Fern Cotton. Definitely not. Steve, always think of the choices people have in their sandwiches just in the day when it was meat paste, fish paste or sandwich spread, says Glenn. Bit uncomplicated. Oh, now it's all posh, isn't it? You go into a sandwich shop and you look at the bewildering array of sandwiches there are on offer and you think, oh, I don't know. See, I'm just a bit bored with the fact it's all brown bread. There's very few white bread sandwiches available in the supermarkets, and I'm given the choice, I prefer white bread. I know people go brown bread is supposed to be better for you, but I don't subscribe to that. I was always told it's exactly the same. Makes no difference. And look at me. Picture of health. Very lucky to be alive, very lucky, and looking forward to another tea, you know, and it's that keeps me going, you know. Perhaps a hot cup of tea would be quite nice. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not gonna push it. Don't worry. I'm not that sort of person. I'm not some diva who's sort of saying, oh, the tea's got to be this temperature. I'm not, you know, Mariah Carey. Oh, there we go. I'm not Mariah Carey or anything. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. You know, sometimes you talk and I hear no words. Love it. I live in Abu Dhabi, Steve. Are we just getting loads of people in Abu Dhabi this morning? Not that I'm complaining. I realise we are a global show and we are nationwide. But by Jove, I tell you, we're pulling them all in. But do send me a text via Alexa. Very easy.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Good morning, it's the Steve Allen programme, Early Breakfast on LBC between now and 7. Nick Ferrari will be here with breakfast. If you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message. You just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And lo and behold, before your very eyes, Alexa will I can't remember, is Alexa male or female? You can change it. Oh, right, you can change it. Oh, well, there you go. I think we'll actually, well, no, we can't. I don't even have Alexa. I don't. We've got one in the newsroom. I don't have a smart speaker, no. Well, what would I use it for? Why would I have a smart speaker? No, I don't know. I mean, I don't really listen to music. I listen to music in the car, but then it's on CD. So I tend not to use anything. I mean, friends of mine put together lists of music and things like that, but I mean, it's totally beyond me. I mean, I do have iTunes, but I didn't realise that we don't own them. I thought we owned iTunes. I thought once you downloaded the music, then you get to keep it forever and a day. And it turns out not so. I didn't realise that because I was downloading tons and tons of stuff years ago. I don't do it because years ago you get a little square thing and you could download music onto it. And I did that via the computer. I mean, now I wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do. I really wouldn't. I'm not very good with stuff like that. Yeah, I just don't, there's no, if I want a CD of a particular group or a singer or something like that, I'll just buy it on Amazon. Steve, I booked my flight to Milan for the summer for a wedding. Last week was £30 each way. This week, £30 there and £90 on the way back. I suppose it varies, doesn't it, according to how many you sort of need, I suppose. Those 30 quid a week. I mean, I think that's really cheap. Who are you flying with for 30 quid? That's got to be a budget airline. It can't be one of the major airlines. It's not for 30 quid each way, but 30 quid and then 90 quid back. I mean, it depends whether you want to come back. Maybe you don't want to come back. Steve, to make, says Marilyn, vanilla ice cream, 1 large fresh pot of double cream, 1 tin of condensed milk, a drop of vanilla extract. Or if you want to make it fruity, add a jar of fruit mincemeat. Just use an ordinary food mixer that you would make sort of Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, it's freezing it, isn't it? You can actually buy your own gelato machine. There are 2 sorts. There's the expensive one, which has its own freezer unit in it, and then they've got the other one which doesn't have the freezer unit in it. You freeze the bowl. So you put that in your freezer in the kitchen, and then you take it out, and then you put it in there, and it stirs it round, and the coldness turns it into ice cream. To be honest with you, it's cheaper to go and buy ice cream. I know people say, oh, it's quite nice, we make our own. They do it on that 4 in a Bed programme, and celebrities coming round to eat at your dinner table. And they say, oh, did you make the ice cream? And they go, yes, I made the ice cream. And you think, why bother? Why not lie? Just go and buy ice cream at Iceland, which is about the cheapest ice cream you can possibly get. Add a few little interesting things into it to make it look as though it's your own, and tell them you made it. Why do people go through all that faff in the kitchen? Make it easy. Make it easy. Andrew says it's positively tropical up here in Scotland. I'm tracking down from Glasgow towards Manchester. It's currently 6 degrees on the M74. Wow. That's good. I mean, my car was pinging away yesterday, talking about temperatures, and it said -6, and I got out of the car and looked, blimey. You really feel it, even though I've got a thick coat. I might have to go and buy another coat, but I'm trying not to. I'm allergic, says Susie, to milk, so I don't eat ice cream, but I wonder what's in the bright blue ice cream I've seen on sale. Have the boys eaten it? Only one today. Only one will be eating the ice cream today. He has no idea. He has no idea at all, so we don't really need all the ice creams from Ian. We only need 2 ice creams today, Ian. They're good shaking your head. I kind of prove a point. Show you the power. Watch and listen. Steve, I'm not sure if you do this sort of thing, but it's my daughter Floss's 8th birthday, says Manny. No, we generally don't do that. We generally don't do somebody's, especially not 8. I mean, is she working? You know, is she out there working, earning a living? Is she paying national insurance? We have to know about these things, but if you wish her a happy birthday, big fan of the show. That's what we like. Would you like an ice cream? We can probably send an ice cream to you. We have a spare one now. Me and my fellow are listening to your show, Steve. I want you to tell him what you think of Meghan Markle. I don't think anything of Meghan Markle. Nothing at all, actually. I don't have any feelings at all. None, which is a bit of a shame. I think you can buy toast toppers. I don't think... Yes, you can buy them. Yes, we found them. We found them earlier on. Toast toppers are available. And I don't know where you get... Well, I suppose you get them in most big supermarkets. I think so. I think you'll probably find they're in Sainsbury's and stuff like that. Or you can order on... I reckon you could order them online. Things like that don't go away, do they? Even though everyone... There you go. We found them on... Oh, it's unavailable at the moment in Asda. Let's see if we can find them. So I'll find them for you if it kills me. It probably will kill me, actually. Toast toppers? No. We will find them. They are around, actually. There you go. Aaron has dropped me a text, says, I'll take the ice cream if you're offering. There you go. Sorted in an instant. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. So we can't find the toast toppers. I think you probably will find them. I think you will. I still love you, but it's 26 degrees here in Western Sydney. Is it really? Double it and add 30. 82 degrees. No, thank you very much. No, thank you. And Jean says, I had a Mr. Whippy ice cream machine bought for me for Christmas. It's great. And I've got sprinkles and flakes. You can buy the flakes in Iceland. In Iceland, you go to Iceland and they do a pack of the flakes that you put into ice cream. They're sort of like half the size of flakes. Very good. And they also do cones and all the other bits. All the things that you associate with ice cream you can get in Iceland, which is lovely. Steve, been listening now for about a year, says Ricky. And what was the film where the 3 children found a man in a barn, thought he was Jesus? Oh, that's the one we used to get at school all those years ago. I can't remember what it was called, actually, but it featured Hayley Mills, because the kids existed. They were kids who lived in that village, and they used them in the filming. They all got ice cream at the end of the day, and very popular. But, yeah, we used to get, every year they'd go, or you get a half-day holiday at school, and you're going to get to watch this film, which was called Whistle Down the Wind. And so it's an injured wife murderer takes refuge on this Lancashire farm, and the owner's 3 children mistakenly believe him to be the second coming of Christ. And it was a very, very famous film, but it was because they went to Sunday school that they believed that this man was Jesus. Whistle Down the Wind. You can still buy it. It's available on DVD. But we used to get it every year at school. They'd go half day, holiday, because you've all been such good school children, and you get to watch Whistle Down the Bloomin' Wind again. And then I watched a documentary on the making of Whistle Down the Wind, and you kind of lose the will to live a little bit. But it was lovely Hayley Mills, who went on to be such a big star for Disney. Steve, when you reference the music, you can buy albums or tracks, and they're there for you to keep. When you stream through Apple, you don't, as you're paying a subscription. Well, unfortunately, I was doing it through Apple. Shame, innit? Another one here, which says somebody else talking about these Mr. I've never even heard. I've heard of Mr. Whippy ice cream, but I didn't know that you could actually buy a machine. But as I say, I don't eat that much ice cream anyway. Mainly because a friend of mine's got an ice cream shop in Richmond, and he's got a huge gelato machine over from Italy, and he makes all his own ice cream, and they sell it commercially in the shop, and whatever you put into the machine turns out as the ice cream, which is very, it's really quite lovely. So you could have mango ice cream, Christmas pudding ice cream. It sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I don't know, actually, we must be the only country where it's seasonal. People go, ice cream in the winter, are you mad? And we go, no, not really, no. We sort of think it's quite a good idea. And then they go, no, it's just ice cream in the summer. I can remember going into a chemist some years ago, a big chemist, looking for sunglasses in winter. And I remember saying to the girl who was up there, I said, sorry, do you have any sunglasses? And she went, it's winter. And I said, oh, right, so you only do sunglasses in the summer? And she looked at me with a straight, and she went, yes. And I thought, oh, I've obviously made a huge mistake. I said, well, no, I work nights. My eyes are very sensitive to light, so I wear sunglasses a lot of the time just to protect my eyes. Didn't work. She still wasn't going to sell any sunglasses, so I didn't sort of bother with it anymore, actually. Should have been the proudest moment of his political career, but one Japanese aide will remember his visit to the US president for the wrong reason. He got a dressing down from his mother for putting his hands in his pockets. Sejal Chiara said his ashamed mother told him off. He was filmed standing casually during an official visit to Washington. He was spotted in the background as the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, answered questions from reporters, but he got an angry phone call from his mother, who said he should sew up his pockets. He said he'd been concentrating on the PM's comments and liked to put his hands in his pocket. Imagine being told off by your mother for things like that. My mother used to say, stop eating your food so quickly. You know, don't gulp your food down. You know, take it slowly, but of course we never did. I don't know why, actually. Steve, are you having haggis tomorrow? I have mine and Swede ready to go. Isn't it Tatties? Tatties and Swede, is it? I remember Tatties somewhere in it, but you're supposed to have that. Lee says you can buy toast toppers at Sainsbury's, Asda and Tesco Extra. Just ask Google. Oh, right, OK. Somebody said the film is called Whistling Down the Wind. No, it's just Whistle Down the Wind. It makes it a lot easier. I don't know why it was Whistle Down the Wind. I can't remember, actually, why it would be Whistle Down the Wind. So here is this mummy's golden boy. He had the misfortune to die in his teens, but the family of this mummified boy clearly wanted him to have a good luck in the afterlife. When he was buried in Egypt 2,300 years ago, they packed his body with charms. I'll tell you more about him after the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Thank you, Ian. Rock hard, as always. Absolutely rock hard. In fact, it's going to take 10 minutes to defrost, which means I have to rush through. But it's very nice. We've got strawberries and cream ice cream from Ice Cream Ian today, which is quite nice. We just need to find Rolls-Royce Fred, and we should be doing okay. We should be doing well. And he says, I took it out, Steve. It was rock hard this morning. I hope it softens up soon. It takes about 10 minutes. Seriously. Old ham-fisted AP next door. He's already broken spoons before. I mean, he's a nightmare. I don't know why he just doesn't go and get a metal spoon and save us an awful lot of time and trouble breaking spoons all over the place. But it's our favourite. It's the strawberries and cream. Which is definitely our favourite. Somebody says, I've changed my ATM limit so I can take £2,000 change via the app. You see, I didn't think you could do that. I thought the bank sets your limit, determined on how much money you've actually got in there. Because if you could take £2,000 out a day, I mean, that's like, you know, that's £14,000 a week. And I don't know how it operates. Well, I'm assuming it's linked to the bank account, so it probably wouldn't allow you to do that. But I can't take that amount out of the bank. I didn't think you could change it. Certainly not via the app. Are you having haggis tomorrow? Says Penny in Bexley. Well, it is Burns night. In theory, I should be neeps and tatties. But I've never had haggis. I watched them doing it on the television the other day. This was on the programme with Ben Fogle, and a woman was making it, and she was on this island where there's only about 10 houses, and he tasted it and he said, that's the best haggis I've ever eaten in my entire life. And I remember thinking, God, I must have missed out on something. And I know what tatties are, but I don't know what neeps are. Neeps, I suppose, could be, I don't know, it could be the Swede. Could be the Swede that we were talking about earlier on. And Steve, will you stop talking about ice cream? I'm trying to be good, but stuff it. I'm now craving it, says Jacqueline. I met my daughter for breakfast, as Granger & Co. is one of her favourites, and I told her, I remember Steve saying he liked it. Have a lovely day. No, you have a lovely day. Have a warm day. Have a warm day. Jill says, I've got to leave my name when I asked you to wish Tony a happy 75th birthday. It's from Jill. It's from Jill. And Steve, love the show. Totally blind due to chronic diabetic use. I use the Libra Link and iPhone to tell me my blood glucose, says Roger. Yeah, I'm going to wear mine from tomorrow. Have you ever heard of Yorkshire relish? I haven't. My friend asked me to get some on New Year's Eve, but I couldn't get any the next day because the shops were closed. And I'm originally, says Phil, from Yorkshire, but said I would get some. I've never even heard of it. Yorkshire relish. I've seen stuff that they used to do. They used to do a red tomato relish, and then they used to do a green relish. And you put it, I think, on hot dogs or something like that. I seem to remember that. That's what it was, actually. I can never remember these things, actually. Steve, in Sydney, we have Mr. Whippy shops. Oh, right. Oh, it's a chain, is there? We used to have an ice cream van years and years ago, and it was Mr. Whippy, and very nice it was too. It was the first soft ice cream. Matt says, thank you, Matt, the neeps means swede or turnip. Swede or turnip. So there you go. Matt is my friend, and he's in radio as well, bless his heart. In fact, the last time I was just checking, actually, the last time I heard from him was Happy New Year or Happy Christmas. Take your choice, Matt. So neeps is swede or turnip. I hate swede. Must be the only thing I don't like. Well, it's not the only thing I don't like, but I never saw the purpose of it. And turnip I've never done either, for some reason. But thank you very much indeed. Still looking very good, Matt. One of those sickeningly young people. It really is very depressing, you know. Yeah. He's not that young. He's very big in radio. Very big in radio. Something we all aspire to, I suppose. But Aaron said, I'll take the ice cream. Unfortunately, we were given 4, and 1 went to somebody else. So they'll be sitting there waiting it to melt. I could hold it in my arms. Or hands, I suppose, and then it might defrost a little bit. Yeah, I could cradle it, but to be honest with you, it's a bit cold at the moment. You must have your freezer set to minus like 20. Ian, I've never known anything that comes in so hard and doesn't sort of defrost immediately. You would think actually within seconds it would, but I suppose because it's really, really nice. But another one. Oh, somebody else saying, I'll take the ice cream, Steve, if you're offering, which we weren't actually, because it comes in front. We're very grateful to get it because it's very nice. We were trying to withhold it from one member of the team, but don't worry, we'll get him next time round. He thinks we won't. Next time I'll walk downstairs myself. Anyway, it's a bit. Oh, I found a little bit of ice cream. Oh, there you go. There's a little bit of ice cream. God, blimey, honestly. Hallelujah. So anyway, this young man who was buried in Egypt 2,300 years ago has just been uncovered. His parents, or the people who buried him, obviously wanted him to have good luck in the afterlife. So they packed his body with charms. Scientists have discovered CT scans used to digitally unwrap the mummy showed the boy was buried with 49 amulets, many of them made from gold. They were placed on or inside the body to bring luck. The 21 types of amulet, some made from ceramic or semi-precious stones, so it's obviously a very well-to-do young man, included a beetle-shaped golden heart scarab placed inside the chest cavity and a golden tongue inside the mouth. He was uncovered in 1916 in a cemetery in southern Egypt. He wore sandals and was draped in garlands of ferns. The mummy was put in 2 coffins, and apart from the heart, his internal organs had been removed. His brain had been removed. They used to remove it through the nose. They would put a hook and you would go up into the nose, and then they would take the brain out through the nose. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it, really? And replaced with resin, 4 foot 2 inches tall, 14 to 15, good teeth, and no obvious cause of death. And the amulets represent a wide range of Egyptian beliefs. The golden tongue was to ensure the boy could speak in the afterlife. And it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? And so you look at a picture of him. I always think it's a bit, luckily they haven't unwrapped him. They've just basically taken like an X-ray of his body to show you where all these amulets were. And you think, wouldn't it be lovely to find out what he died of? Whether or not he made it to the afterlife, we'll never know, because he was uncovered in 1916. Charlie Girling says, wait a minute, are you allowed ice cream with your diabetes, or is it okay because of the fat? I don't remember them ever saying you can't have an ice cream. I don't have it very often. It's only a little one. It's only a little Haagen-Dazs. But I don't remember anybody ever saying to me, you can't have an ice cream. And to be honest, Charlie, I mean, given the choice, that's like somebody saying to me, you've got diabetes, Steve, but you can't have any more Prosecco. Well, I mean, my life would be over. It would absolutely be over. I don't have that much. And ice cream, I really don't. In fact, the only time I ever eat ice cream is in here. I don't eat it anywhere else, even though I have an Iceland store very, very close to me. Very close to me. Jamie in Essex says, we mix the swede with carrots and parsnips to make it a little sweeter when we celebrate Burns Night. There you go. That's the answer. And Andrea and loads of other people have told me about Henderson's Yorkshire Relish, which is made in Sheffield. It's a bit like Worcestershire sauce, only nicer, says Babs, in Preston. I only discovered it a couple of years ago, and I live in Lancashire. Do you know, I've never been to Lancashire. I always remember Gracie Fields came from Lancashire. Gracie Fields was very famous for those young people who don't realise. She was a singer, and she made films, Sing As We Go, and it's the biggest aspidistra in the world. I was watching For the Love of Ada the other day on the television. That took me back. Hayley Mills is on stage tonight in Milton Keynes. She's in the Best Exotic Marigold Hotel with Paul Nicholas, Rula Lenska, Andy de la Tour. How wonderful. I love that show. I think what we've got in Richmond at the moment, I think we've got Steel Magnolias. I'm pretty certain. I seem to remember a poster that popped up, and I remember thinking, I've never seen the stage version. I've seen the film version quite clearly, and I talked about it endlessly because I was lucky enough to be invited. There you go, Steel Magnolias, Richmond Theatre, till the 28th. Who's in it? Who is in it? Laura Main, Lucy Speed, Diana Vickers, Caroline Harker, Harriet Thorpe, and Elizabeth Ayodeele. Ayodeele. Anyway, she's in it. They're all very good. I must try and get along to see that, actually, if it's the 28th. That runs at I haven't been to the Richmond Theatre for years. Years and years. They used it in the Craze film for the outside of their club. They filmed out there. The inside, of course, was done in the studios. KP in Essex says, Steve, I have to visit my branch today. We were talking about bank closures. We're losing the Lloyds Bank in Twickenham. I have to be honest, it's quite a big bank. I mean, it really is quite a big bank. It looks like it could be 2 or 3 shops, if indeed somebody would be interested in taking them on. And I've got a visit to pay cash in. See, I don't know where people go. If they close down all the banks and there's nothing left. Post office. You can go to the post office and pay it in. I've still got a cheque from DVLA because I sold a car and they give you your money back on the tax disc. So I've got £150. I've got no idea how to pay it in. And somebody said, well, you've got the app. You can pay, you scan it and it will pay it into your account. See? Modern technology. I'm getting there. I might not be brilliant, but I'm doing my best. Let's have the latest news headlines, shall we, with Simon Conway.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you until 7. Apparently, Mr. Neil says he's shared a photo of me. He says nearly 16 years ago we went to Lancashire to collect our beautiful chocolate Labrador puppy. We booked the best hotel we could find in Blackpool and stayed in the room where Gracie Fields used to stay. And that's how our little pup got her name, Gracie. As you know, we lost her earlier this month. Honestly, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. Finding a hotel that took dogs. It's very difficult nowadays, isn't it, to find places that take dogs. Although we have a restaurant in Twickenham on the Green, and they have a sign on the window saying dog friendly. And I've seen that on quite a number of places, places that you wouldn't normally expect to find, dogs being welcomed in. Coffee shops mainly an awful lot of coffee shops saying, we allow dogs in because people take their dogs out. There's also a very bizarre story about a pensioner who spent a year sending poison pen letters and emails to her Quaker Society has been handed a restraining order. Julia Vermig Morgan, 70, was found guilty of harassment after writing distressing and unsavoury letters in a vendetta against the Bridgeport Quaker group in Dorset. A 2-day trial in the Magistrates' Court heard the psychotherapist and Oxford University postgraduate became upset about a clique forming within the religious organisation she'd been part of for more than 35 years. And so she started making accusations of bullying against people, claiming she wanted to create a hierarchy, and so it went on. But nobody was listening to her. So she sort of upped the ante. In fact, some of the letters she was sending were described by victims as distressing and offensive, unfounded allegations of bullying, fraud and domestic violence against members. But anyway, she ignored police orders to stop, then denied 2 charges of harassment without violence, claiming she was a whistleblower. Raymond Tan, mitigating, said his client was exceptionally intelligent and had been invited to do a doctorate. He said she'd seen wrongdoing in the group and accepted she'd been relentless. So anyway, she was sentenced to a 12-month restraining order against the group, 10 days of rehabilitation, and a £968 fine. Won't be doing that one again, I don't think. Do you know, I watched one of these programmes. I've seen them in America, but it's the first time I'd seen one on British television. And it's, you know, when you get a car stopped, mainly because it will flash up, it's got no insurance, or, you know, it's got no MOT or something like that. And they stop this car, and this bloke is in the car, and they go, "You wind the window down?" And he goes, "No." And he goes onto his telephone. And I thought, this is a bit bizarre. And it's raining, and the poor policeman standing outside the car going, "Have you got a driving licence on you?" And he goes, "I'm not showing you." And anyway, cut a long story short, the policeman then said to him, and this was the clincher, "Are you claiming sovereignty? Have you heard of this before? People claim sovereignty. They claim they're not driving a car on the road. They are travellers. This isn't a motor car. They're a bit thick. And they don't have to produce any evidence. They can drive on the road without any insurance or anything because they're claiming sovereignty and we have no jurisdiction over them." But of course the police have proved time and time again we have every piece of jurisdiction, and they took his car away from him. You could hear the sobs from where I was sitting on the settee. It was absolutely amazing. It was the funniest thing ever. I've seen them only in America, where they sit there thinking that they have this sovereignty, and, you know, and they say, "Oh, Cressida Dick knows all about it." They go, "Yes. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to drive your car. I'm not driving a car. This is a mode of transport, but I'm a traveller." Yes, whatever you are, dear, you're being fed information down the end of a telephone. So every time the policeman said something to him, he was repeating it to the person on the end of the phone who was saying, "Tell him that he can't touch you and do anything else." Well, in America, they don't mess around with these stupid people. They break the windows of the cars and they drag them out. Over here, we're a bit more polite. In fact, eventually it took 4 police officers to get him out the car. And so they sort of took him out. What he did stupidly, he ended up getting into a police car, which, of course, if he didn't believe in the police in the first place, meant that he shouldn't have even got in the police car. But he did, and he lost his car at the same time. And until he actually produced, you know, proper insurance and all the rest of it, they weren't giving it back. And he said to me, he said, "Listen," he said, "you know, you have 5 days. If you haven't, you know, come back to us with the correct documentation, the car will be destroyed." He said, "I've given you a letter from the DVLA, that's what happens." And of course, it made him look like the biggest prune ever. Patrick says, "Don't forget the Orange Tree Theatre in Richmond. They do some very good work." They do, actually. And Tilly says, "I love the fact you're eating ice cream this early." I take it it's Haagen-Dazs, the yummiest ice cream, but it does take a while to soften. It rock hard. I mean, luckily I have been able to eat over the last little break, but leave it for 10 minutes. Have you tried pralines and cream? I don't think we have, actually. I don't think we have. I have to ask Ian what he carries on board, because to be honest with you, it's worth hijacking his ice cream van, because you could sit there and just bathe in ice cream forever and a day, which sounds delicious. Delicious. Steve, Cornwall, says David, is the most dog-friendly place I've ever been to. Many pubs and cafes have dog menus. And Jane says dogs are welcome in most establishments in Barnard Castle. And found an old cassette, Steve. I love it, sorry. An old cassette in my collection of LBC. With LBC's Rock and Roll Show with Pete Murray, Steve Jones and Don Moss. Great music and memories. Oh, wow. And somebody says, Susie said, I saw some sandwich bread in the supermarket. Oh, it's delicious. Sandwich bread is lovely. I have that on rolls or things. Not all the time, obviously. It's a bit of a treat, I think. And Nick says, bacon sandwich and a soft white bread and brown sauce is the best. Brown bread is too dry. I just don't like the brown bread. I mean, I feel I'm being dictated to. And they're trying to make sure that I'm healthy. But, I mean, white bread is just as good for you. Neil Diamond celebrates his birthday today. Last year, he sold his rights, master recordings and future creations for a price reported to run into the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. He's 82 today. He wrote and performed the hits of You Don't Bring Me Flowers and Sweet Caroline. He went to school with Barbara Streisand. He's never had a #1 single. And yet he packs out places like Madison Square Garden, and at the football matches and the rugby matches, they sing Sweet Caroline. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good times never seem so good, which is lovely. I think he's fantastic. But he gave up recording some time ago because he's not very well. Hubby bought me a slow cooker, says Catherine, at the weekend. This is to help with dinners as I'm rushing after work and sometimes not eating until 7 p.m. Do you have or have you known any recipes? The only thing I ever cooked in it was sausage surprise, where you put the sausages in and then you put the potatoes in and all the rest of it. But the trouble is, you see, I tended to find with a slow cooker, it's very nice, but when you get home from work, sometimes you don't feel like the food you've just assembled in the morning. You know, you might fancy a curry or, KFC or a potato or something like that, and you're stuck, unfortunately, with sausage surprise. In fact, that was about the only thing that I ever cooked in it. I remember cooking anything else. My parents bought it for me, thinking that, that would be useful because of the hours that I was working. But actually, it turned out to be not my favourite item of cookware at all. It was good when, the first 2 or 3 sausage surprises are good. But then you go, I'm going home to, oh, God, sausage surprise. And, of course, you have fish and chips on the way home, completely forgotten you put it all together. And then you get in, and, of course, you end up throwing it away because you can't eat the blooming thing because you've just eaten fish and chips. Coming up to 6:45, it's Tuesday morning, January the 24th. It's LBC and the latest news headlines now with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 11 minutes to 7. Steve, I'll send you some caramel sauce from Sydney, says Shane. Oh, no, please don't. Please, sending food through the post is very complicated. And Frederick's ice cream, good reason to go to Lancashire, says Margaret, which sounds quite nice. And Thomas Bosch says, how come all the news outlets aren't talking about the blackouts in London? Nearly all the underground stopped running. Really? You live and learn. I don't remember that at all. Mr. Neil says, could you say hello to my lovely friend of nearly 40 years, Sally, who is listening in Spain and loves the show? Well, we're always welcoming lots of people who listen abroad, and Spain is no exception. No exception. So, Sally, very good morning to you. Very good morning to you. And another one here, which says, a lot of people telling me about the most dog-friendly places. They're getting better, aren't they? They're definitely getting better, but not 100% good. Did you ever go to Thornton's ice cream shops? I didn't actually, no. And, I have been to ice cream shops before. It's not that I don't go to places. And was it Arvi? Arvi, who did really well with his presentation. Super proud of him. I also played back the bit where you spoke about him yesterday, and now he thinks he's famous. Well, I think absolutely he is famous, Dad. I think he really is. Arvi is very famous, to stand up and do, because he's had a pump fitted for diabetes. And he got up in front of the class and talked about it. So that's cool. That's really good. Well done, you. Well done, you. Everybody very proud of you, which is very nice indeed. It's always nice when people are proud of you, because you're right, it makes you feel famous. Some disembodied voice on the radio mentions you, and immediately you become an icon for thousands and thousands of people, which is lovely. What was the other? Yes, this story about Rishi Sunak under this mounting pressure to fire Nadeem Zahawi over his tax row has now been warned his job is untenable. I don't think he's going to be there by the end of the week. And I don't say that because that was my opinion. That's what people are predicting. We've seen these before, and they cling on, and then they go, gotta go. Because it's overshadowing what they do, isn't it, really? Also, the BBC chairman, Richard Sharp, Do you know, if somebody had said to me a few weeks ago, it only proves how out of the loop we must be with some of these people. If somebody had said, who do you think Richard Sharp is? I wouldn't have had the faintest idea he was the BBC chairman. I go back to Marmaduke Hussey. I'm sort of in a different place. He says a scrutiny panel will review any potential conflicts of interest following claims he helped Johnston secure an £800,000 loan. It is unusual when you turn on the BBC and some of their programmes are talking about the chairman of the BBC and about his so-called involvements, which they're saying, he sort of denied any knowledge of anything at all. There's also the story which we did, I think we did this a couple of days ago, the rise of puppies being abandoned. 73% up on people abandoning puppies, which is a dreadful shame. And the bosses are so secretive about the plot of the crime drama Happy Valley that even the actors are clueless as to how it finishes. See, I quite like that idea, but it makes it very frustrating for people. And it's only because they worry about it being leaked. And so they will record lots of different endings. So in other words, even the cast have got no idea exactly which storyline they're running with. So if they film 3, then people go, well, we don't know what it is because they've filmed 3. We have no idea which one is going to be then taken to the next level. And as I've not even seen it, it doesn't really help, does it? I'm told it's very good for people who like these sort of things. Carrie is in Erith. And please say hi to my husband, Dave. And I'm not falling for that one. I want to know about these sort of blackouts on the tube, Thomas. I don't know anything about it at all, actually, which is very bizarre. Very bizarre not to know something that's going on. Do you know that the Sun and a number of other papers are going to be running with this story today, working until you're 68? See, I think this is perfectly normal, as you can well imagine. But they say millions to work longer with the state pension age set to be hiked under new government plans. And they've done a piece in all the papers on what exactly it means for you. So 68. So all those people going, oh, it's good, we're going to get the... we're not. We've got to go a little bit longer now. Here we go. London Underground, District, Circle, Hammersmith and City and Elizabeth lines shut down, and people were waiting at Waterloo Station for the chaos to clear. Oh, good Lord. The whole of the District line suspended due to signal failure in the City, and so it went up. That's what it was, actually. So it was on, so the Elizabeth line and a few of the other ones suspended this evening, while the Metropolitan line is part suspended. So you can imagine if you're standing there and you've got no idea what's going on. That's it. Somebody says, why is it the District line is always suspended? I just want to go home. It's cold. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. See, I was lucky because I'm not around when it's in rush hour or anything. Mind you, I think we don't have a specific time for rush hour in London. I think from now until this evening, it's rush hour. It's rush hour all day. I remember leaving here one morning and going to get a tube train for something, and the people on the platform packed in so much. I remember thinking, imagine if you have to do this every day. And of course, people have to do this every day, which is a bit of a pain in the what's-it, isn't it, really? There's also a seagull which mugged a man in a Tesco car park. They said it was like a scene out of Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Richard Evans was the latest shopper to be attacked by the dive-bombing pet. I mean, to be honest with you, even he said it, and I would say the same thing. Imagine being mugged by a seagull. He said, it snatched my pack. You're holding food. If you hold food, it's going to come down and it's going to take it. He said the same thing happened weeks earlier. This time the gull tried to take my wallet, but dropped it at the last second. They'll take anything. If you've got ice cream, they will take ice cream. They just happen to pinch things. But if you're holding food, they definitely want it. They've kind of worked things out that if you're standing there and your hand is in a certain position, it's food. It's food. So the 41,000 Jeremy Clarkson fans have signed this petition urging ITV not to fire him as host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Show bosses are under pressure to axe creepy Clarkson, they say, following his newspaper column about the publicity-shy woman. Loyal supporters of the Free Speech Union have set a petition to try to save him. I don't think they need to try to save him. I think he's got the job. They haven't said they're going to drop him. They've said they didn't agree with what he said, but then, everybody does that. You read somebody's column, it doesn't matter who it is, it can be any of the columnists that we feature on the programme, and you might agree with most of the stuff that they talk about, or you might agree with nothing, and then you can write to them, or, now people have got Twitter and stuff like that. Makes it much easier. Paul Sinner, the Chase star, has warned moany punters to do some research into his routine if they want to avoid being triggered. This is if you go to his stand-up show. What does he do? I wonder what he does in his stand-up shows. He said, because in front of you are 200 strangers, you don't know their lives, you don't know what the situation is with their mental health at any one stage. So he said, I skirt around bad taste and pushing into little problematic areas, and you never know who you're triggering. He said, but I do get emails from people genuinely offended by something I've tweeted or something I've told on stage. Blimey, I've never had anything like that at all. Never had anything like that on stage. I mean, no, not even tweeting stuff, because I just generally don't tweet what everybody else tweets nowadays. People sort of I've read some people are very vociferous tweeters, and they do all sorts of little bits and pieces. And I've never sort of thought, I just do, it's freezing cold, wrap up warm, see you back in the morning. So I don't do anything. So nobody ever disagrees with my tweets, because there's no point, because I don't say anything. It is blooming freezing cold, and I will see you back in the morning. And on the stage shows, it's just goes through as normal. Steve, yes, no district line, couldn't get to the football. Hardly no information until I got to Wimbledon Station, says Sean. Amazing, all because of signals and stuff like that. And another one here. Amazing the amount of people who are talking about all of the banks which are closing, of which there is a raft of banks closing, and but you can pay in and do other things at the post office. Thank goodness, because otherwise there would be no way to do it. As I say, we're now losing the Lloyds Bank in Twickenham, and what it becomes, I've got no idea, because we're actually quite good at the moment. We don't have very many empty buildings or empty shops. I think there might only be just one or two. So we'll wait and see what they're going to be doing with the Lloyds Bank. If you're